Hello one, hello all, and welcome back to the LPL English Twitch or YouTube channel for a very ceremonious day. It is, in fact, the final day of Split 2 regular season. We are just on the cusp of best of fives, big-time playoff moments, and of course, a team looking to be a champion and head to MSI. But before we get there, we got to go through this final day, and we have brought in the big guns. For the first time, I think this split, definitely this split, maybe this year, it is myself and the illustrious Rude Dude beside me for JD Gaming taking on Invictus Gaming. Rude Dude, it has been too long, and I'm just glad we're both up here together, and we have a very fun series that has some, stakes when we take a look at the standings as well.
Yeah, a very fun series up ahead as we take a look here. Now, the main part of this is that playoffs are already locked, play-ins are already locked. There's no movement between those. However, to cut a very long story short, if IG win this series, they leapfrog Weibo and they end up in 6th. Yes, that's even including tiebreakers. Yes, that's including all the LPL tiebreaker rules. Slayer and I ran the math off stream before we got on here because we are prepped and people who want to do our jobs properly. We've turned up with the data. IG win equals IG 6th.
IG win equals IG 6. And then on the other side of the group ascend, Rude Dude, JDG and AL, currently both 8 and 5. They are both slated to play today. So JD Gaming obviously taking on IG. BLG has to take on AL. So while, it's small movement in that start part of the group, the playoff teams, when it comes down to, picking your opponent, even if we don't value it too highly, Rude Dude, you do want to, be JD Gaming. You can pick right after BLG. So that's nice, and also establishes as a team that went to first stand, like, hey, listen, we got second right behind BLG, so looks like we are right where we were supposed to be compared to the split 1-4.
Yeah, exactly, right? You'd end up with this position that is... You also don't know which teams you're going to be able to choose from, right? There is a world... and, as unlikely as it may be, but where all of our Group Nirvana teams sweep all of our Group Ascend teams, and we end up with a playoffs with LNG, TT, LGD, and EDG, and at that point, I think the value of being able to pick your opponents is also quite important. There's also a world where, 2 of the Nirvana teams go up, and then you'd like to expect that if you get pick of top 2, you're going to pick the 2 Nirvana teams. So we don't know what's going to happen. The place in that position in the final standings is important. But I think, for my money, realistically, all of those top 4 teams should be beating all of those bottom 8 teams. So getting into top 4 is the main part of this, which they've already done. Which
JD Gaming have already done. Let's, of course, get through some formal things and take a look at the JD Gaming roster very quickly, as always. A roster that LPL fans have gotten very accustomed to since their debut as a 5-stack to start this year. But for Split 2, so far, Rude Dude, what has changed for me? Gala has taken a bit of a step back, but luckily for JD Gaming, a lot of that slack has been picked up by Hongq still being in all-pro form, but also Xiaosu into probably his best split of his career, I'd say, so far. Definitely with JD Gaming, at least.
Yeah, exactly. These solo laners for JDG have been instrumental, really, in their successes. Like you mentioned, where some of those pitfalls have come from have been down on that bot side. Whether or not it's Gala not quite hitting the same highs that we've come to expect from him, or if that's a synergy issue with Vampire and himself, we'll have to hope that coming into the playoffs, that can adapt, that can evolve, and we can go back to seeing the Gala of old. But we've got some clips here of Vampire and their successes to start out showing maybe where we think it's the bot lane instead of the support.
Yeah, Vampire, I think, has played some really great games of League as of late. And what's most interesting, especially when you look through some of these clips, is this is a different kind of meta for Vampire. We talk endlessly about the Enchanters. He has a really good Melio game that we're going to show a team fight from later. But also, he's pulling out first-time champions ever as a pro, Rude Dude. We saw the JDG taking a page out of the old Elkanon book. They went with the Caitlyn Elise, his first ever Elise game. And I was very impressed, especially to pull that in a spot with a Game 3 up against anyone's legend to go for this first time. That's some serious gumption coming out of Vampire.
Absolutely, and I think that that's some of the things that you get from the evolution of Vampire, right? We've talked endlessly about the fact that there has been growth from this player. I think in 2024 was slated for his performance, really, in the LPL. Then in 2025, we were kind of like, oh, okay, this guy on WE kind of chefing people up. And now as we move into this 2026, it's Vampire who's you know, looking in and maybe even cashing in some all-pro ballots as well, like has been relatively consistent down on that bot side, and the depth in the champion pool as well, definitely worth mentioning, very important.
Very important indeed. I mean, these clips we have in front of you, it's a Nautilus game, it's an Elise game, and it's a Melio game. So we're talking about the wide spectrum of supports you can currently play in this meta. Yeah, he's got tape, good-looking tape on basically all of those champions. And also, you know, being able to play that many champions provides you a lot of flexibility when it comes to those drafts, because if there's one thing that JD Gaming have shown so far this split, if you add in Honku as well, Rude Dude, between him and Vampire, there is a wide berth of champions that they are willing to look for, and that's kind of what we expect, right, with a classic top A team.
Exactly. Tabe loves the ability to be flexible in a draft and find the best pick for the specific situation, sort of regardless of whether the team plays it. So hopefully if the team being able to play those things, it definitely helps out. But looking over at their opponents here for today, Slayer, we have indeed got Invictus Gaming on the other side of the rift, staring them down.
Staring them down indeed, and this is a team that, you know, has obviously made a decent amount of switches, both coming into the split and then the mid-season promotion for Nya. So it's kind of hard to get some sort of gelling going with a team like this, but as we look forward to the play-in tournament for IG and then hopefully the playoffs further, as they're expected to, you know, make it back out of that play-in tournament, for us, Rude Dude, we really feel like we need to see more out of these carries if IG are going to bring this home. The supporting pieces are really strong, but for guys like Jachi, we know the potential is there. They just got to hit their stride at the right time, which at this point is now.
It is, right? You're hoping that you can go in, and the way we're looking to frame this series, Slayer, so that last playoff push, the final rep that they get to do before they go into playoffs, this is their final regular season match with, you know, for IG, a little bit of standings at stake, same to be said for JDG, but as IG here, you're quite right, it needs to be Jiachi stepping up, it needs to be Nya who comes into this roster, and I'd say that the shoes to fill, it depends on how far back you want to look. Renard sort of left a bit of a sour taste, I would say, for IG fans. He had to come in to replace Rookie, and that's really the hole that IG have yet to plug. So Nya coming in hopefully can start to step into that, but I mean, those are massive shoes and not the type of thing that you would expect to happen within the space of 2 to 3 weeks.
And Rudy, what's interesting is we're talking about all this roster swaps, even during the split. Of course, this is a much different roster than Split 1 as well, with Breathe coming on in here. You know, you get Mako in. Funnily enough, if we compare the current spot standings-wise that IG are in now, compared to where they finished in Split 1, you know, it does require a series win here, which I'm sure not a lot of people have against JD Gaming, but they would finish at the same spot of Group Ascend that they did with that much different roster just a couple months ago.
Yeah, and obviously, the difference between these two images, hey, guys, I'm going to be honest, there's quite a few. Nobody's in the same spot currently. However, if IG win this series, they end 6th, and obviously the Ninjas in Pajamas have sort of snuck in there and have done very well for themselves. But looking at what this team has accomplished through this split, a win taking them into 6th, and not just that, you know, they've got 8 losses total for both seasons so far, and I think that IG, this time last split, we were sort of expecting them to be an 0-10 team. They found a couple of wins here and there. This split round, IG have felt like they've been able to hang with the mid-pack, which last series definitely, or last split rather, definitely wasn't the case. So there have been improvements for them, even if the standings might not necessarily reflect that.
And, you know, what can really help them, or who, I guess, will really help them maybe get to that same loss mark in series like you're talking about, Rudy? Well, as of late, it feels like it's the one constant guy that's been across for all of the shenanigans that IG has had this year. That, of course, being the jungler Wei, who, again, is putting together a really good split. And for me, this guy, it's just, he's always cool, calm, and collected. This clip really reinforces it for me, the way he just ignores a free kill because he trusts his mid laner to pick it up and drop the turret aggro. But also just like a calming, consistent force for this IG team that they've desperately needed with all these roster swaps.
They have, and Wei, I think that this, you know, we talked about the supporting pieces earlier, has just been one of the most consistent bits of this Invictus Gaming side. Constantly making plays happen, constantly looking, and it's through the early game, really. You can see, even in Game 1 here up against BLG that they played not too recently even. But he's doing really well and trying to find these plays. Now, obviously, you know, you're looking at this one, it's 11 minutes in, and we've finally got our First Blood going down. So there are games where Wei can be a little bit quiet, but it's these types of Jarvans that we're looking for, where you're diving at level 4 and you're making big plays happen. And mainly, Wei needs to be doing that on repeat, kind of, through this series to hopefully try and expose some of those problems that Junjie may have.
Yeah, I think the selfless jungler, you put it a good way there. He is willing to kind of stack camp timers to play for his team. And that is kind of a very interesting style to kind of approach the current status of jungler we're in here, Rudu, because as of late, early game for junglers has just been pure chaos. I know our jungler on the other side, with JDG and Junja, knows all about chaotic early games. His matchup against Tarzan, every single one of those games, one of them was invading the other, stealing multiple camps. Junja will have nightmares about the game too Tarzan had against him on the Xin Zhao. So I'm really interested to see how aggressive Junja is going to get, because like we're talking about, it feels like Wei is very opposed to the style we've seen a lot of these LPL junglers go for right now. Yeah,
he's, like you say, maybe just a little bit happy to sacrifice himself more than anything else. But I think that for IG, obviously we talked a lot about their jungler. There is another head-to-head that for this series, I think is going to be crucially important.
Yeah, so we're kind of saving the best matchup for last here, just like dessert after a nice meal. Top lane is the focal point of conversation when it comes to this matchup, and it's such a fun story from a narrative perspective too, Rudu, because Breathe is kind of, playing at the form. We've known him for a while now. I think he was playing at this level, like that high floor level with Weibo. But now, for a player like Xiaosu, who we've really sung the praises of this split, if we're going to see how well of a player he's scaling into being, you got to take down a constant top-level performer like Breathe.
You do, and I wanted to pull some of these stats and sort of highlight some really important things, that these two top laners, statistics-wise, they play it the same. They've got very similar stats. I mean, average death, they're tied for the same of 2.5 every game. Their gold per minute, separated by 10. Right?
10.
Like, that's not a large margin, yet it's the difference between 2nd and 5th in terms of group ascend top laners. Kill participation, again, Xiaosu tends to be just a little bit more favourable when it looks at getting involved in team fights. But importantly, when it comes down to brass taxes of the amount of damage that these two are doing, Breathe is doing just slightly more with less in that case. Second here in the league for top laners, behind Hoya, if you believe that. And it's a really good look for Breathe and for IG in particular, that whilst Breathe, yes, has been a little bit inconsistent, it's nothing like his mid laner or his bot laner, and that the stats are still going to back up the fact that he actually can do the damage when needed.
And it's such an interesting thing as well. The stats are awesome, Rude Dude. The narrative approach is awesome, but even like the approach to the game is such a different approach here from Xiaosu and Breathe, I would feel like, because recently we've really seen, thanks to Tabe partly, that the JDG top laner has been willing to pick like carry-oriented champions that really try to look to scale into a team fight, right? Like I remember the Tryndamere game. He gets that first Tryndamere game win. That was a big thing, but Breathe, as you talk about, is this constant. We know what champion pool he's going to bring to the table. He's such a good weak-siding top laner, like playing the side lanes and jailing a top laner over there, playing things like Gnar with some good split-pushing, Jace. Breathe is one of the few top laners that I personally give the Yorick pass to, because he's a really good Yorick player playing the weak side. I'm curious to see, depending on how these early games go, is Xiaosu going to be able to pull Breathe out of his comfort zone, make him come to team fights he doesn't want to be at, or is Breathe going to kind of jail this guy on carry picks that he's been going towards recently? That's why the top lane is going to be so fun. We have the Holy Trinity: narrative, stats, and style.
Yeah, all three of these are obviously going to be making for a very entertaining top lane matchup, and could very well be the breaking point in this one. I think that obviously whenever we look at this JDG roster, we'd be remiss not to do at least a little touch on how Hongqiu has been performing. Definitely feels like he's one of our top 3 mid laners, and he's in a matchup today which actually favors that quite a lot. I think that Gnar still yet to find his feet in this team, has been again up and down for Invictus Gaming. Definitely had some good games, definitely had some games that we're looking at and thinking, oh well, hold on one second, we might need to revisit that and some of the approaches that we're taking. But Hongqiu feels like that's much less his style, where actually he's just always firing on those top level cylinders.
It's definitely been a limited bit of tape here for Nya, and what I see so far is why they felt like this promotion was worth it. with the fact that like his hands checking is really good. For me, it's just about kind of like reining that in, recognizing when he can go for these aggressive looks that he's probably much comfortable doing in the lower tiers to dominate opponents. You got to balance it out here. So we'll see how Nia does. Like you mentioned against, I'll personally say it, an all-pro mid laner in Hongq for the ballots. So big spot here to round into playoff form like we're hyping up for Invictus Gaming. I guess play-in form first. They are here to take the stage, though, greet the fans, and get set here to see JDG take the stage and get us set here for this Game 1 draft.
Yeah, again, reminder that this is sort of the final push for play-ins or playoffs for these two teams. This is their last rep of the regular season. They've got now a chance to get a final best of 3 in before ultimately going into those play-ins or playoffs, depending on where they are. Neither one of these two teams with a win here can change play-in or playoff, but an IG win gives them 6th place instead of 7th. A JDG win most likely gives them 2nd. Depends on the series coming after this. Obviously, BLG versus Anyone's Legend on the other side of this one, so a big series to round us out for the regular season. But I think that for these two squads, it's about making sure that you're in the best form possible, and even if you end up losing this series, coming out with a strong showing is going to put them in the best showing possible, put them on the best foot moving into the postseason. And as long as they don't just fumble and collapse, that's going to be the confidence boost. Maybe not even that, but maybe just the bright spot that they need.
Right there with you, Rude, dude. It feels like IG are a team that is really yet to find their ability to click, and there's no better time to go on a run, get that synergy than right before the playoffs. And then JDG, the stakes of being a first stand team, an international representing team from the LPL, to get back to that glory, to go to the more prestigious tournament in MSI. That's a lot of pressure, so they like to hit their stride going into these playoffs to hold up that 2nd place finish from last split. Let's start talking draft, though. Let's start talking shop, Rude Dude, a bit for a second here. JDG had the choice of all the feast first pick, side select, all that. They went with first pick, and IG are going to end up on the blue side here. I would say that's probably the most standard way we've seen teams approach this draft.
Yeah, typically teams are favoring getting their first pick champion, and then obviously the backside of that is that, well, we want to take blue side. So I'm honestly not sold on whether or not blue side or red side is like the big bonus that people are maybe playing it down to be, but obviously first pick is, you have to give them something. First pick definitely the more valuable one of those, and if people are taking a side over a pick, then I don't really know what they're doing, but maybe they've got some strategies up their sleeve. And just one of the small things as well, the two captains fist bumping on their way out, Gala Mako, a nice little throwback for these two, getting their little their nods on stage. But like you say, with this draft, I mean, typical bans that we've got to see, a lot of them typically AD carries that have actually started fluctuating into the rest of the map. I'm thinking Varus can be moving around the rift quite nicely. He's been played top as well, so maybe that gets hit onto the ban table, and then you're looking at support duos also. Maybe Orianna, maybe Karma. Let's see. And
then obviously, we've seen some drafts as well really focus hyper on jungle. I wouldn't be surprised if this might be the approach, at least maybe from Tabe, to say, listen, I feel like Wei is a pretty constant force to drive a lot of the IG early games. Maybe we'll try and get rid of some of those early game power junglers, those level 6 spiking junglers. We'll see. I'm also still holding true. I don't know, Rudude, if this has hit your airwaves, that Junja right now is the best Jarvan player in the world. So I'm just throwing that out there. That's my opinion. Let's see if he gets the Jarvan, because and I've been scorned very quickly. IG agree. There we go. That's the right spin.
Yeah, IG agree with you that Junja is the best Jarvan player in the world, and they will not be giving him this champion. And I also like the way Xin Zhao ban. I feel like he's been piloting this pick incredibly well pretty much since I've seen him start playing through this IG iteration. But like you say, for JDG here, it's about making sure that they can finish 2nd, making sure that their position in the standings is as cemented as it can be. For Invictus Gaming, any win finds them a 6th place spot as opposed to a 7th place spot.
Forest Band, good call out there from you, Rudu. That one is, of course, going to come through as well for JDG. So they're trying to get rid of Jachi's most comfortable picks he's gone to so far in the meta. I really like the Ezreal ban. That's a good spotlight, as well as the fact that we haven't seen Gala necessarily go to the Ezreal as much as I'd say some of the other AD carries. So don't even take that much punishment here for Gala. But let's wait for this last ban. You know, he's still got things like Rumble up, Pantheon as well.
Yeah.
So the Nocturne ban goes down, Rumble, Pantheon, even the Karma, if we still think that's, you know, first pickable, I would say is what Top is thinking on.
Yeah, there's no support bans right now. You haven't really
Bard
taken any
too.
of those powerhouse duos off the table, so I think Seraphine, Karma, some good picks that you might end up looking towards. Like you've mentioned, the Rumble as well, definitely something that could end up being locked in by JDG here with that first pick. What is it that they're going to prioritize? This is what they chose, obviously, coming into the series, having first pick above anything else.
Wow.
Well,
all right.
they went by. Okay.
Not what we were thinking. I'm really trying to figure out what these high-level junglers see in Vi now that they like it so much. Because it's not just Junja that's been willing to pick it a bit more. It's also Tarzan has picked it up a lot more for AL. And I don't really get it. I don't feel like a lot's changed, but I guess, you know, that's why they're playing We're Casting, right, Rude Dude? But the win here for IG is they're going to immediately come right back with what we should assume to be the Ashe Seraphine, the premier bottom lane duo of the last month and a half, it feels like.
Yeah, and just sort of returning to that, it's really good versus the Vi as well. You can put the Encore down over the top of the team. Lucian Milio probably here gets locked in, and JDG look to fight fire with fire. I don't think this is an easy bot lane, to be honest with you, to play into. Like, Lucian Milio just seems like it's probably going to have a terrible time versus Ashe Seraphine, but such is the life that JDG have chose for themselves. If they can get in range, then absolutely we could see some good stuff happening. But I think that it's that first barrier that you've got to overcome, which is a problem. It does, however, give JDG this nice going forward composition where they pick a target and they look to execute on them.
Ryze locked in for Nya to control that space like you're talking about. As Seraphine, you know, I will say for Lucian Milio, at a certain point, if you don't give up a ton of a creep difference or any kills in like those first couple of levels, I know level 6 is pretty scary, but Lucian Milio can find ways to trade pretty heavily back into it. So we'll just have to see here if Gala's got the hands to do so. Jungle is likely to be the ban target from JDG as we move into the second phase. And IG gonna ban away the Cassio. I do find that a bit interesting. I feel like their comp already kind of outranges Cassio a bit, make that a hard pick, but it's been a premier pick in the meta, so I never hate looking to get rid of that out of Honkyu's hands.
Yeah, people view it as this answer to Ryze. Maybe the Anivia gets banned as well on the second round through for IG, just to really make sure that Nia's got a nice little lane. Honkyu, of course, I believe one of the first players in the LPL to bust out the Anivia in the mid lane. So we'll see whether or not they look to round that back out in this second phase. Obviously, no AD jungler picked up just yet for IG, who at this stage in the game are looking for that sort of bridge. They're looking for some early game strength. I think currently looking at the composition that IG have, they do have some really good scaling. They're going to do nicely as they move into the late game, but what they don't have is a way to get there just yet. Pantheon, maybe the next ban that comes on through here, I'm looking at for JDG as I think that's the next S tier pick really for this jungle.
Yeah, I think pairing a champion that really can affect the map super well with Ultimate is a scary thing to go for with an Ashe Seraphine, right? Like the pure pick potential of Jachin can pop into Fog, throw an arrow out, and there's a Pantheon follow. It's a hard thing to do. We did see, you know, Vampire on the Melio actually pilot pretty well around an Ashe Seraphine Pantheon comp in the one win we saw JDG get against Weibo. But good call, Rude Dude. The Pantheon will be taken away. Wei definitely has the deepest champion pool, I'd say, of anybody on this team. So something he definitely likes that he'll look for. And I'm kind of shocked that we've gotten this far and Rumble's getting picked B4. You don't normally see that with how powerful this champion is.
No, we don't. But it's such is the life that we found here. Xiaoxiu, we'll see whether he opts into one of his two favoured picks that we've come to know him from Split 1. The Cassante, typically the answer. Into the Rumble. We have still got the Scion available. There's the Renekton there as well if he wants to go for something a little bit more, let's say, insurance in the laning phase, but the Scion ends up getting locked in. Now they're the ones toying between mid lane answers. And Anivia went unbanned, so we'll see if they look to go for that pick. Still no magic damage, really, on this JDG roster. And I expect to see that locked in for the mid lane.
Yeah, I think this would be a lot better. Honkyu, of course, going through the many champions he's played this split. He's got a lot under his bag. It's hard to catch up to Knight. He's played a lot more, but Honkyu's right behind him in that aspect. And he is going to go for the Talia. I was with you. I think Anivia's Exodia, one of the best champions in the meta right now, and I also think it really shuts down what IG want to do. But I guess JDG want to be able to create some sort of fellow dive buddy with this Vi. Or some sort of, map creation as well to Talia. But definitely a rare one for Honkyu.
Yeah, getting to see him play towards a slight bit of global matching, maybe, obviously, with this Ashe ulti coming through. And, the Realm Warp gets you sort of a pseudo semi-global. In that case, it's the Neferi locked in for Wei here. And for IG, they have picked no frontline. They've picked very non-committal engage, I'll say, with the Seraphine, the Equalizer, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well. It's all non-committal. You can throw this out without looking to find a fight necessarily. But it's 4 carries in a Seraphine to try and get you over the line, where JDG have sort of gone for this very 2-carry, 2-threat composition. The Lucian, the Talia need to be pumping, and then they've got Xiaosu and Junja hoping to act as that front line. Maybe Junja can be a little bit of an off-carry with that Vi and the Bruiser build that comes with that.
Yeah, Rude, I am hesitantly optimistic about JD Gaming's comp because I think they are super damage capped. If this game goes late enough, I don't really care how fed a Talia or a Lucian got earlier on. If we just start getting 3rd or 4th items coming through, Ashe, Seraphine, Rise, like these champions really scale well in the damage department. So I'm looking at Rude Dude, a masterclass early game here from Junja, and the rest of the team can dominate mid game because this IG comp, while I agree, does not have a lot of frontline. The scaling is a ticking time bomb that will need to be addressed.
That's a boatload of damage as well. So moving into the game, obviously JDG with the necessity to make something happen. You've got the Vi to enable that.
IG JDG, second to last regular season match. We're live on the Summer. All right, I love the fan leader, the chant leader here for JDG. Because every time I know it's him, he's got the most guttural, Jin dong. He's pulling it from the bottom of his diaphragm. I gotta respect that, man. That's hard to get that much volume out of that sort of gumption.
He's going for it, and that's what you need, right? That's the goal. That's the hope. Waste all. Stop Junja from finding all of theirs. Both of these junglers hit level 2. Junja. But he's spotted out, so can't go for this early gank bot side. But yeah, scales Q, gets out on that bot side. Normally on the Vi, you want to take W and E. But he knows that unless he wants to die, he needs to take his Q there, because the bot lane move from Jachi and Meiko was there.
All right, so that definitely slows down the tempo of Junja for sure, taking that Q first. And I guess that kind of also allows for Wei to comfortably go for that full clear. Both these junglers, I feel like, want to be pretty protected through their first full clears. Obviously, the Fury wants to just power farm until you have some dueling items. So, like you mentioned, the fact that Wei is able to come away with that sort of coverage of his jungle also means that Junja can't necessarily force this vertical jungle scenario Rudu, where he was been able to actually protect the Lucian Melio a lot better. Instead, he's now got to clear away from this Lucian Melio that we can already see on the map, but now we get to see live, is farming under their turret on the first cannon wave.
Yeah, and I think that's to be expected. I don't know that this Lucian Melio lane is particularly easy early on into the Ashe Seraphine, but I'm not also too sure what's happened on that top side, but these first 3 waves have gone very heavily in Xiaosu's favour. There's now Wei's looking to invade on this top side. Can I find that there's a red buff still there, noticing then that Junja is on the Krugs.
Okay, Junja is going to secure the big Krub, but Wei wants to fight. Got the Darkened Dagger stacked up. Vaultbreaker Junja trying to create some space as he loses the trade heavily. Xiaosu back under his turret, will be nearby to help out, but Wei's 1v1 power is completely locking Junja out of his red buff and slowing his clear down even more so.
Okay, he'll used on the bot side to try and get a few more autos in. Good disengage from Vampire as we do continue to see Wei with that invade on the top side. It's going to be a 3 camp or a 3 buff here for Wei, as his clear might look a bit weird, but it's in the effort to try and deny Junja. As now looks like the Vi, with not really too much to do. There's a blue buff ready, a second spawn of Raptors as well.
Already.
So we'll be able to get Hulk shotted out as well. And I mean, JDG operating on the fact that they are spotted on all counts, Junja's early game here definitely being impacted.
And that was the worry, we had. We actually felt like, Junja might try this into Wei, but the nature of the champion matchup, I'm glad to see Wei taking full advantage of it. And it's already a pretty good sign that this IG comp is out to a couple hundred gold lead, but as we're talking about it, Wei does get jumped on, going for a second Scuttle Crab. The IG bottom lane do have first move, but Honku is there to try and cover. Does not get the seismic shove onto the Scuttle Crab to get low enough. And with smite priority, Wei ends up getting the double crab at the end of the day.
That's actually a really big blunder by Honku, because if you get those spells down, it then means that Junja can smite, and they were looking to burst the crab down before the bot lane got there. As it was, those couple of seconds without that Talia damage meant that the ability to find that smite was not there, and as such, Wei continues his dominance with the double crab, 3 buff, clearing his second set of spawned camps up as well. Still yet to do any of his top side, so going to be a very heavy XP differential between getting the top side camps and those bot side camps, so we'll need to start cycling those through in not too long a time. But either way, it's a really good start for IG, and this composition that, like we've said, is going to be the one that probably scales that little bit better. Doesn't have a front line, so team fights are going to need to be executed well. But if it gets 2, 3, 4 items, we're expecting Ryze, we're expecting Ashe Seraphine to really pop off, and in these late game team fights, they can use the Seraphine as a HP bank to make sure that they might not have a front line, but they've got enough HP to withstand the damage.
Exactly. And speaking on that Ashe Seraphine, though, I do want to, give some praise over to Gala and Vampire. Through those first couple levels, through the first resets, it's actually Gala that holds on to a 2 CS lead. We saw they were able to trade decently effectively into them early as well, so props on Gala and Vampire. We were a little bit worried about picking Lucian Melio into Ashe Seraphine, but for now, it's going well enough for JDG on that side.
What I'd say with that is obviously that Mako has moved a lot. Vampire not necessarily that much, so the movement that has come through from Mako might have offset that by just a little bit, giving Gala a little bit more free time than he otherwise might have had in a solely 2 versus 2 bot lane. But even still, it's an advantage for IG being paid forward from the bot lane, this time just into the jungle.
All right, third Raptors, we're fighting over.
Smite
Wei is going to be able to use that smite win with the upgraded smite, as Gala does get beat drop snared on the bot side, going to burn that barrier preemptively. Jachi was looking to step up and trade, so Wei now up to a serious camp lead as the double seismic jump comes through for Honku. Wei's going to take 2 turret shots and walk away a lot more worse for wear, and I love this from Junja. All right, Wei's chunked out. This dragon's mine.
Enemy jungler grief to gank mid lane. I will take the advantage. Thank you so very much. And might even get spotted out just barely on that vision. And I think even still, I think the fact that the Neferi is level 6 is proving to be enough. The bot lane can't really move for fear of losing out on too much down on that bot side. IG do still have summoner spells to play with.
Slow comes across, dash forward for Gala. The piercing light finds first blood. Gala looking around into playoff form here. He's had a lot of shaky lanes, but right now he's standing tall up into the Ashe Seraphine.
Yeah, just has all of his cooldowns up and goes absolutely hell for leather onto Jachi. I mean, they were down a barrier in that trade as well. Gala used the barrier earlier on, so just an outright demolition down on that bot side. Lucian Melio having apparently enough in the tank, and Jachi just not quite spacing that nicely enough. You have the extended range. Obviously, Relentless Pursuit does get you a good distance in, but the Ashe should really be able to walk it out with a couple of slows here or there. Either way, Jachi misstepping, misplaying down on that bot side, and it's Gala who comes back out of base now with that Sheen as well. This may well be that turning point in the bot lane where I start to see Gala and Vampire begin to put that foot down, and like we highlighted for them, it's important that they can find a lead early. As this game gets later, it gets more difficult for the Lucian to play out.
It's going to be such a fun little matchup now because we've got Wei obviously holding on to a similar, actually extended goal lead up against his counterpart in the jungle. Like you talked about, Gala with that first blood now put on a pretty premier spot for JDG. That makes me think, all right, Vampire, we're going to have to be really on our game with this Emilio to be the difference maker, to protect Gala as he goes for those aggressive trades and test how well of an assassin Wei can be on this Neferi. But here comes the Talia impact from Honku. Revisiting bot lane, Jachi's arrow goes wide, and he is punished aptly so by Honku. Nice little read there as the Talia gets up out on the map first.
I mean, this is now becoming a case of Way versus the world here. Breathe has got a decent advantage on that top side of 200 whole gold, but it's the Neferi who needs to try to pop off, and Hongq looking to sacrifice a little bit of his priority in the mid lane to get his bot lane even further ahead. I think is a sacrifice that you are more than willing to make on the Talia. You're going to do some decent damage regardless, but making sure that the Rise is left unchecked is something that JDG might end up fearing in the later stages.
Classic trade we got coming through here with all the shenanigans you outlined, Rude. Bot side off of the win for JDG. Junja will finally get that first Mountain Drake, but at least for now, I feel like you usually favor the team that does get those first 3 grubs and then get all 3, and that's what Way is able to grab on the top side, so we'll see how much extra potential that gives IG to threaten a first turret, to grab plates, and try and get this gold lead back on track.
I mean, it's going to be a long time coming before that can happen. I don't know if IG have spotted that Vampire recalled, but if they did, they need to break this freeze expeditiously, because Gala are doing a really good job at keeping this wave in a very tricky position. And you can see, IG, this is one of those situations where you kind of need to die to break the freeze if the enemy jungler challenges you for it, because otherwise you lose out on more than the 300 gold that your gold gives over, right? You're losing out on consecutive sets of waves. And even trying to find XP in that situation can be tricky. But Diachi down 0-2 on the Ashe. Definitely not the start that he would have liked, as we talk about this as the final rep before playoffs. It's definitely a rough start for the IG bot side.
We've seen flashes of what Diachi earned starting spots on Group Ascent teams for. It's just few and far between, right? And if IG are going to be a team that we feel like can threaten teams that aren't Group Nirvana coming up through the play-in tournament, need to see more from him. Slow start nonetheless. Slow in the mid lane until this gank happens. Double flash forward, but Hongq's followed. Great rune prison there from Ya, and it gets Way a kill. And now we've got 2 clear carries on either side, soon to bow it out in the mid-game.
Leverage Way across the rest of the map as well as... Without this Neferi, the real advantage across this IG side doesn't particularly exist. It's a good window for the Rise to try and find a little bit more gold as well. Looking like that advantage is going to start to creep up a little bit here, as the Rise obviously going for this very, very vegan build, scaling build through the early stages of the game. Tia, Rod of Ages, and so far 0 AP picked up for Nya, but he'll go back to base and hopefully at least get that catalyst completed, maybe get a blasting wand in there as well.
Rude, has every single spawn, I think every single spawn of Junja's Raptors except the second, they've both kind of like squabbled over them. I find it so funny. It's like, I'll see you same time next week. Yeah, it's only that Raptor camp. It's not Way's Raptor camp. It's Junja's Raptor camp every time. We're seeing Hongq, though, roam down and potentially look for a dive. A flurry of pings come down. It's rinse and repeat territory here for JDG. Weaver's Wall going to come across. Junja is going to use that cease and desist. The Encore is immediately cleansed by the Breath of Life. And Gala picks up that kill on the dive as clean as ever. But IG looking for response. Way and Ya both roaming down with the Realm Warp. But it's too little, too late. JDG take that kill onto the AD carry and get out.
And they're just late to the play, unfortunately, for IG. Realm Warp not that long range on rank 1, so does mean that IG lose out. And in fairness to Diachi this time round, the first 2 deaths, I'll give him, you know, he could have probably done something about this one. He's getting calls from his team. Yeah, we're coming, we're coming. Unfortunately, they just don't really have the ability to stop that from happening. Working toward that Hex Optics as the first item, but Gala already finished Essence Reaver, going to go back out to base now and picks up his nice new shoes as well down on that bot side. So definitely a position where Victus Gaming struggling their way through that bot side of the Rift. But we look up at the scoreboard here, Slayer. Gold's dead even on the map. It's just spread amongst very different players.
Yep, the same 2 figureheads. Way, Neferi, and Gala on the Lucian. I know we had, you know, Awesome really helped bring the Lucian back out in the meta we felt like the first time round, but you know a guy like Gala's glad that a champion of this caliber, the duelist power, the variance you can bring into your burst. A player like Gala, it really fits his sort of style, so that could be a good thing and a bad thing, by the way, going into this mid-game. We've also seen Awesome throw some really big late team fights because Lucian is so low range and an easy target. So we'll have to see if Gala can convert this lead and not get punished too heavily.
Way's not spotted down here.
Oh, There's no knowledge from JDG that they're about to get jumped on. Arrow's still gonna hit Gall as he tries to dash away from it into the double tap snare. Way gets the first kill. Oh my god, how's pursuit? He's going after Vampire under the turret. And he's going to get the kill with the Darkened Daggers. Precision like a surgeon from Way. And he is now 3-0 on this Teferi.
And that might be the perfect response down here. This was where all of JDG's lead was. And now Jachi, able to find a couple of assists, a couple of plates as well, has halved the gold lead that Gala had over him. Whilst Way doubles the gold lead he has over Junja, finding both of those kills down on that bot side. Cyclo Sword already in the inventory before that play, now working his way very quickly up toward that second item. And this Teferi, again, going to be very, very solid at making plays onto these squishy bot side members. And for JDG, questions of how they'll be able to play this game as the game gets later were what we posed at the beginning of the draft. Well, they're already down 2k gold. This Dragon's up on the board, and it's one that JDG are going to need to try to find.
Junja is going to jump right on top of it. TP as well coming across here. Yep, it's Xiaosu, so it's going to be a 5-man. Breathe also TPing in his ways into the back of the pit. Our first big fight cinematically coming down soon. The Weaver's Wall is going to cut IG. I would say split them in half, but IG end up on the wrong side of it as a 5-stack, so they're going to lose access to the Dragon. Will be secured by Junja. Equalizer comes down. Not a ton of value. Unstoppable onslaught. Xiaosu's trying to hold the front line. Great immediate Breath of Life cleanse onto the Encore from Vampire. And Xiaosu's taking health bar is starting to whittle down. Root Prison's going to lock it into place. And the volley of arrows from Jachi able to set Way up for that one kill. JDG are going to trade their top laner out for some soul stacking.
And already this IG composition with this small lead, you can see the power that it has in these big 5 versus 5s. Nobody from JDG can actually step up to do damage. If they go alongside the Scion, they're in range to die. And now with an arrow coming down bot side.
Oh, field goal is good.
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah, I'm with you, though. It's so hard because usually you can use that Breath of Life, right, for Vampire to try and go forward to help, you know, get rid of one of those big CC abilities that would stop Gala in his tracks, maybe stop Junja in his tracks, but you're seeing it every fight. Vampire is virtually forced to hold it, to match Encore every time, to match an Ash Arrow. Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to take a lot of creativity, I think, for JDG to make some of these fights work. They cannot just go at it, you know, 5 on one side, 5 on the other side. We're going to need to see some unique flank angles and maybe honk you on that Weaver's Wall, splitting apart some of these members.
And one of the small things that I want to highlight here is how Vampire's using that Breath of Life. You highlight that it's been used in response to the Encore. What he's actually doing is casting it before the Encore lands to remove that element of error, where the Melio ulti gives you CC reduction after the fact as well. It acts like cleanse. So you get a really short space of CC where you get pulled in by the charm for maybe 0.2 seconds, and then you're immediately un-CC'd. It removes that element of, well, if I mistime this, now I'm CC'd and I can't cast it. So it's really easy for Vampire to just see the Encore coming out, pre-ulti, and then anybody who gets hit is immediately, you know, okay, I've got a really reduced CC duration.
Oh, here we go. Junja and Honku linking up to go after Way. Use the targetable and then flashes to get behind Ya, who does Realm Warp in. So JG's trying to get in their bag with that pick potential compliment more this time. It won't warrant a kill. Way still deathless, holding that massive gold lead for IG.
Yeah, 256 gold shut down on the Neferi's head, so not nothing if they're able to pick it up, as Nya now in a little bit of trouble as he trades up against Hong Q. No cease and desist available.
Ooh,
so
he walked up. Slow starting to stack. Yep, Nya's going to have to quit the flash. Didn't expect Junja to still be hanging around.
Yeah, and ultimately, the Vi there, very good value from not having ulti. Just walk up, find flash, as it looks like IG will be able to find the mid lane turret.
Ooh. All right, Vampire didn't trust the hitbox, so he flashes back over top of the arrow. So we're starting to lose flashes on a lot of key members here ahead of potential Herald fight and that third Drake of the game, Rude, dude.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those things for Vampire. It's almost the Malphite effect, where you've actually, very rarely will you value using your flash over using your ultimate. But for the Melio, it's such a game-changing tool that is the case here as well. Way jumping onto Xiaotu, finds the ulti in response. He's going to be the tier 1 turret in the top lane as well. So IG have gone from having the small gold lead that is individually localized on Way to now moving around the map, taking down structures and opening up the map for their support to get in and do that vision, and for Way to have a little bit more freedom.
I even love how they're on the cross map just trying, like attempting to defend, right? Because at least shows that, oh, Junja, we're not going to let you even get a red buff for free, right? We're going to at least, stand tall and protect it. It really shows to JDG right now, hey, we're all over the map. We're everywhere. It's really hard for you to find an avenue to work and whittle down this gold lead. And like we said earlier, despite the fact that Junja does secure that last dragon before any big fight breaks out, this dragon fight is going to go right into the IG wheelhouse that we've talked about, that when they're stacked up as 5 with that Seraphine, it is impossible for JDG to find a fight angle.
I think it's really important to try and get Nyata base ahead of this dragon, 45 seconds away. If he's got the gold to finish Seraphs, that means that he's even safer in these fights and can get really aggressive to try to take down Gala, try and take down Hongyu. Has the components here for that Seraphs. We'll see whether or not he's got the gold to be able to go back and buy it, but with 30 seconds out on it now, again, both of our top laners heading up to that top lane. I'll be interested to see where Xiaoshu redeploys to here. He's going back to base. He's going to walk out down to that bot side, or they both nope just immediately TP in. With 17 seconds on the board, it looks like there's enough kerfuffles in this bot side to make them want to be there now.
For a moment, JDG had those solo lanes split. Breathe was still committed to the bot wave, and now was running out of base, but that time is quickly passed. JDG now trying to just hold the space of the river and not allow IG to link up with their top laner. Playing on the mid waves. Maybe looking for a pick out away. He's going to dodge over the wall away from the decimating smash. Xiaosu going to lose access to basically all of that 30% HP shield he got from that enhanced teleport. And now with the mid lane done, everyone's going to try and usher the way back down towards the Drake.
I think that's fine. The TP shield runs out of Ven. Wasn't really a part of that, but his shields already ran out as well. JDG start up this.
All right, it's the same strategy for IG. They're trying to whittle down the Scion first, but Hongyu was able to zone way out with a nice chunk down about 6% HP. Problem for JDG is the Dragon isn't that low. Still at about half HP. Here comes the Hongyu wall again. This time Breathe is on the wrong side. Arrow going to come out and claim Junja. Good Mikhail's Breath of Life does get him out of space, but now he's going to fight back in to try to find the 50-50. No, it's going to be Wei that secures that Dragon. Colin going to come down, but Xiaosu's too low. Junja as well. Hongyu all on blinking health bars. They try to go all out for Wei, but a great untargetable gets him away from Junja, and now he sets his sights back on all of JDG. IG whittle them down slowly but surely. Wipe a fight for nothing.
Fight, Drake, everything for Invictus Gaming there. They only lose their support and they take down all but everybody from JDG. They stop the Dragon stacking, they balloon the gold lead, and they're going to get the Baron off the back of this as well.
Pristine fight play there from IG. Stayed strong as 5, and despite all the Weaver's walls and attempts to break them apart, just no way for JDG to ever get a consistent target.
See the value here that the Seraphine has, getting the encore immediately, Breath of Life comes down. Feels like Wei's gone a little too far forward here, but he's able to use that invulnerability to stop Junja's flash, and then gets a massive shield once again to be able to keep himself going. Yeah, they are able to take out Mako, but I think that Seraphine provided more than enough to that team fight, and again, Wei, Breathe, Nyao, all of them pumping out the damage. With the slows coming in from the Ashe as well, this IG composition just... It rolls in so nicely together.
Only way they're going to lose is being picked apart here on these Baron pushes, but what a game here from IG. Really felt like their comp was going to work later on. Maybe they'd have some issues early, but through Wei's masterful early game, it really allowed all these other carries to kind of just settle in. We talked about how little we saw Breathe. He just got to farm up to a gold lead of his own. Now he was able to hold down the mid lane very well. That one good pick they had onto Hongyu. And despite the bottom lane's, early struggles, the value that an Ashe will always bring most is that Ashe arrow, and you mentioned the Seraphine. So really everything right now in this draft, except maybe early Ashe gameplay, has been clicking. It's about kind of finishing this big gold lead home, as we see Nya get caught in a little bit of a CC twister. Unstoppable onslaught forward is going to force the flash out of Nya. Seraph Shield does come on top as well, but now Xiaosu's caught a little bit too far up. The Ashe arrow going to force the Breath of Life out here from Vampire. Xiaosu not going to drop just yet, and there's the re-engage from Junja to try and go after Nya. Cease and desist is too little too late. God tries to trade out the rise, but it's going to be to the detriment of the rest of the team as Wei drops the turret aggro and takes a double for himself.
It's a 3-for-1, and yeah, JDG, they finally find the rise, but they lose out once again on so many members. Wei finds his 4,500th assist in the LPL, pushing him up to number 19 here for players in the LPL. And now IG, without any problems, going to look to lay down some damage to these structures. Tier 2 bot lane has been taken. Tier 2 mid lane falls as well. And it's once again Invictus Gaming, this new composition that have absolutely shown what is going down. As it's Nya who gets caught out. It's all a bait, though, Slayer. Baits in Xiaoshu, flashes away, knows that the damage of the Talia is not too great at this point. Breathe sections off the 2 carries. And then in comes the Enchanted Crystal. Gets some decent damage down, to be honest, but forces Breath of Life. And as Junja goes in here, it's Mako who completely separates the squad. The Vi goes in on one side, and there's a 3-man Encore on the other to break it up.
The gumption on Wei there, to go just right after Junja. I love it. He's playing confident, and he's playing like, well, he has a 3.2k gold lead. For the JDG side, it really feels like the one issue we've seen them have against teams like BLG who they really can't solve, which is, for me, Rudu, when they get run over earlier, they don't find like a big lead early to mid game. They seem really lost and not really on the same page, start over-forcing things. We see Junja do that a lot. This is definitely the problem side that we have outlined for JD Gaming, that they need to kind of shape up if they want to challenge a BLG for the split title.
Remember, for Invictus Gaming here, a series win secures them 6th place over 7th, which that means that you play a theoretically weaker team from Nirvana. So them finding this first game win here puts them on the track to do that quite nicely. A loss for JDG means that they will join another squad down with that 8-6 record. Obviously just game 1, and it's still not done yet, but a 10k gold lead tends to denote a loss coming your way relatively soon. Baron up in 2 minutes, Infernal Dragon up in 20 seconds. I feel like that's a formality for Invictus Gaming here.
Whenever you see the enemy bottom lane on the top side, yeah, that's usually a pretty good indicator that they are going to sack a dragon. That means absolutely nothing. JDG is going to try and buy time to maybe finish off some of these items, or dip into the pick potential bag that I feel like is the only trick they really have left up their sleeve in a game state like this. But there's a nice little Scryer's.
The Spidey senses are tingling.
Yeah, Breathe just knew the pick was potentially coming his way. He knows he's the weak side play here, but is he actually the weak side? Look at this from IG. They got all their other members. They let Wei solo the dragon to try and cover Breathe. They were kind of hoping that JDG pulled the trigger there.
And this Neferi moves so quickly that took that Drake probably 10 seconds ago, already contributing to this topside presence that they are feeling. Top lane tier 2, the final outer structure that IG are going to look to claim, and then that gives them complete dominion over this topside jungle. Currently, it's a very small bastion of safety for Jindong Gaming, as they might be able to leverage that position to then go and get a little bit of vision in their jungle. But if this falls, it will just be complete darkness, you'd feel. With the Byron spawning in about 50 seconds time, it looks like they're going for Nyar on this top side, but...
Flash from Junja. All right, he's going to use the Seeker's Arm Guard. IG need to get here quickly because the CC chain is going to come through. And Nyar's health bar is quickly depreciating. Xiaosu, great TP, blocks all of IG. They're trying to save their mid laner. Equalizer does come down. The Encore is going to stall out some, but Junja has been killed off by Wei. And now the Howling Pursuit resets are coming through. Gala desperately flashed back towards his turret, but Wei ignoring that very turret as Hongq and Xiaosu are trapped in the flame spitter known as Breathe. They do get down with Chachi, but IG's 3 members seem a lot stronger. Vampire with a blinking health bar, but Mako might just get killed off. Xiaosu going to flash get that kill. Flash forward for Breathe, finds the kill on Nagala, and the Darkened Dagger Snipe finds a kill here for Wei. It's the tank that holds it all up here for JDG. A mess of a fight. Only the top laners live.
And JDG somehow stalled this game out. This should have been the fight that secured the Baron and probably the game for Invictus Gaming. But Nyar gets caught on that top side. The team aren't fast enough to respond. And they know that their cross-map play here would be to kill a Scion, which is going to take them far too long. Flash here from Vampire. I think a little bit overzealous, let's say. But he does get Mikhail's down probably at the end of the CC. But watch Xiaoshu in this fight. He's just tanking up everything. Doesn't really get focused down, and he's actually the one who's causing a lot of disruption. I'm pretty sure he solo kills Yachi here. Barrier comes through, some shielding from Mako over the wall, and yeah, Hongq's there for a little bit of support in fairness, but it's the Scion who's constantly left unchecked, actually able to do a lot of work. Vampire with some very solid skill shots as well. The fire kick after this does disrupt the play quite significantly. As Wei looks to go forward, some good dodges from Gala for the most part, but Vampire not quite able to dodge out on that final spell. Does end up securing the kill for Xiaoshu though. As we go back to live, Baron is up and IG still have a monumental gold lead.
And while that fight was, you know, a lot of oopsies by IG, at the end of the day here, Rude, they do split the fight at the and the Scion gets a lot of this gold, so he will be tankier, but it doesn't allow JDG to solve their damage problem. And they have no way really to get into this pit here. Completely dark. Weaver's Wall come down from Honku. Juja completely sectioned off. Nice Astro's going to stun him up. And now Wei with the Hound's Pursuit will just kill off his enemy jungler. Wei very low, and Ya once again too far up on his lonesome. Decimating Smash Knock's going to come through Gala trying to pump the damage, but here comes Breathe with that Flame Splitter trying to burn through Gala's health bar. Does go into the stasis. A 3-man Decimating Smash comes down from Xiaosu, and he's doing it again. He's just the juggernaut that IG cannot get rid of. Xiaosu leads home another JDG fight win.
If you've ever wanted to see a top lane Scion carry fights, look no further than this man on your screen. You mentioned at the top of the show, Slayer, that he's in probably his best split so far. And this is exactly why you're saying that. This is an incredible performance on the Scion. Had to eat it through the early stages of this game. Really didn't have a good time of things versus the Rumble. Was down 2k, 3k gold at a certain point. And whilst that hasn't necessarily changed, he's the person in these team fights that's making all of the difference here. As we take another look back at it, Junji gets pretty much taken down. Now, I do like Gala with the heads-up ulti here. Puts Wei pretty much out of the fight with the culling. But then it's Nya, again, steps too far forward. Yeah, look at that.
Wei's about to get caught. He's going to trade himself for Gala. Oh, my God, he gets the reset. Oh, my God, he deletes Vampire on the way out. Man, Wei gets caught, but even then it comes out of a 2-for-1 price.
That's a big win for IG, and I think Wei with that kills all of the momentum that JDG had. The first fight that we saw with the 10k gold lead, JDG, they were even in that. Then the fight afterwards, they come away with a win on, so the metronome, it's swinging back in their favor.
Right.
Fortunately, with that, Wei does stop that momentum. It's going to secure the dragon now for Invictus Gaming, as they'll be able to bounce out Junja without too much difficulty and put them souls to soul point.
JDG, recall from Honku, they are giving it. But with how this game is kind of settled in a bit more, it isn't a complete blowout. Dude, maybe it's time to start having that convo of, you know, the classic bridge analogy. For as much damage as Wei does, he does kind of the Fury does get capped off, especially in its effectiveness trying to go through a Scion. We really need to see an IG fight where either Jachi now at 3 items or this Rise with the Zanya's done for Nya. They need to bring a fight home. This is the part of the game where they're supposed to take center stage.
Yep, and you know, for this Rise, that damage not apexing just yet. You've gone very heavily into the defensive stats. You've built literally every defensive mage item that you can as a way to buy space for Wei. Right, and it's understandable. Wei's been doing so well trying to get you to be a carry, or trying to be a carry himself, but if that can't continue, you need to pick up those pieces, and currently Nya's not there, but Jachi has just finished off 100% crit Infinity Edge as well, so the Ashe theoretically is there.
Oh, and Juja saw an Ashe to go after potentially. Wei waiting in the brush though, and a heal out from Mako will push him away. Juja fault breakers forward nonetheless after Wei does get chunked a sizable amount. Nothing really to fight over, by the way, in this current set. We still have Baron and Dragon about 3 minutes out, but we're just going to fight it out. It seems like the arrow going to force the kills. Encore flash forward, immediately Breath of Life stun. Cleanse comes out from Vampire. So 2 pick potential ults off the board here. Juja want to go forward, gets a cease and desist, and he catches Wei! He goes down, but trades his life valiantly. But now Jachi and Ya are able to 3-hit into the Scion, who has to flash back. Dashing forward, gives his life for a trade that was never going to happen. And IG are able to win a fight without their Giga-fed jungler.
And that's the fight that JDG were looking for here. Playing it slow, playing it scrappy in that jungle had been working for them previously. This time, though, Gala gives his life, and that's a bit of an oopsie there.
All right. Honku has to use the Weaver's Wall, and the inhibitor turret will go down. Seismic shove on Nya, but that big health bar and a ton of defensive stats means he's fine. And IG do get the inhibitor. My, oh my, this game, I did not see this coming. I thought we were cruising towards a sub-30-minute win route, dude, for IG.
we should have been. But JDG, you know, they played previous team fights so well. Again, utilization of actives really solid from Vampire through this. Breath of Life comes through to cleanse everybody out of that danger. But a really good find from Junja here. Doesn't greed either. Normally you're looking to proc full denting blows, but instead goes straight in for the ulti. But then it's Gala who just thinks that he's got a little bit more damage than he actually does. Double autos, ease, good barrier actually from Jachi, actually keeps him alive in that one. Yeah, full HP barrier is not something that we too frequently see, but Jachi, for all the criticism we gave him early on, has now reached this 4-item spike, is now a real contributor to these team fights. This is where we need to see that evolution for him as a player. Frequently, a player picked off, a player caught out, a player going for, honestly, the plays that we've just seen from Gala, if nothing else.
Same wall that JDG are trying to abuse to find a pick. The arrow is going to hit its mark. Ooh, the encore just a bit short there from Mako. So again, a fight could be brewing with IG's bottom lane using their ults for very little.
Yeah, and I think that with just being sectioned out of mid lane here, JDG need to make sure that they clear the waves. If they lose out on a fight, it then ends up losing the game. But if they sort the waves out, there's an opportunity that those waves are quite far away. We're seeing IG had a little bit of an ARAM, but now they're looking for Honky on this top side.
All right, Honky, you can use the Weaver's Wall, but Junja's, it's a lot, not as easy as a way out, and he does end up falling to Na's damage and Wei's bleed. And that means that IG virtually guarantee another shot at Baron, and hopefully a much better Baron power play this time round.
Looks like a recall coming through on the top side, and Honky not interested. The rest of JDG not interested with no jungler. It makes it very difficult. And you know, looking at that death timer here, Slayer, 40 seconds on the Dragon, the soul for IG. A 10-second overlap here, so Junja will be able to get back out onto the map within those 10 seconds, whether he can make it to the Drake or not. Obviously, we will wait and see. Very quite mobile in that case. But with 3 Infernal Drakes stacked up, if they find the soul, it's 4. And we look at the damage that this side have got. Well, it's 4 carries who are all going to be benefiting very greatly from this bonus damage of those Infernals. Not yet a Rabadon's picked up for Breathe, but he's definitely working on it. Actualizer now in the back pocket for Nyara as well. So there's that damage that we were hoping for starting to come through. Now JDG desperately need to find a fight and to deny this Dragon.
Both junglers have GAs, but so does Jachi on this Ashe. Aggro going to be drawn here by Gala. JDG inviting IG in to what they feel to be a trap of some sorts, but just quickly as get the space, they get rid of it. Weaver's Wall once again going to lead way on the other side. The Equalizer does come down from Breed, trying to blast to get closer here. Xiaosu is in the pit, and it's Junja that does steal away the Dragon and goes right back in. The Culling finds the kill on Mako. Wei though goes after Gala and deletes him in an instant. Jachi into the stasis, and Breathe able to push all the other JDG members out of the way. Another great decimating smash from Xiaosu, but his heroics as the Juggernaut come out short. Night JD Gaming. IG are going to take game 1.
And it's a brutal fight there. JDG, they got the Dragon. They could have bounced away, but instead they overcommit. They go for the play, they go for the fight, and they lose it and will lose the game with it.
IG playing to try and choose their Group Nirvana opponent and ruin the end of the regular season for JDG, have the first game in their hands.
And for Invictus Gaming, like you say, it's a big win for them. A series win here pushes them up one more space, takes them to above Weibo in the standings, and will give them that opportunity to play theoretically a slightly weaker side in Nirvana. But a big win there for them, and honestly a relatively I say, you know, relative to the LPL, a relatively controlled one. They had a few oopsies through the mid game, but the gold lead never dipped away from them. They were never not in control of that matchup, and honestly very large heroics from Wei throughout that match. Really, that double kill in the 1 versus 3 completely killed JDG's comeback momentum.
Oh, you're so right, Rue, dude, because if they find that pick that was, you know, around the Drake pit, like you were talking about how much the pendulum was really swinging, that could have been something different, but Wei was just too far ahead. I also think you know, as we talk about looking back at that draft for IG, a lot of praise needs to go over to Mako on the Seraphine. I know we talked about how powerful this champion is in a lot of ways, and while he necessarily, you know, he didn't have that big encore, but that's because he was always making sure Vampire uses the Breath of Life, and what he did most importantly was those shields, those heals, keeping everybody topped up. Like, the value of that, you know, can kind of escape your mind when you see all these flashy plays, but I feel like that Seraphine was just super Exodia to allow guys like Wei, like you're talking about, to run free.
Yeah, it's the power of a Seraphine in these types of composition. You don't need a front line because you've got Seraphine shields, Seraphine heals, the Echoes of Hell are coming through as well. Like, so much work from the Seraphine makes that really, really easy.
Really easy indeed. And, you know, hey, I'm glad we picked out a pretty smart head-to-head as well in this game, because I think Breathe had some really clutch equalizers. He was super ahead on the Rumble, and then, I mean, we were about to see the most combative scaled Scion of the entire split there from South to the way he was saving this game.
And he was, right? Largely independently as well. I think Gala trying his best, but Xiaoxiu just with the positioning on this Scion doing an incredible amount of work here. We get to look at these stats at the end of the game. You can see, look, there's a bit of a dip around that 30-minute marker, but IG were able to hold firm, hold on. And yeah, Breathe and Wei, it turned out. I mean, Wei, we knew Breathe was farming up against the tank the whole time, so he's going to have high damage.
Yep. Yeah, and, you know, we still did see in the little mix-up, this game had kind of what has been the bane of IG's season with their, you know, disconnection with their carries sometimes. It was early, like, Jachi got punished a lot. I think, like you mentioned during the game, some of these deaths aren't his fault. Like, you are just the target of four-man plays. You're going to die sometimes, AD carry, but there were a couple times from now we're seeing, like, the rookie, you know, the rookie mistakes, the rookie learning moments here in a lot of these later fights. The Rise was out of position a lot. Stuff like that needs to get cleaned up if IG are going to try and become a dark horse team that a lot of LPL fans can get behind for playoffs.
And importantly, as long as they are learning moments and not just moments that you don't take anything from, IG can look to hopefully do that here. Obviously, you know, this is instance 2 of Niar being caught, but this one ends up with a pretty ropey fight for IG. The first one not quite so bad. I think that Jachi finally able to come into this late game and be a part of the team fights quite monumentally, more so than anything, was a really good part to see. Obviously, the early game for him, definitely get to that late game and start to pump out the damage as we knew that we were expecting to happen.
And you can really see in these later fights the capped damage ability of this JDG draft. Like, at a certain point, you're going to get as much as you can out of Elution, out of Talia in those early couple power spike items. And just in general, outside of, like, Talia, this is a super low-range comp that you're playing into a Nefiri. You're playing into, like, a Rumble that wants you to be in, you know, this flame spitter, and outranged by Ash Seraphine. So, while I think IG, a lot of members execute this draft real well, I do think this was kind of a bit of a draft gap. And once both comps got to execute the way they wanted, we kind of saw it play out.
Absolutely. And, you know, we talked about it a lot during that draft, that we were thinking, well, it's going to be difficult for them. And JDG obviously found that out the hard way here. Importantly, you know, player of the game absolutely goes to Wei. Like, he was instrumental throughout this entire game, was the sole reason almost for those leads. Small credit over to Mako for you know, being able to find those rotations early on to facilitate this advantage, but throughout pretty much this entire match, we were looking at Wei not just as the playmaker, but the one who consistently really found those advantages.
There were decent looks here from JDG in these later fights, but too little too late and too hard to really execute on. I'm with you, though. Wei, definite player of the game. Definitely making, you know, maybe some last, you know, later voters when it comes to all-pro shenanigans would think twice about their selections. I know I personally am going to wait until the entire split is over. Hopefully that doesn't... We got to make sure, though, it doesn't cloud, like, recency bias. That's a real thing, right? If I go watch, you know, like, Tarzan slam BLG, like, that could, you know, that could really sway my voting. So it's important to keep that mind focused on the whole split.
I'm notoriously bad at actually putting in any all-pro votes, and I think that this week, I did mine, because I got reminded, and I was like, okay, I'm going to do them now while I remember, and I'm going to have my say. Because otherwise, I'm forgetting that, and I
know what?
wouldn't have
Fair
had them
enough.
in time. So I cast my votes. These last 3 days aren't going to have impact on my All Pro, but that's fine. I think if you take it for the split long, that's what we need.
And to be honest, right, these last couple days, what have we been preaching? The playoff teams are the playoff teams. The play-in teams are the play-in teams. So, like, I respect that, Rude. I don't think a lot of change is going to happen here. And there was no change in our vote here for player of the game on the caster desk. Goes through here for Wei. His 9th player of the game for the split. That's a really high mark. I'm curious how many of the IG wins are a Wei MVP at this point from the split.
Probably a very fairly high percentage, I would wager. Well, they came in with 14 wins, if I remember correctly, so it would have been 8 from 14 previously, so over 50% of the games are won, with Wei being the MVP, so
almost unanimous.
Yeah, that's what you get.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's almost 2/3, right? 9 to 15, almost 10 to 15. That is some crazy carry potential that we're seeing from Wei, and glad that we outlined him as a big player here for IG, and he did just that in the Game 1 win. But of course, if you would like to be a player of the stream or an MVP of the stream, we've got to talk for a second about how maybe you potentially like to support us, and that of course means becoming a coffee supporter here at LPL English. If you would like to become one of our coffee members, consider joining up and supporting our broadcast. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project. A vast majority of your contributions will go directly back into the show itself for stuff like the awesome assets and graphics you get, but a lot of the initial payments also, go into paying on-air talent and content creators. You can subscribe to our coffee. It is linked in the chat below, and you'll be able to unlock really cool perks like access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our awesome on-site interviews, which at this point aren't that far away, Root, dude. MSI is just around the corner, so no better time than now to become a coffee supporter.
Absolutely. Get those donations in. Let's make sure that we can get your questions asked at the interview stage. It's been a really solid game number 1 here, Slayer, and hopefully we've got more to come.
Let's see what Tabe will cook up with JDG down 0-1 in this series when I'm sure a lot of you did not necessarily expect it. Game 2 draft, JD Gaming, Invictus Gaming coming your guys' way after another short break. Back in a flash here on LPL English as we dive into our second game of our second to last series of Split 2 regular season here in the LPL. But first, Rudude will give some initial reactions, maybe a quick summarization of that game one from IG on the win. Felt like it was a pretty big draft advantage, but of course, behind a brilliant way carry performance, the team was able to execute.
I think the only reason that it felt like a massive draft gap was because Wei just dismantled Junja very early on, and I think that
very fair.
The large reason that JDG struggled was because they needed to get ahead early. Who were they relying on to get ahead early? Well, it's Junja. Wei goes, if you have no jungler, you have no game. And from there, it really did become difficult. Yes, they got to this sort of mid to late game point where Xiaoshu was able to sort of hold his own a little bit in these team fights and maybe start to generate some of those comeback capabilities. But the reason they were down the hole in the first place was because Wei put on an absolute masterclass. And we took a look, didn't we? The stats are showing that when IG win, almost 66% of the time, it's because of Wei. And the other sort of 33%, he's probably got a pretty big hand in it as well.
Without a doubt, the driving force for this IG team, as this would be such a feel-good upset win if they're able to convert on a Game 2 victory here. Not only does it, give them some momentum going to playoffs, but also forces them higher up the play-in team pool from Group Ascend. They move up from 7th to 6th, which then, in theory, gives them a much easier opponent in that play-in stage. It would be LGD. Instead, right now, it is Thunder Talk. But the focus needs to now drift back over to the draft. Rudude, as we are live for Game 2, and we are in the exact same draft parameters as Game 1. JDG with first selection, IG on the blue side, and they're once again respecting the Jarvan capabilities of Junja.
We may just see the exact same bans ran back here with the Varus and the Ezreal taken off the board by JDG. Certainly suggests that we're going to get that same sort of thing. Looking at Ori and Nocturne, I believe, from IG here, if we're carbon copying our bans from game number 1. And we'll see whether or not JDG look to make any adaptations. Obviously, Fearless means that they can't first pick a Vi this time, but the Pantheon's still open, right? The Xin Zhao still unbanned so far by JDG. That one hits the table.
See what this last ban entails. With that Nocturne ban coming earlier, they have, like you mentioned, been just target banning Junja early in these first couple of rotations, and now I feel like this ban could be a bit more pointed since we've now lost access to things like the Rumble, the Seraphine. Maybe they'll try to take away the Karma. Maybe they'll try to take away the Bard. We do see the Ezreal ban, but that champion can pair up with a lot of different AD carries. So now they'll just go to get rid of the Orianna. So let's see if JDG want to pick for Vampire here. I think there are a ton of options they could go with if they want to go support, if they want to kind of signal what sort of bot lane duo they want to get a hold of.
Yes, I think that getting a good jungle matchup might be on JDG's hit list, largely because Junja got rolled in the first game, and there's a part of me that expects them to want to deny that from happening. So whether that comes from buying into a really strong first pick jungler, or whether that comes from giving counter pick over to Junja, we'll have to wait and see. But looks like JDG griefed and didn't know what they were going to lock in.
Yeah, I wonder why that has happened. I mean, there's obviously a plethora
Could be a lobby
of
issue,
reasons.
yeah.
Could always be a lobby issue, but like you mentioned, the bans were the same, so they kind of know what they're going to land on. I like that. I like that kind of approach you're bringing there, Rudude. Like, do we just, if they're going to ban Nocturne J4, we've already lost, Xin Zhao with our own bans. Do we just slam Pantheon? Like, why not? That's never a bad way to start, and I do really think that while we feel like JDG can get to the same sort of high levels that they had from Split 1, I still just consistently see that if the game plan to beat JDG, in my opinion, is if you wreck Junja's early game, this team really feels so lost. And we've seen BLG, BLG is the team that does this consistently. They have done it over and over at both LPL and International, and we saw IG just do that in the last game. So we really need, I really need to see JDG find ways to either really protect Junja or win early in a different way, because once we get to best of 5s, there's going to be games where Junja's not going to have a favorable jungle matchup. That's just how it's going to go.
It is. And, off the back of that, I also want to quickly highlight one of the matchups that we were expecting to be very JDG favored, but that ultimately wasn't in that mid lane. Nya in game 1 a amazingly serviceable Rise performance where
Bet.
took a little bit of time to get scaled up. Definitely went around the houses to get to a nice item spike, but managed to pump out damage during those team fights, was consistently ahead of HongQ as well, and didn't allow that Taliyah to completely dictate the game. I think it's important to recognize that we did see HongQ making plays down on the bot side, and if that ends up being in a game where the jungle isn't as one-sided as it was in this first match, that there's a very real possibility that that can facilitate a Gala snowball in the coming games. So the late game and the gold that was there, yes, Nyar did a great job, but definitely some touches that need to be made into that early game to deny some of HongQ's priority.
Totally. I was just going down, memory lane, trying to refresh myself, because you're talking about HongQ and the Taliyah, right? It does feel like Taliyah is a champion we kind of left in 2025 in a lot of ways, of the mid lane champion pool. And this year, it's actually been, in Season 16, 8 games of Taliyah for HongQ, so more than I expected. That was just his second one of the split, but for anybody that, like myself, that isn't necessarily like too knowledgeable on HongQ's pool when it comes to, past before we saw him JD Gaming, Taliyah is actually his second most played champion ever, Rude Dude, at 20 games. So I maybe paints a better picture of why HongQ, would like to go back to that champion now that it's worked its way a bit more back into the meta. But I'm still of the opinion HongQ's look best when he's like just picking carries and throwing down and walking down mid laners, and that's where he's done stuff like the Yone he's picked up. He's also looked really good on the Aurora, stuff like that.
Yeah, and maybe if they put him onto that slightly more carry-oriented style, we could see some nice performances for JDG, and maybe he start to take over that mid lane matchup. We're back into the draft. We'll see if those bans end up being the same. Jarvan, Nocturne, Orianna. Expected Varus, Ezreal, and the Xin Zhao to come through for JDG. And we'll see. What is it that the teams are going to look for? Obviously, JDG with that first pick. Maybe they'll find a jungler here this time, or are they going to look for one of those support pairings that you highlighted?
It'll be very funny if they take the whole clock again. I would assume by this point, guys, we have an idea. I actually don't know. I don't know if, when we have pauses during games, it's famous that the players don't get to talk to each other. Do they get to talk to their coaches? Nobody get to talk when they remake a draft? I don't know. That's a question for an LPL podcast episode, maybe, Rude Dude. Yeah. Instead, we're going to get the Cassiopeia. I've actually already been told that the answer, it's a firm no. So, there you go. Learning new things. Cassiopeia, though, an interesting first pick, Rude Dude.
It is, and a very powerful carry that we highlighted that we wanted for HongQ, right? We said, okay, let's put him on a carry. Let's make sure that he can do some pretty crazy things, and the Cassiopeia definitely known for being able to do that. IG immediately spawned with Nyar's Akali, a pick that we've seen him play before and definitely had some good successes on. So if you're able to sort of time your movement spells for when the Miasma gets thrown, Miasma isn't an instant cast by any means, there is a channel to it. So if you're able to get off of the Miasma, this Akali can kind of run roughshod on the Cassiopeia, as this champion requires a really precise skill shot. You require that Q to be landed before you make anything happen. And it's the second game here where JDG have gone for a first pick, which I feel reveals quite a lot about their composition and makes sort of hems them into a style now.
Reveals a lot about their composition, but also leaves up like other powerful picks that you could have gone with that first pick, right? So the Pantheon goes to Wei, who's on fire form-wise. It's the best jungler left up of the pool. I don't know, JDG. I'm starting to get a bit confused by these picks, and now they're going to go with a Jhin Karma lane for Gala and Vampire. Okay. I don't know. This just still feels kind of wacky to me.
I think taking top here is going to leave them very exposed down on that bot side, and that pool can get pinched very heavily. We've got things like Yunara Lulu still available, Corki Nami still available. If you don't take any of those pieces, that creates a problem for you in this next phase of bans for IG. But they opt into the Renekton, and now they can take away some of the answers to Renekton. So, you're looking at things maybe like the Gnar, maybe the Jax gets taken off the board that we've seen Xiaoxiu default to a couple of times, or maybe it just ends up being another tank on that top side, and the Cassante gets to relive 2025.
Good shout on the bot lane, but, this is still like a hugely powerful top side, right? Like, the Akali is great. Pantheon and the Renekton is just a comfort pick here for Breathe. Jace a good ban up against Xiaosu. I think the Jax is a really good shout. That would be a champion who would love to play into the Renekton with the way it can kind of cancel out the powerful stun auto for the Renekton. On the other side, JDG, the Bard is one ban. Yeah, I am curious what Jachi is going to be comfortable playing because he's definitely has a more narrow pool of RAD carries with reliable champions, and things like Ezra already gone, Ashe out of the pool as well, and I think he likes to go for the Jhin consistently. So the Lulu taken away maybe takes some priority out of the Yunaru sales. I don't know. Let's see what IG were cooking, allowing topside to be the focal point of the first phase.
Doesn't really matter what they take here, Corki or Nami. They might not go for either one of them, and they might go for something different, but those are the picks that I would see as being viable coming forward from here. As you know, they've got this very dive-centric composition already in the Akali, in the Pantheon, so going forward, really sort of the name of the game, you want a short-range marksman to be able to get in there and do some damage as well. So for Jachi, that Corki does get locked in. For JDG, they're looking to play at range, they're looking to kite, and it's sort of a really good composition to be able to do that into, because everybody on IG wants to go forward. So you're sort of looking what kind of topside champions can enable that front-to-back style. What can be that brick wall in that top side that hopefully can stand firm and sort of absorb and engage as well.
I think the twofold thing as well is that Corki Nami saps some of the early game power that Karma usually brings, especially paired with the Jhin. So early, first rotation of the draft, you might have thought, okay, Jhin and Karma might be able to get a decent amount of push with the bottom lane's champ will narrow down. Not going to be the case here. JDG, with the rest of their draft, are going to round out with a Trundle Cassante here. So definitely looking to use the power of the pillar and now put a decent front line in front of this Cassiopeia. But seeing both these drafts fully, in reality now, Rude Dude, this has got to be a Honkyu massive carry performance, or I'm feeling good about an IG 2-0.
I think that the compositions as they play into one another, I would give a slight edge over to JDG, if I'm being honest. I think that pillar is a really good disruption tool. Yes, there's a lot of mobility on IG's side, so pretty much everybody can get over the pillar, but I think it's going to create so much chaos in these team fights that hopefully the Cassio and the Jhin Karma can play that front to back. Xiaoshu as well going to be able to take somebody away as they try to dive in. Subjugate means that if anybody goes in isolated, like if they're not completely on the same page, that person can get blown up, right? You sap their resists, they just die instantly, and then IG are having to play a 4 versus 5, which possible, but not easy. I think that the barrier for execution for IG definitely very high in this game, and that JDG have got, honestly, just simpler champions and an easier way to play out these fights.
All right, Rude Dude, you and your big brain over there have sold me a bit more. I like it. I also thought about the fact for Trundle, we saw Junja really get knocked around silly in his early game. Trundle really good at, hey, if I see a Pantheon invading in for my Raptors, he can't fight me. I'm Trundle. I'm going to beat him early. Are we going to fight over first scuttle because we both path the same size? I'm Trundle. I'm not afraid of the Pantheon.
I'm winning.
I'm winning. So that may be part of the reason here. Regardless, JDG, this is a big draft for them because they need to keep the series alive, but also a loss here would put their form going into playoffs in a weird spot, Rude Dude. We preached this week that they got to play Weibo and IG. Felt like 2 secured wins. Already dropped against Weibo, on the ropes against IG as we hit the rift for Game 2. Crowd is
really small thing here, Slayer. Oh.
Oh?
But,
2 small things.
Wei actually, really heads up play, walks in to get autoed by Junjia because he knows the Trundle's going to take Q. Q with the auto attack reset, you can clear the ward. The second Trundle has no Q, that's when Wei places the ward down and means that it can't get cleared away. It is a small thing, and vision on Raptors, not necessarily the biggest deal, but it is nice to see that for Wei there, he's planning out when he's going to use that ward and does so in a way that means it can't get cleared away.
I like it. I'm learning new things about the Trundle interactions here with you, Rude. I appreciate it. Really small thing about Vampire burning heal off vision. It's called Aura. There you go. That's all I can really assess that.
So now we have to see whether or not IG know, because there is a way of finding out. If you click on the player, there is the heal debuff, because you can't use heal twice. without getting mitigating returns. So if IG have clicked on either of the two champions, they will see the heal debuff in the little stat bar in the top left. So there is a way of IG finding out whether or not they did. Obviously, we've got no idea.
And they'll also find out the old-fashioned way if they go in for a Corki Valk forward on the level 2 spike and then they use heal and they don't see it, they're like, well, all right, hey, we'll take that indeed as well. So we'll see if that one costs of an early trade, because for now, the range of the Karma Mantra Qs and Gala's Deadly Flourishes are really jailing Judge and Mako off of these early waves. Really good use of that by Gala and Vampire to be able to stave off that massive all-in that Corki Nami can bring once level 3 comes around.
Yeah, and importantly in this bot lane, the Corki's HP is only as low as the Nami's mana pool, right? If Nami has mana, she can cast Ebb and Flow, you can get HP back. If the Nami doesn't have mana, that's then a problem and you can't get that health back.
I love this from Breathe, by the way. Mostly because obviously he's into the tank matchup, so this can really create, it's free in the top lane matchup. But with that ward you talked about with the Trundle tech root, dude, they knew that Junja was clearing top down, so Breathe could go for this proxy.
Well, looks like Junja a little bit quicker on the clear. He's going to spot way out here and look to fight.
Yeah, all right. Aegis Assault goes up to block the damage with the pillar. Well placed. Sun going to come out from Wei. He is getting slowed, though. Getting clubbed to death a bit. Exactly why we thought Junja might have liked the Trundle. Now he's not getting bullied around.
Alrighty, is there an opportunity for a double crab here? Summoner heal still not available down here. Judge, no mana to go for a Valkyrie. Looks like double crab is on the cards, though. As Honkyu cheating down to that bot side. Yes, there's a second spawn of Raptors for Wei, but Junja here will be able to find both of those scuttles, and we talked about this. The way that JDG look bad is when Junja ends up being focused, prioritized, taken out early. Not going to be the case this time round.
He's got pushing lanes galore on all sides. Ya is having to work hard for every single creep he can get right now into Honkyu with those twin fangs, and Junja sees a low HP bar that he likes off the double
no
crab.
shroud. It's going to be
brash.
flash forced.
It's got to be a flash at the very least. There's the pillar down. Now still going to hold it, then we'll finally commit that flash. But he is bleeding more and more resources, and now is a potential regank threat as he goes forward to try and get some semblance of CS back.
And remember, everybody, this was the counter pick for Nya here. Decided that he wanted to take this matchup, and now going to have to deal with the ramifications of that.
Right, I guess the heal's back up there for Vampire, so nobody's going to find out from IG that the early heal loss could have been a problem, because Gala and Vampire continuing to pump the pressure. They're going to spot Mako getting his reset off. Don't think they can really make a dive work there, but it does get a pretty clean reset for Gala nonetheless, and the lane dominance continuing for Jindong Gaming.
Nice to see there that Diachi, still with all summoners, felt confident to stay underneath the turret. Has been very hesitant to use the barrier. Now, obviously, that has come at a cost of about a wave's worth of CS, as now level 6 is hit on his top side.
Oh, okay. We were playing a little bit Ultimate Chicken. Yeah, my favorite game, Ultimate Chicken. They both cast ults now. Yep, Rudu, they just walk away from each other. Like, all right, you ulted, I ulted. We'll leave things be unless a jungler comes to spoil our fun little game. That being Wei trying to set up for this dive. Bree's got to get the wave up, though. Junja can path up here, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, nice and quick, but Xiaoshu has no mana. Both of these junglers trying to stay hidden.
All right.
Wei shows.
Wei shows. Junja shows. Neither jungler has ult. Here. Neither top laner has ult either. Still going to make this dive work on a Cassante. They got to go now. The wave's getting pushed forward. There's the Pathmaker forward. Stun will finally come through. Slice, dice, no kill though. Wei now got a flash, but Junja will follow. Trying to slap that club around once more. Breathe going to try to come over to save his jungler, but he might just pay the Pied Piper too. Breathe out in a flash as Junja picks up first blood.
And I mean, that just felt very, very forced there by IG. There's a clip of Jose Diodo from last night's LCS games going, what are these guys doing? And I'm in the same sort of vibe here right now as for IG. That felt that felt very weird. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I feel like once you see Junja, you should kind of bow out of that play.
Yeah.
But they hard commit, and now they are down to the tune of about 1,000 gold, just over the 6.5 minute mark. Exactly what JDG need to get in their bag. This again is the type of starts that they have gotten when they have blown over most of the Group Ascend teams.
I know we have hit level 6 in that mid lane. I'm expecting this to be a bit of a turning point for Nya. Hopefully he'll be able to sort of make some waves up against the Cassiopeia, but I think that the way that the build paths are going to work out, like Nya's down a lot of gold already. Honkyu, you can see in the build, has opted straight for health, knowing that he's going to have to work his way towards Rod of Ages, work his way towards tier, and the Akali isn't going to be posing too much of a threat until probably 2-3 items have come through. Because at that stage, you probably just don't have the damage to get through all of the raw HP that a Cassio has.
I like that. Like that shout. More HP, harder to burst down. That is the play here for Honkyu. And maybe he doesn't need that much extra damage right now because every trade we seem to get a lookout in the mid lane proves to be positive for Honkyu.
I mean, that's because Nya is hitting no spells onto Honkyu, and Honkyu is hitting all of his spells.
Great deduction.
Yes. I know. They call me the best colorcaster in the world for saying you hit your spells and they don't hit theirs. That's pretty.
Oh, how about hitting some curtain call bullets? All right, maybe just trying to cancel the back. Trying to make sure Mako and Jachi feel nice and snug together. Force shot going to go wide, but
yeah.
I mean, this lane is also going so heavily JDG favored. Jachi and Mako, I feel like we've been watching them farm under the turret this entire laning phase.
Yes, we have. And Jachi's doing a slightly better job than Nya has. Obviously, the range is helping him out in that sense, but really solid performance from JDG's bot side. Gala intentionally misses that 4th shot because he knows that Vampire can interrupt the recall, so he's trying to push the wave. Because now we are seeing a 3v3 on this top side. Neither support has made it up here, so this is a fully fledged top side battle.
Grand Starfall coming down. The Dominus pop here for Breathe. Miasma not going to end up stunning anyone, but Petrifying Gaze does catch Breathe. He does not get the heal with the Cold. The Miki goes down first. Now goes in with the perfect execution to get one, but he loses his jungler and has to second cast it out of the fight. IG try and make another forced pounce, and it falls flat once more.
And they're just a little bit desynced there. Nya not ready to go in, and this is what we talked about in the draft. If they're desynced, the Trundle Subjugate is going to do so much work. I hope we get a replay of that so we can see really how well that was played by JDG. But they're going to be the ones who come away with 3 grubs there, able to walk out of that with a lot of gold as well. Now a unanimous gold lead for everybody on JDG, singing to the tune of about a 2k advantage overall.
Beautiful response here from JDG off of that game 1 so far. Also, we're able to pick up all of those grubs, I believe. Way just only looked for the fight with that Grand Starfall. He didn't even try and trade a grub. So they've got the first 3 grubs, they got the first dragon, and like you mentioned, the gold lead. So whole kit and caboodle for this JDG early game. And again, important to remind people who have maybe not caught a ton of JDG games so far this split, this is one of the teams that when they have a lead, very rarely do they throw it away. Very confident team with a lead, and that's why partly there was a second place squad in Split 1.
Importantly, it's the garnering of those leads, which has proven to be a little bit tricky for JDG through this season. If Junja's not able to get off to the races, if Honkyu's not able to dominate his lane like he is in this case, there can be problems that befall them. However, we got to see that in game number 1. Game number 2, that is completely devoid of any apparency right now, as Xiaoxiu decides that 2 turret shots sounds nice for breakfast.
Just limit testing the Cassate resistances and health bar conversation nonetheless. I guess he feels really nice with the Thormail rush completed. Xiaoxiu already completes that first item. We see the Roa already completed while Nya is still sitting on components. It's components versus big boy items across the board here for IG, and again, exuding confidence. Junja, all right, yeah, I'm a Trundle. I may be out of the jungle, but I delete turrets. Let me just get a couple more plates from our mid laner, get that quest done, and I'll be back to my clear. It's really on IG to find a way to answer, and Rude Dude, it's a hard answer to make. It's not really a lot of options for him to gank onto. He's going to cancel his back and try to go after Xiaosu. Dashes away, no stun available for Breed just yet. Needs to get close enough for it, but Xiaosu just wasting time.
And now they see the Pantheon on the top side. They're going to work their way through even more of these plates, and you can see the Cassio doing such a good job at keeping Nya at bay. Almost take that turret down just off the back of these two, wailing away on that turret, and Nya constantly finding these trades more and more difficult. I need to rethink this Akali as a counter to the Cassio going forward.
We saw Wave was, again, interrupted his base because he was looking to see if he could Grand Starfall in to cover that turret. If it's already becoming difficult for Pantheon to see angles to use this, game warping ultimate, it's a really bad sign here for IG.
Yeah. I think that the Gunblade for Nya, hopefully that can be the window where you actually start to try and take this all in. I don't think we've seen a solid perfect execution in the 1v1 just yet, but it's now been picked up with Rod of Ages in for Honkyu. He's actually just going to go back to base and spend whatever gold he's got to use at this stage. And as we look at the compositions here, we already highlighted earlier on that JDG probably have an easier time of things as they get later into the game by nature of the two compositions, but also if we just look at the raw damage across this across both sides, Acacia is going to be able to roar through the late game, where an Akali might struggle to find access. The damage from IG later on, a little bit more difficult to come by. So I think that the scaling in terms of the champions favours JDG, the scaling in terms of the composition goes their way as well. The fact that they're up 3k gold leads me to believe that this game pretty straightforward from here on in for JDG. They've already got the first dragon as well. They found those grubs. They've got everything going their way, and it seems very tricky for IG to find a way back in.
IG need to get this early game JDG locomotive off the track somehow. Wei trying to maybe work his way for a flank around for the second dragon, but he is on a ward, so this flank has been spotted. Honkyu will take his talents at Nya. No blast cone for Wei to get over the wall, and the dragon is just picked up with ease. Mako now going to eat a deadly flourish. Pillar going to go down. Tidal wave out. Here's the Grand Starfall, though. Mako should be covered from the fourth shot. Nah, going to go after Gala with Wei. They combine for a nice stun, but Gala survives. It's now with a perfect execution to find that kill, but now he is caught out in space, and JDG will trade him back out. Vampire had to flash out of low HP. Neither support necessarily feeling healthy enough to make this scrap work. But IG are going to just walk this one out. Dragon for Jindong Gaming, but a trade of kills.
And this turret as well going to fall Slayer. That crystalline overgrowth means that just a couple of autos from Honkyu secures first brick in the mid lane. Very rare that we see this, but Honkyu has absolutely handled Nya here in game number 2. We talked about it in game 1, how Nya had a really good time of things. Not going to be the case in this second offing between the two mid laners. A really, really difficult fight for IG. You do get to see some of the problems that they're going to run into later on as well. They commit so heavily to taking down Gala that Honkyu's then free to fire. I think in the future fights that are going to be going their way, they're going to need to commit that amount of resources onto Honkyu instead and kind of pray that Gala's not quite got the damage.
Do you see Gala going with intriguing first buy of the Hex Optics? Seeing a lot of AD carries try out different first items on Jhin. Obviously, we have the old disgusting Youmuu's Rush that I'm glad is getting phased out, but stuff like Storm Razor was an option. Hex Optics now one. Hubris also up and available, so looks like Gala is putting his spin on the ever-evolving Jhin build discussion.
Honestly, for my money, as long as you build crit, I don't care.
I like that route, dude. Exactly. Yep.
Jhin gets AD. That doesn't matter how he builds it. If he builds crit, if he builds attack speed, whatever. It's the crit that we need, really, more than anything else. And the extra range for the Jhin, if they get a reset, definitely going to be very useful to them when, we look at the roster of IG players. It is like 3 melees and a really short range bot lane. So the Hex Optics definitely very valuable in this one. As the Herald has been started, a 4k gold lead for JDG, all 5 members here. This should just be easily picked up.
Good luck walking in this low range to Miasma, a Petrifying Gaze. There's the stun, but nice stun follow for Breathe. Honkyu does get his flash off. The curtain call comes down from Gala. Naz going into the Shroud to try and find that pick, but all he's going to find is a fourth shot to the back. Down goes Nya, and IG are sputtering. Breathe gets flicked back into the team to find one, but will immediately die in his effort. JDG, no way for them to lose a fight in this game state.
Double kill for Gala there. This Jhin now also pumping out the damage, as Honkyu was the focus for that one, but he had flash.
No way! Oh, Aegis Assault goes up, Pillar in a better spot, and Junja is hungry. Gonna donate the kill to Vampire. Maybe was afraid of Jachi and Mako coming over the wall. Jachi could go forward with a ton of burst, but they're just too weak, IG. They don't have the damage to compete. They don't have the damage to make these kills into gold.
And that's the disparity in the wallets right there. As we get another look at this fight, it's a good start here for IG. Breathe, heads up play, knows he's got to go for the Cassiopeia.
but unfortunately a really nicely timed flash from Hongkyu buffers the stun. And this is one of the age-old problems with Akali, specifically versus Karma. The Karma route grants true sight, so your Shroud does nothing up against a Karma. It's a really good answer to this pick in the mid lane that Vampire has, for the first time this game, and I imagine for many more to come, being able to pilot wonderfully.
Showing the ever-evolving champion pool of Vampire. He can go toe-to-toe in the Enchanter meta, and how nice is it to do it up against Mako, who, for my pick, might be one of the greatest Enchanter players the LPL's ever seen. Definitely was when he brought a Worlds title back to the region.
Yeah, and I mean, for me as well, Mako done really well.
Hongkyu, double stun comes down. Junja can't get in. Petrifying Gate's only going to catch Mako, so Nya's able to find that kill. Junja with the subjugate will find the trade kill back onto Mako. But IG stronger with their two members, or are they? Vampire here. There's the Deadly Flourish stun, and here comes Gala from halfway across the screen to make sure that JDG can't even win out on the pick play towards the side lane. All out from Xiaosu. Nya will fall as well. JDG, what a bounce back. Looking like a whole different team in this game, too.
Running absolute roughshod over IG, doing so much work in this bot side. Yes, they lose Hongkyu, but you can see the amount of damage that is present across everybody else, right? Junja, the one who steps up and tries to take the 1 versus 2. He's got Vampire in his back pocket, and that's about all that he was after. So now Honkyu's going to TP up, try to defend this turret. Breathe does have Dominus, and it might be a bit of an effort in a 1 versus 1 here. Look at the minimap, though. We have got Diati on his way over. Looks like Bree's probably going to be executed or given over his life.
Gala's going to cut him off first. Last cone, he's holding the Deadly Flourish. Oh my god, even gets the snag there as Breeze tries to kite back. Gala will pick up the kill, and all the while that was happening, Junja got JDG on a soul point at 18.5 minutes for another Infernal Soul. Everything going right for JDG, even in the luck department with some of these Drake Souls, and now, well, welcome to playing AD carry up against the Fed Trundle, Jachi. You just get run on down. Mako, though, able to cover with a nice heal and barrier, but that is a warning to Jachi for the rest of this one.
Yeah, you talked about ultimate chicken in the top lane. You got to see movement impairment chicken there between Junja and Diati. Well played by the Corki there to make sure that that Valkyrie wasn't used until the pillar goes down. Dodges away from the Deadly Flourish and make sure that his Valkyrie can't be interrupted by a pillar going up. But that's as good as the story gets. They had to use barrier to live. You're seeing Hongkyu take more gold on this top side. The Gromp's being denied by Junja as well, and it's all just going from bad to worse for Invictus Gaming. They didn't have the best composition in terms of scaling, and again, I think this is a composition where you just have to keep throwing your head against the wall and hoping something sticks, because it doesn't get easier for you. As long as you execute on your team fight, there's always a world where you can kill Hongkyu or you can kill Gala, and then you kind of have to pray that there's not enough damage on the rest of the squad to take you all down.
Which, right now, there is and then some.
Yeah.
Junja, a problem. And, of course, either Hongkyu or Gala, everyone survives. Very much adept at getting through a team.
And that's assuming that they even kill the other one as well, right? Like, so far, the execution of trying to kill Hongkyu or Gala has been difficult. Vampire's there with Echoes of Hellier, with shields, and then there's a Cassante buying space, a Trundle buying space.
Jachi, though, trying to maybe collapse some of the space, and oh hey, listen, there's a small, we'll take the wins where we can get him right now, Invictus Gaming, and he stole away the big Raptor, and they were going to get flanked here by Xiaosu, but IG are able to walk on out. Very hard for them to control any vision at this point as well, as Baron is onto the Rift.
Honestly, for JDG, they've got Cassio, so the Baron can go down quite quickly, but I think that the way to play this one out is just ensure IG don't sneak it away. Pick up your soul in 2 minutes, and then you can take pretty much any fight that you see fit. It's really easy to control this bot side jungle as well. The bot lane tier 2 has fallen, so access through this bot lane can easily be garnered. As you can see, IG have got a lot of defensive pink wards down through this bot side to try and make sure that that they're not getting collapsed upon, that they've not got any deep TP wards in lieu of that Drake spawning in a couple of minutes' time.
Yeah, either side of the map they look to play for Rude Dude. The terrifying thought of having to walk into a Cassio, walk into a Jhin Deadly Flourish, like all of this, that's what seems scariest. So either objective I don't think they necessarily need to take without just forcing IG to come in and fight them, as Breathe has a fight that he does not want, with Hongkyu covering on to Xiaosu. There was no chance for Breathe to escape. He burns Flash, he burns Dominus, he still goes down nonetheless. As Jachi is forced to use the Valkyrie again over that pillar. Won't be Dragon Soul yet, but it's still more kills over to JDG.
Yeah, and Nia's on top side.
Hongyu. Oh, Petrifying Gaze does not clip onto Jachi, but again, there's just not enough damage. He's able to escape with a flash onto his life. Now on the backline, though, does find Gala, but again, where is the big burst damage for IG? They just don't have it. They can't make any of these kills a reality. Deadly Flourish gonna catch Jachi, and a Valkyrie might save him. Xiaosu gonna flash forward, 3-strike to Tofos. Do not get the pullback.
But that's double summoners off of the Corki with Drake spawning in 1 minute 10 seconds. Look at the summoner spells expended on the other side of things. Everybody pretty much flashing out there. We've still got Nia with Flash, still got Mako in terms of Invictus Gaming, and then for JDG, Junja has Flash, Vampire has Flash as well. So I honestly think that is quite favourable for IG. They're able to get flashes off of those crucial members, and they've still got Nia Flash, and I think that's going to be the real big kicker here. If he can find access and take out Hongyu, take out Gala, that's going to be a way that they can find this win. Again, IG just have to keep bashing their head into this JDG composition and hoping that at some point it works. They're down 7.5k. It's not going to be easy, but when their ultis come back up, that's the window. Try and make something happen. It's about as good as the item breakpoints are going to be found as well. Largely 2 items across the majority of carries.
Oh my word. Mako, though, is burning alive. Nearly dies. Gets a tidal of out. He's just to push out of the fight here. Breathe off the top side with Dominus up, but now he is being pushed onto an island once more, and all of JDG come down on top of him. Breathe dropped right as the dragon spawns, and IG don't even feel like they can play to stop the soul.
Yeah, no tidal wave available, no HP for Mako, and I mean, it's just all too easy here for JDG. Wei did have Grand Starfall, elects not to go in with no vision here on vision, so Junja beelines it towards him. So that's our red buff now, buddy, thank you.
Red buff, Krugs, Raptors, this is just my jungle, man. It's not yours anymore. Gonna have to give up all of that space as IG are trying to take up space of their own onto the top side. He gets a vision onto Baron, but I think that Infernal Soul might have been the last, the last dagger to take down IG into this one. If you thought Hongyu and Gala were scary, even Junja was scary before. Wait until the Infernal Soul gets behind a 3-item Cassio, soon to be, and a 3-item Jhin. Gala already has the IE done on that crit path.
Yeah, and obviously, Gala gets confirmed crit, so the scaling on crit damage for the Jhin, definitely very valuable. 75% isn't truly 75% because he has 25% built into his kit anyway, so slightly higher off regardless, as now JDG, they've completed step 1 of my plan. They've secured Infernal Soul. Now is the time to head for Baron.
Well, right now they're heading for a fight. They're really trying to push Jachi and Mako off the mid-wave. Junja shrunk to about 60% HP. He still has access to that Subjugate, though, which will help him get topped off a lot more, and they keep trying to just keep Jachi, all of IG away from the topside Baron. Because while Breathe is trading for a top tier 1 on his lonesome, Xiaosu has a better answer of his own.
And importantly as well, they've got inside track on this dragon. The Cassiopeia will melt this. It means that she can't run Anchor and deny people access, but that looks like it's Gala and Vampire's job right now.
Well, they got Breeze's TP, so now they're looking to fight him immediately as he arrives. That 30% TP shield doesn't mean squat. Breathe gonna pop. The Dominus is in, goes away with the Angel Soul trying to block all of JDG's damage. Petrifying Gaze is gonna tag onto Jachi. Wade not gonna go down just yet as Jachi finds that first kill. Nia goes into the Shroud, trying to buy his time and go after one member. He sections out Vampire, and he will trade him. Flashes, but will drop. IG, though, able to find 2 kills of their own and shut down the Baron play.
And that's what Nia needs to do here. I think giving your life to try and take down some members of JDG is the way to go. Unfortunately, the members that he's taken out are the least relevant at this stage. Gala and Hongyu still alive, still full HP, as now Junja stepping forward once again.
Killer up. Breed's got to walk around it. Deadly Flourish going to snag him. Miasma, so there's nowhere to step out from if you're Breed. Nice little turnaround from Hongkyu Company. Flash forward, I believe, from Juju to try to get over the tidal wave, but he's still got the pace to run down Jachi. Another kill going over to JDG. It might have been a nice, valiant effort from IG to slow down this Jindong Gaming team, but they just can't find a win.
Two-man band going to step up to the Baron now. They've got Xiaoxu there to be able to tank it up as well. And just to add insult to injury here, Ginger doesn't even need to be a part of the Baron take. He says, nope, you're going to try and go for this crab, so I'm going to deny it from you. As the Baron is secured, JDG should be here very often, very ready for game number 3.
An eloquent bounce back that we attribute to a top 8 team. Even if they feel like they should be in this scenario. Let's get a look back, though, Rude Dude, at what did kind of work for IG in this little fight.
Yeah, so honestly, it's all eyes on Nia here. I like the fact that they're going forward. Again, this IG composition just has to go forward. There's no other way around it. So Nia here, he has to focus the Cassante. He has to kind of go in and do what damage he can. Jachi doing some good front-to-back work as well. But importantly, look on the left-hand side there. Gala, Hongkyu, full HP, no stress, no problem. And honestly, for Nia, he's just sat in the Shroud waiting for his cooldowns to come back up. And he does manage to find a 2 for 2 there. So it's not bad, but you can see here the duality, really, of IG, and importantly, of Wei. 0-7-5 in this one.
We've seen both of our junglers in this matchup get completely rocked and shell-shocked out of their game plan so far. It's going to make Game 3 a very fun puzzle for either of our junglers to try and solve. In the present, though, the Baron push is successful for JDG. Mid lane inhibitor already down. Top lane turret next to be found. As Gala pulls out the curtain call just to get some nice chip damage in. Force the tidal wave out of Mako early to answer that ultimate. And they're on to the next inhibitor.
Jachi again, pillar up, is able to get over it, but look at the amount of cannon minions baroned up, trying to just whittle away at this structure. JDG with the Baron, they're slowly working their way through.
Oh, but a petrifying gaze onto 4 from Hongkyu. No better symbolic cherry on top than that. JDG, a bounce back of the ages after a stumble in Game 1, and they are going to take a much more dominating win of their own. Our second to last series of the regular season split is going the distance.
And Hongkyu just stops them right in their tracks there. It just wasn't even close. I like the play, right? You have to kind of go in there. You have to stop your Nexus from falling. But Honkyu's ready. Petrifying Gaze catches 4-man, and that was just brutal to watch as an IG supporter. It's JDG now who give themselves a leg up and maybe start to question if they can put themselves into that second seed for playoffs.
Yeah, so a reminder coming out of this game, in case you're curious of the stakes here, for this Game 3, right? It's clear cut. IG, they get this Game 3 win. They will move up to 6th place over Weibo. We've done all the tiebreakers. Fun fact, by the way, now that we're going into Game 3, Rude, we could tell the people that the tiebreaker, we actually did the math. It was game time against the head-to-head. So how quickly did IG win versus Weibo? It's a difference of what, like 5 minutes? Or 6 minutes almost? So that's what will get them up to 6th place. And then if you're an AL fan, you're really hoping that IG can get that win as well, because that would mean that no matter if AL lose or win to BLG, thanks to game score, they will get 2nd spot over JDG. If JDG win, AL have to beat BLG.
Yeah, so it's there's still a lot to play for here. Again, it's seeding mainly. We're not going to see teams move into the top 4 or out of the top 4. It's movement within those top 4 and then 4 through 8 slots. But again, it does have an impact on how the playoffs end up going. So we want to make sure that we're giving you guys the accurate, the up-to-date information as we see it. IG, I think, would love to end on a 6-8 scoreline. I think that's not a tremendously bad ratio. Means that you got 2-0'd by one team, but then took series off everybody. Obviously, that's not what it is in practice. But that's the sort of vibes that you get with that.
Vibes indeed. They need to restore as we get a look back at this game too. Soon to have the post-game stats coming, because this was, night and day from their Game 1 win. Rude Dude, if we're going off vibes though, and universal powers, this does kind of shape up for us to at least have a pretty competitive Game 3, I would say.
Yeah, I'd like to think so, and I think that jungle matchup in particular has been The thing that swings it either way, if it's Wei who's able to get off to the races for IG, then the game is won for them. But this time round, he didn't really get to do anything, and Junja played a wonderful Trundle game. I think he comes away with a crazy good scoreline, but I think that's largely off the fact that Hongq was absolutely dumpstering the R in the mid lane and kind of made it so wherever Wei tried to go, he was answered by a Cassio and a Trundle instead of just that Trundle.
I mean, you know, hand up, I was the one that felt like this draft was a little weird from JDG. I thought the Trundle was a little weird, but in practice, I learned what you already knew, Rude Dude, that you felt like this JDG comp was a bit better. Me, I'm not going to give you too much credit. I don't think you thought it'd be this dominant off the draft, but it was a win nonetheless. As we take a look back at the stats here, and yep, Hongq showing why you should not pick 5 champions that are lower range than a Cassio.
I mean, this was B1 Cassio as well. Like this was, or Red 1 Cassio, I suppose. Like Hongq said it with chest and said, "What are you going to do to my Akali?" IG thought they had an answer, just was not the case at all.
No, and that was really kind of the shortcomings of that caps the ceiling of IG's potential into playoffs. Well, it wasn't necessarily like Jachi or Nya getting early leads and then not being able to like kind of finish, not really being able to the team fights. This early game that the highlights aren't going to show, it was just mid-game constantly getting pushed in. This Akali never comfortable, and the Corki Nami that we felt like should have some pretty good fight power into Jin Karma was also consistently down CS and consistently stuck under their turret.
I mean, as much as Breathe didn't lose lane, it felt like 3 losing lanes into lose game, which, you know, it's pretty brutal as far as games go, and not something that you typically look to replicate as we move through the series. So hopefully into game number 3, the final one, the decider. We can get a little bit more from both of these sides. Obviously, I think JDG can be very happy with their performance from this game, but game 2, much better than game number 1. They'll be looking to improve upon that. And I think that if we get ourselves a nice tight game between these two, we could be in for a real banger.
That's what I'm hoping for, Rude Dude. But before we get too ahead of ourselves on the show, I want to pick your brain about player of the game, because it does feel to me at least that there are some obvious candidates, but this was a resounding kind of team win. So I'm curious where your head's at who you felt like was most impactful for this Jindong Gaming win.
I'm going to go with Hongq. I think Junja will get it, but I think Hongq was the reason that Junja's going to get it. Because the Trundle destroyed the Pantheon, but he was only able to do that because there was never a threat of an Akali whatsoever. Like it was, if you even think back to that Herald fight, the Cassio was both zoning the Akali and contributing to the team fight at the same time. That's where the lead really started to go their way. And I think that there's just not really an excuse to give it not to Hongq in this case.
I am in complete agreement with you, Rude Dude. And if we're doing recency bias for our voting, nothing will really give you the sign you're looking for to vote Hongq than what you just saw on your screen, a 4-man petrifying gaze to finish the game off. So if there's ever a play, everyone likes to talk about for AD carries, the boom damage stat sways voters. Maybe the end of the highlight is what usually should sway voters here on this one and pick up Hongq. We'll have to see if he gets that award. For all we talked about Wei, dominating player of the games in IG wins, I don't have the math in front of me, and I guess we'll get it if we see the Hongq MVP. I'm curious how much. Oh, we're not gonna see the Hongq MVP.
Like I said,
you
Junja's
called it.
Gonna get it. Yeah.
Wow, you called it.
I'm just locked in. I know exactly. I beef with these guys far too often. Like yesterday and the weekend before as well, I went, "You're robbing somebody," and I knew Hongq was getting robbed again this time, but. Yeah, Junja, a very valid second for me.
Well, you know what's a sweeter taste than a player of the game, regardless who it goes to, a series win. And that's what both of our teams will be hunting here in a do-or-die Game 3, just as we wanted it here as we look to close out the best of 3s of the split, and we move into best of 5s. We are going the distance. JD Gaming, Invictus Gaming, both Games 1 and Games 2, particularly lopsided for either's occasion. Let's hope we get a Game 3 banger here to close out the split for both JDG and IG. We'll get that underway on the other side of an intermission. For one final time in the regular season, we will go to the Rift with JD Gaming and IG for a Game 3 after two pretty clear-cut games from each of our teams. It's very funny, Rude Dude. We outlined going into the show how certain things we wanted to see that we felt like were strong for both these teams going into their postseason play, and they were weak. And I feel like, for the most part, we've seen almost all of it encapsulated across two games.
Yeah, both of the junglers so far have won player of the games, largely because they've been instrumental in how these games have been won. I think that both of these games have been sort of led down a one composition, typically has a favourable edge, but then the junglers are kind of taking it and pushing it that next step further. I think credit to Hongyu there as well in that game, had a really stellar performance on the Cassiopeia. Obviously not something that he's going to be able to replicate going into game number 3, but I'm curious to see how that draft ends up changing as well, Slayer. Obviously with the first two games we got to see the first pick picked for JDG, then blue side for IG. I expect this time round though that it's going to change.
See if IG will get up to that first pick selection like you're talking about, Rude. Now, I know you don't have the Fearless Champions in front of you per se, but I do want to pick your brain knowing how many champions we do have off the board. You mentioned it. Is there a potential lane you feel like is particularly pinched? Are there some champions that you feel like might escape the ban phase now that we've lost others? What's feeling powerful to you?
Yeah, I think that's the other conversation, isn't it? Is that when you swap sides or you swap who's got first pick, those bans do change as well. We saw game 1 and game 2, they were exactly the same. I think moving into this game 3, we're going to have things like Varus, Ezreal potentially left open, right? Nocturne, Orianna, Jarvan. I think Jarvan will stay consistent regardless of whatever side IG are on. They do not want to give Jarvan to Junja, but there's a very real possibility that some of those other picks start to fall out of favour, and instead you value something else over, a Xin Zhao ban, for example, away from Wei.
Yeah, that was the one I was about to point out. It was the Xin Zhao ban. We'll see maybe if they try and get Wei that option. Is
hey, bro, we got a game.
Wake up, man! It's game 3. You know what I know will wake him up, no matter what. We might not be able to, Rude Dude, but when we get the Gyos, this guy's gonna pop up like a prey with a predator. Oh, he's up. Okay, all right.
He heard me.
It's like the first. It's like the first couple of seconds of it's like a newborn baby. I don't know where I am. I'm scared. I'm just gonna look around.
Yeah.
Poor thing.
Yeah, he's already awake. I get the impression that if it weren't the Gyos, the guy with the really deep voice going Jin Dong would have definitely would have definitely started that one as well. Wake me up if IG are winning. Cute, love that.
That should have kept him up after the first game, though, right? No, yeah.
But then he was sleeping when JDG were winning. Oh, okay, I'll come back in for game 3.
Yeah, I'll come back in for game 3.
We've drafted like garbage for game 2, so I'll wake back up for game 3. There
we let enemy team be first pick Cassio and actually gave Cassio an Exodia game. Where I'm going to sleep. You know what? I respect that given the way that draft went. Speaking, though, more on this draft scenario for these two teams is we will get underway shortly. We get to see which of those champions we've been seeing banned throughout this series, if they will stay banned. All right, so we're going to role swap sides, I believe. Yeah, so it's just IG now, first pick with JG on blue side. So we reversed.
Twisted Fate ban already. That's new. So something new is getting let through. We will get something. Now, obviously, IG will have first pick. They were banning away champions that they didn't want to see get first pick. So your Nocturne, your Orianna, and your Jarvan. Now the question is, did JDG mirror those bans? With Jarvan already on the table, maybe going to be the case. But are they going to go blow for blow in that sense and also ban away the Ori, also ban away the Nocturne? Or are we going to see something different? Already, like you can see, heavy mid lane focus from Invictus Gaming, setting up for what looks to be a removal of these solid teamfight picks. Ezreal still available, Xin Zhao still available, and the Nocturne, the Orianna also there. So at least 2 of those 4 picks are getting through.
Yeah, I'm glad you point out the jungles. I think the jungle selections are going to be what IG are looking for here. And I wouldn't hate it. Just say, listen, Wei has been our rock on this roster. Let's give him something that he's comfortable on. And most importantly, something that he can kind of try and jockey for early game jungle with. So they're going to throw the Orianna ban down. It seems like this signals to me that they're fine with either Nocturne or Xin Zhao. I really now expect Wei to just take this first pick.
Yeah, JDG don't want to ban either of those because then you can trade them, right? And then you let IG pick whichever one they want, you trade them. And what's more likely to happen, maybe an Ezreal ban comes through here, and then we just see those junglers traded. Wei probably gets Xin Zhao, but that's fine. If you ban the Xin Zhao here, that then means that Nocturne's left up. And I think that that's the other route, is that they instead go for the other way around, the flippy floppy, where they ban the Nocturne, and Xin Zhao probably locked in here for Wei.
Keep checking in on our sleepy boy. Now he's just covering his face. He's either embarrassed or he really hates how the band face is going.
He just really needs to sleep.
Or really needs to sleep. Picked an interesting venue to go for it with, I have to say. All right, so the Nocturne ban. Now I'm curious, what does Junja like, right? Because your logic made sense to me, Rube. Like trading these junglers, that's fine. But they give away the Xin Zhao, and we've run out of junglers that I feel like can really contend early with Xin Zhao trying to invade or like forcing his will. So we'll see. What does Junja like?
Yeah, like Wukong, Skarner, they're still available if you want it. Importantly, I think Ezreal gets snapped up here by JDG, or instead maybe something else, but that's the pick that's been left off of the ban table. That I mean, if they're going to take the Caitlyn here, most likely then that they're going to end up taking this Ezreal as IG. Now, are we going to see Elise come through? Are we going to see a Carrier homage with the Lux getting pulled out, or are JDG going to take something else from this draft?
All right, good call on the Skarner. So definitely a different approach that Junja needs to have in this early game, a lot more respectful, right? Because he doesn't necessarily need the value of farming up well, getting a lead. Kind of just needs to get to level 6 and maybe make early ganks happen with that Ixchal's impact.
Alrighty. And again, with the Caitlyn locked in, this is JDG prioritizing seeing more of IG's draft for their support rather than seeing more of IG's draft for their jungle, because both of those picks I think are going to get locked in here. You don't want to let that pool get pinched. But instead they've gone, okay, we now see Ezreal, which I think could have been predicted. It's the support pairing that I think was the real big one. And ideally, if they see this get locked in, that probably informs on what they're going to take here. I think that going Elise versus Nico might be a little bit tricky just because of being able to sort of throw Cocoon at a minion. Definitely a possibility. But there's still the world where it gets locked in regardless, and you maybe go for something that can continue that CC layering, enabling Gala.
Yeah, I wonder, would you feel like the Elise would have been a better option, like inviting the Ezreal Bard, I guess, would have, or that's what I'm thinking. But now, yeah, does Vampire want to go Bard with a Caitlyn? This feels odd, but Vampire's a really proficient Bard player for our pool.
So again, the Bard here does really well versus the Nico, importantly, where the Elise doesn't. The Bard and Caitlyn actually have some really decent synergy around that level 6 mark. You put the Tempered Fate down, massive wind-up time for the Caitlyn traps to start layering themselves. So the duo itself, whilst it's not a cookie-cutter snare plus Caitlyn champion, I think there's a lot of synergy that is really good for the bot lane and as well as an answer to this Nico.
It's definitely a kind of funny one of those bottom lane matchups where it's like, if you're thinking meta, it makes sense to the support swap sides, right? But I like your logic nonetheless. And also, it's always fun, one, to watch Bard in competitive play. I think he's one of the most fun champions to watch play pro. And two, watch Vampire play Bard, because this guy is probably one of our better Bard players alongside, Kyle and on. So pretty good company nonetheless. Let's focus in on the second ban phase, though, and how rude, as we will look to start punishing mid laners here by JDG. And IG, I was curious how many mid lane bans they would be willing to throw down. It would be really funny if they went for the 5 ban on a Hongq, but they're going to get rid of Xiaosu, going for a potential Vayne angle.
Yeah, so it's going to be JDG who get their first pick out of this next phase. So taking away some of these sort of longer, quote-unquote, range champions, the LeBlanc, Cambi, Poke, the Azir, similar sort of thing. And then I expect this to be JDG locking in Hongq's pick first, and then leaving Xiaosu to have that counter pick on that top side. So you can see IG focusing bans away from things that probably do pretty well versus tanks. Things like the Vayne, maybe the Dinar gets banned away here as well, if they want to make it so that there's not a brutal laning phase ahead for Diachi, for Breathe even.
Wow, instead they 4-ban Hongq. This is a funny little arms race, right? I feel like that's like Hongq is the winner. We're in a game now where 6 mid laners are banned away, and then if you add in Fearless, we've effectively taken 10 mid laners out of the pool right now. So it's starting to become slim pickings. Hongq is going to blind the Victor And maybe he just feels like Nya doesn't really have a champ in his pool now that can punish this very much.
I mean, this could be Yone, and then you take an AP top laner, but I think that's pretty risky to try and blind something AP on that top side. You could go Gragas up there, which is a pretty stalwart blind pick regardless, and open up for that sort of AD priority into the mid lane.
Looks like instead they're going to get Breathe on a maximum comfort champion. They'll lock in the Gnar, one of his most proficient champions in his arsenal. Great team fighting also allows him to get a positive lane, regardless of what Xiaosu wants to go here. Most matchups, Gnar is going to be favored in. Ooh, this would be fun if this one gets locked in. Hijack and Impale, hijack Temper Fate.
And this is the sort of problem, I suppose, with banning the Aurora here, is that you leave this Gnar open, is that safe counter pick, or safe blind pick, rather, onto that top side. We have still got... Okay!
What? Wait.
All right. That's Tristana top.
That's Tristana top.
That's Tristana top for
I want to I want to slap myself. Is this real? Whoa!
That's on me. I should have known that was coming.
Yeah, rude dude. You've been on you on point all night, man. Why didn't you see a Tristana top coming?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get the stats people rolling. Let's get the department.
Hold on.
I don't.
Hold on. Look at IG's draft right now. Look at IG's draft. Wei is jungling with Gnar. Never mind.
Oh
okay,
no.
I was thinking that'd be a really good adaptation.
Dawn. Yeah. Or
yeah.
Like
see some drain tank Zins out top lane. We've seen bits of Gnar jungle as well in the past, but. All right, fair enough. It's back to traditional. I think taking Wei off of Xin Zhao is a bit of a blunder regardless, but either way. A lot of early game pressure now for Invictus Gaming, and again, I think that their composition a little bit dependent on winning early on. Fortunately, they've got the Xin Zhao to do that. Otherwise, they are very heavily reliant on Ezreal, and then those sort of big team fight ultis from the Nico, from the Silas, to make space. Whereas, you know, for JDG here, it's a Tabe special, really, to bust out a random top laner that we've not seen in, you know, a very, very long time.
I mean, I'd be willing to wager. I can't think of a meta where I ever remember Tristana going top.
Oh, they won't have been meta, but it probably happened at some point.
Yeah,
we'll get the little flash along the bottom where they say it was last played at this time.
All right.
So we'll see.
Tabe cooking a little extra here. JDG looking for the Game 3 win. Here we go.
Alrighty. Quick heads up on what we can see on our screens currently. Is a cloth 4 start for Breathe. So he's gone cloth armor 4 potions to open up this lane, where Xiaosu with exhaust as well has taken that as a potential means to a level 2 all-in. It is lethal tempo, which means that they're scaling and not as much laning strength. And I think that, again, as this game gets later, for Jindong Gaming, it probably ends up becoming quite favourable. They've got really good setup with the Bard and the Skarner. The range that IG have is very, very mitigated, very minimal, in fact. As what's actually happening is you see Xiaosu and Breathe exhaust.
He puts the exhaust down. He's got the lethal tempo going already for that extra attack speed. Yeah, and he nearly blows Breathe out of the lane at level 1. I'm glad you mentioned the range advantage, because Tristana range scaling with a Caitlyn and a Victor into this comp, you don't ever get a walk up as IG, but that is a far ways away. We'll see what IG can do on the other sides of the map. I have been informed that the LCK did bring out Tristana top very recently, so it's not that odd in the grand scheme of global LoL esports, but definitely is a notable first look here in a while for the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, if this is going to be the thing that takes JDG into that presumably second place, pending the result of BLG versus AL after this, then absolutely. And this is also sort of both for Xiaosu at the very least. Yeah, Wayward. Oh, it was 2024. All right.
Wow.
I was expecting a lot longer, but sure, fair play.
Fair play indeed.
This is, you know, Xiaoshu's final efforts for any all-pro nods with the voting closing tomorrow. Your last chances to get these all-pro votes in are very, very soon.
Yep, and there's 2 people we really want to spotlight who potentially could be favoring for your votes. Juja, by the way, coming off of a player of the game. So Timing, good call from you, Rude Dude. I, personally, after tonight's games, will be doing my All-Pro ballot, and we'll be letting the people know about that shortly after.
And I'm bot lane here.
Okay, get that off my screen, man. There's a flashing cage and a first blood immediately for Wei as they get the kill onto Junja. Vampire Magic Journey's out as Breathe goes Mega, wants to scrap. That's a tiny hop from Xiaosu. Gets the reset though, gets out of vision. Breathe for the flash. Breathe, boomerang down onto Xiaosu. He will get soloed out as here comes the return from Wei, getting Gala to flash back under his turret. Pandemonium, Rude Dude.
That's about as bad as it can get for JDG there. Really heads-up play from Wei to flash onto Junja of all people. I was expecting the Skarner to be the last target that you tried to focus there, but now double buffs on Nya means he can really bully Honkyu in this mid lane, as it had previously been quite Victor favoured, and now he's going to try and spot the Skarner out as he walks up toward that crab. Smite available though, so should just be Junja picking this up. Looks like he
Really wants to make
it.
him smite.
Yeah.
No, I was like, you are not walking out of here without your smite on cooldown, brother. You are going to smite that crab away. All right, yeah, so yeah, picking up the early gold. Solo. Oh, we got to watch this back.
Yeah, I do want to call out that this now makes this top lane matchup pretty unplayable for Xiaosu. I mean, that hop itself, really bad. You're trying to use that to dodge an RW. You need to be much faster on the press for it. What you can do there as the Tristana is hop on the Gnar, and then you get the immediate reset with the slow and the damage being there as well. I think that could have been the difference maker. But you took Exhaust into this top side and you got soloed 1v1. Like, that is brutal, really. And now with those plated steel caps, Breathe probably in a pretty good spot to try to fight back a little bit in this 1 versus 1, where Xiaosu, you know, recurve bow in the back pocket is not holding a candle to these steel caps at all.
Yeah, no, not whatsoever. Also, going to make it now a lot more beneficial that he goes with the Hail of Blades, right? He's going to play to get even more dominance in this lane with those quick autos he can get down. So IG, in a rare spot where both of their solo lanes out to a pretty nice start here. And they need to translate it into this mid-game without a doubt. And there's still a ton of playmaking. Yeah, with this Silas pick, it's going to make every fight a little bit, you know, scarier for JDG. Stolen Impale, a stolen Tempered Fate. Scary.
Yeah, I think Breathe, yeah, there we go, playing for the level 6 timer. Xiaosu steps back away appropriately, and again, this is the first time here, Slayer, that actually the team that needed to win early is seemingly doing that, which is quite nice. As you know, we highlighted that for IG, they kind of need to get the ball rolling earlier on, as later on they are going to get outscaled and struggle.
Oh, no. Xiaosu, stun into stun. He's got the exhaust, though. This time he is going to hop right on top of Breathe, but with that recurve bow and the plated steel caps, thankfully it's not enough damage to kill off Breathe, but Xiaosu's still competing, man.
Yeah, and I think that this is kind of why it's the counter pick, I suppose, is that the Gnar can't fight you, even with this. And now a TP coming down. Xiaosu has hop and has ulti, so he's incredibly safe.
Rocket jump and buster shot available. Does mean that, yeah, Breathe can hold this wave, and that is a pretty big advantage. So punishing, again, the exhaust pickup here for Xiaosu, that is a gnarly wave state that he's going to have to make his way back into.
Yeah, and it's a case of when can you get that top lane roll completed so that you've got a TP to be able to answer with as well. So importantly here for JDG, they need to slow the pace of this game down, make sure that they can get to those crucial breakpoints, right? They've got double really good scaling marksmen. They've got Victor as well, who scales like a monster into the late game. Currently they're down on all fronts, as Breathe with that teleport has been able to quite easily withstand, I say. Xiaosu has now 2 people on this top side, one from either end. It's Junja and Nya who find their way up to those Krogs. A good defense, actually, from the IG mid laner.
It's very well appreciated. If you wanna make your jungler adore you in solo queue, do what Ya just did. Protect your jungler's camps. It will go a long ways, especially for Wei, who does hold on to a slight camp lead and just innate power at this current point, right? You just look at the inventories. The Hearthsteel Rush of Junja makes him incredibly weak, contesting a lot on the map compared to the inventory Wei is currently sporting by this point. So, first dragon was already claimed by Wei. The Grubs also going to be aptly positioned for him, as he is currently pathing right over towards them, even if he did walk over a pink ward in his own jungle.
Yeah, and you know, the story that we wanted to paint for these two teams is Xiaosu going to go in again, doesn't find the slow.
Buster shot, doesn't get the kill, he's going to flash forward, and he's going to get it! Xiaosu's revenge! Both of our top laners finding a solo bolo.
really nice performance again here. Xiaosu really shouldn't be finding it this easy, but this is the power of the counter pick. Able to just jump on Breathe, take him down, and flash forward, use the Buster Shot for damage as opposed to for CC. Really solid, and again, as we get later on into that game, that Buster Shot for CC is going to be incredibly important. The Gnar tries to jump in, you ulti them out. It's a depression station for Gnar. It's a double-edged counter in this case, as now Junja maybe in a little bit of trouble as he is spotted, but he's got E to just hop out over this wall.
Oh, unless he gets interrupted by a nice Tangle Barb, holds him in place. Impale gonna come out, Pop Blossom follows the flash. Junja cannot get any traction on enemy invades.
And we talked about the All-Pro earlier. Mako, our candidate for IG, he may get some nods, and I think that on this Nico we're gonna see some real reasons why here in this game. Really good flash predict. He follows Junja with the flash. It's pretty much perfectly timed so that they both flash at identical frames. And it means that Jiachi is able to find a quick pickup there onto Junja, who found himself a little bit overextended. Definitely not in the position that he ought to be.
And Jiachi, the biggest win, obviously the kill, but also double buffs on an Ezreal. So you get the sustain into that, ace in the hole potency from Gala, and of course keep that mana topped off for a ton of spells. So Jiachi also very much so chilling on one of his most comfortable champions in the Ezreal. IG in such a nice spot here in all places, right? The grubs, the kills, the gold lead. Let's just see if they can do what we saw JDG do in Game 2, because as much as we praised the IG Game 1 Rude Dude, there was a 10-minute window where we were fearing a 10k gold collapse.
And hey, it's all in the aid of them being able to get those final reps in, right? This is the last game of regular season. Oh dear.
Vampire looking to set up a cosmic binding stun, but there's the trap. Stun not going to land on a Jiachi. But oh boy, that 90 caliber net headshot nearly decapitates Jiachi, and he's running for the hills as Junja and Vampire look to chase him down. But he will be safe under his tier 2 turret. I don't know if I can say the same about his support, though. Junja has collapsed upon the one exit for Mako, and Rude Dude has caster cursed the All-Pro IG ballot voter.
Yeah, well, you know what? He died so that Jiachi could live. Now Xiaosu on top side.
All right, exhaust down, but the Gnar ultimate still comes through. No turret aggro gain, but Xiaosu has gained a lot of lethal tempo procs. 3-time strike knockup comes. The dive is still going to look messy. Xiaosu able to go 1-for-1 and trade Breeze flash out.
And now he gets to go back up to that top lane with the Kraken Slayer picked up. Has finished that top lane role quest as well, so can probably TP up there if he wants to miss out on not too much in terms of farm. Really nice play by Xiaosu. Wei feeling pressured on this Xin Zhao again. The game doesn't get easier for them as this game gets later, and 500 gold lead 11 minutes into this one is not the advantage that they would like, especially as they see, Mako getting bullied down on the bot side, Jiachi having to go back to base. IG a little bit pressured at this stage to try and make something happen, and that's going to come from Wei.
Gold lead been neutralized by this point in our bloodiest game of the series so far early on. Clear. I'm happy that this Tristana got, made up for that first mistake, because now we really get to see what the strength of this counter pick looks like as well. And as of note, even though we were a little bit behind the 8 ball on how surprised we were with the Tristana's top, and we mentioned that it was played the LCK recently, it was played to a loss. So it'd be fun to see it, be a pivotal point in a win finally, as it becomes a part of the meta into the Gnar.
Yeah, it could be a... obviously, this is the reason that they left it up, right? I highlighted in the draft wall, you've left the Gnar open.
Vampire going to hold Mako up. He doesn't get to go in for a Pop Blossom, but that ult does come off the board for very little. Keep an eye on Ya as well. He has hijacked the Impale.
Yeah, so this is the Drake that IG needs to take again. Their game depends on snowballing, depends on them getting ahead. Or a very heavy reliance on Jiachi being the second coming of that one guy who plays Ezreal and looks absolutely crazy with it. Insert any carry ever, but
Tangle Barb
away.
Yep, Magical Journey and a flash just to try and cover his own bases. Jiachi starting to hit some of these Mystic shots, though, get some chunk damage. Jason the hold down as a trade back here from Golem, but Vampire very low. TP coming in, but that is the Gnar landing on top of a trap, and he is done for. Pop Blossom goes back here for Mako into the hijacked Impale to grab up Xiaosu, but it's Pandemonium as the Crescent Guard gives away just enough room to find the kill onto Junja. It's Hongkyu and Gala trying to force their way back in. Hongkyu cannot kite around the abscond or the abduct. Gravitum Field is going to come down now having to flash forward as Gala pushing the tempo Mako up, finds the first kill. Hongq will not be dissuaded either as he forces double flashes, but the death beam finds Mako. No front line, no problem. JDG get it done.
And Hongq and Gala there playing perfectly at the maximum levels of their range, as we even saw Gala net forward in the back half of that play in order to deny Invictus Gaming from getting that dragon. And everybody goes back to base, and the dragon is not even taken. So we could very well see this rinsed and repeated in just a little bit of time here. It's Hongq with the initial poke on the Chaos Storm that makes this fight a little bit more difficult for Nyar than anything else. But Breathe, as soon as he goes in here, we're all thinking, okay, well, this guy's just going to get one shot, but IG collapsed perfectly. They managed to get on top of Gala, force Hongq away, and to start off with, this fight looks good. They take down Junja, but it's a 4 versus 2 here. We take a look at the health bars. It's probably Hongq who've got more HP than the majority of the IG players combined. Flashes away from the final dregs there of the Tangle Barbs means that Hongq can start skeet shooting around, dealing out the damage with the lasers. And Gala more than easily able to get on top of those final few members. Laser just barely catches Mako on the way out. We're back.
We go back to live. Oh my god, Junja flashes and the steal does not come through. So despite the fight win for JDG, IG do finally end up with that dragon as we get a new lane assignment here for Xiaosu.
I will say that Tristana definitely feels like a really powerful duelist even as you get later on into this game. You can be a hyper carry, and I actually sort of favour a Tristana over a Vayne style of hyper carry as we move later on, so good to see that Xiaosu's got this, and now Vampire looking for Breathe down on this bot side.
Slow, Tempered Fate, nice hop there for Breathe. And Vampire will not be able to find the catch he so desperately set up.
I feel like those spells were used in the wrong order. I can hop the Q, see him afterwards, but either way. 3 people up on this top side. We can see that Mako is sat in the brush just waiting as it looks like it's going to be the top tier 1 actually, the first brick to fall. Yeah, exactly
Rub's
right.
touching the void. Yeah, gonna really help that one out. So nice little gold influx back over towards IG. Hongq doesn't actually even get to trade the bot tier 1 out as well. He's gonna have to go for a reset here as Breathe does get back.
I think what they might even do is give that gold over to Xiaosu here. Has got that top tier 1, pretty much just a stone's throw away from falling over. Once he takes that, move the Tristana down to that bot side, to take those plates as well. JDG are the ones here trying to take out this Herald. I think they're going to get stopped by this. There's 4 members working their way up here. Breathe is down on bot side with no TP, so really, JDG should be trying to take this.
Good trap line from Gala. You use the clone from Mako to try and get through. True Shot Barrage made things a decent amount hairy, but Junja will secure that Herald, so IG not able to make that collapse play happen. They're instead just going to trade Breathe some valuable solo time alone on the bot wave.
Yeah, Gala and Hongq splitting farm here in this mid lane. Nobody's actually gone down to catch those multiple sets of waves that have been lost by Breathe. Xiaosu probably going to recall and then head down to that bot side, but they committed very heavily to deny the Herald, and that's cost them this tier 1 turret. It's cost them a good few waves down there as well. But this is the funnel Xiaosu strategy right here, where we give him all of the gold from all of our plates. And now look at the minimap, Hongq and Xiaosu both pivoting out toward this bot side, where really it should just be one of them trying to catch up. And it looks like it's Hongq once again who has to take a knee and go, all right, this is the Tristana's lane, you're going to get the turret, but where does Victor go to farm?
Maybe Xiaosu just hit tab and saw Hongq's CS. He's like, listen, man, you got something you can spare.
You need it more than I do.
You do indeed need it more than I do. Or maybe, you know what, he's going to do the valiant effort of helping his support clear waves, or helping his support make a pick on the Jhachi. Slow going to land. Arcade Storm going to come out. Good arcade shift there from Jhachi. If he does it directly back, he gets grabbed by the Tempered Fate, but he's able to elude the pick.
Barrier's still there as well. Means that it's a nice and easy escape for the Jhachi. Not really under too much threat. A little bit of poke comes down onto that turret, some plating split, but Xiaosu doesn't feel confident walking up to Breathe with no exhaust. This is that window where you can tell the Tristana just needs to play a little bit more safely. Obviously some good armor in the back pocket of Breathe as well.
And with the Flicker Blade coming through second here for Xiaosu, we can kind of start identifying that the build is going to be similar to the AD path, and there's not a ton of shred, into a chainmail vest until a little bit later on for this Tristana, but it is worth mentioning that IG do have the gold lead. They do have the Drake stack in their favor, but Brew, do we need more? Because the late game theory of this JDG comp is still very terrifying, especially now that Xiaosu has done decently well out of lane.
I think as soon as those Drakes start being lost, that's when we start to worry for IG, because if they can find Hextech Soul, amazing, right? Like that's what we're after. That can offset some of those weaknesses that they have in the late game. One Ezreal Q taking 2-3 members down to half HP with the chain of a Hextech Soul as well. So that's a possibility as Junja able to fish, make sure that Wei not getting in unscathed.
Wei gonna dash forward though, goes into it. Ixtal's impact, double impale. That's the clone grab away as well. Crescent Guard is gonna save him from the Arcane Storm. Tempered Fate will go wide, but look towards the mid lane. Gala aggressively trades with Na and comes out healthier. 30 seconds to this Hextech Drake spawns that you identified IG need, and now it's gonna be hard for them to even get near it.
Yeah, the second that they lose that dragon is the second we start to worry. Well, they've not lost it yet, but the alarm bells they're being prepared as Gala will take down this tier 1 turret. It takes half his HP for it, so he might even be a little bit late to come to this dragon. I feel like they committed heavily to try and take the tier 1 turret in exchange for being able to reset, get those HP bars back, and then work their way towards this dragon. As IG have done that, they've got back to base. Their HP bars now a lot better off. And importantly, we take a look at some of those ultis. Breathe, working his way through the Mega Bar. He's going to be nice and healthy for this one.
Oh, is he healthy though? He's getting hopped on by Xiaosu, but does charge up to Mega Gnar. Now he's looking to try to make the pick on a Xiaosu. Flash for flash to get out of the first stun. But here comes Wei. Talon Strike, when becomes lightning, all up and available, and Xiaosu's rocket jump will actually get him out of dodge as Jachi acing the whole home from Gala, finds that first kill. Breathe and Wei chase so far up for Xiaosu that they left their whole team lacking.
And importantly as well, they didn't even find the kill. Now Xiaosu may be able to contribute to this fight, but JDG, they are going to get this dragon, and that's the problem here there, Slayer. IG stop their dragon stacking, and all of a sudden they don't have that threat. They don't have that Hextech Soul. They don't have that threat of a point going their way. It's Vampire on the Narnia roam that catches Jachi off guard to begin with, and a really good flash from Junja. Actually cashes in immediately. Look alive though.
We're fighting over blue buff. Nice dodge on the Wisconsin Duck. The Vampire's dead, and the hijack impale gets a 2-for-1 special. Crescent Guard comes up to block all of Gala's damage. He can't commit to any of these low health bars until it finally drops, and now Gala gets jumped on by Wei. Pop Blossom is gonna hold Gala in place, but Junja with Xiaosu, full lethal tempo stack, is throwing a barrage of autos as explosions drop on top of Mako's head. It's gotta be Jachi, hits the Mystic shot. Lethal tempo is gonna get him the first kill on to Junja. Chaos incarnate, and only 2 marksmen limping away.
Limping is the exact definition here, as it looks like Xiaosu down to single-digit HPs. Diachi, the one who's able to come back from the grave and get some vengeance on JDG. Will be able to take a play off of this mid lane, but importantly, again, I have to credit the fact that this dragon is denied. JDG secure themselves that dragon. They stopped the stacking. And we got to see some of the points that this IG composition can thrive from. If Jachi is left untouched, there's a world where he can outrange everybody. That's the power of this Ezreal, is that if they can't get access to you, you can go crazy.
So I'm getting the vibe that Vampire limit tested what we call the Bard, the Bard escapability on this one.
Absolutely. That's pretty much what happened. He's at 40% HP. In a brush, wearing our face checks. But Gala here, I think, wasting his flash a little bit. As soon as the Nico's coming at you like that, your flash is a little bit misplaced. But then as soon as Jachi gets here, able to do all the damage, lands everything onto Xiaosu. Again, like this is the margins that you get away with. It's like hairs of HP before an ace.
Good to see that Ezreal damage is online. The Moral Mana spike is a big one at the 2-item threshold. As I feel, Rude Dude, it is important to kind of take stock of what items we feel strongest about, because the gold is dead even. Most of these guys are going to be on 2 items. So Ezreal is definitely a powerful player at this point. But we also have Xiaosu. Oh, and Gala. Yeah.
I mean, it's shocker. It's the marksman. They scale well with with items. But Xiaosu here going for a Noon Quiver item, probably that Hex Optics, but doesn't have a lot of crit chance just yet. They're able to get a nice portal out over the wall. But he's going to be the one that struggles until he gets to sort of 3-4 items. Kind of burn Wei's present guard, but just standing in the Chaos Storm.
Yep, and there it will finally go down. Vampire's Tempered Fate does not find its mark, but hey, Crescent Guard off the table. I wonder how aggressive JDG will feel without that ultimate online. In that really close last fight, the real difference maker was that Crescent Guard. It blocked Gala from doing any trade damage. Oh boy. These two top laners have been trading all day long. Buster Shot does not buffer the stun as they start to layer here from Breathe, but the rocket jump reset does come through. Nice dodge on the cooler, but the True Shot barrage is what hits here for Jachi, and now Honkyu, he TP'd himself into a very precarious situation. Hijack Chaos Storm doesn't matter because the Impale comes through. Honkyu not with enough damage necessarily to trade that one back out. Both solo lanes for Invictus Gaming. 2 brews to keep going.
Yeah, 1 for nothing there, and IG swing back. It's again fight down on that bot side, one that Breathe currently coming out on top of, and IG will be able to transition this into a mid lane tier 1 as well. The Tristana still not quite making it work. That was through exhaust as well that Breathe is able to find all but a solo kill. Jachi with a really good true shot barrage. The banana from downtown takes down Xiaosu. And that means that now this map has opened up nicely for IG. That sort of advantage that they needed, that they flubbed on about 4 minutes ago, starting to slowly creep back in.
And while Baron does feel like a nice setup spot, gotta direct your attention back towards the Drake Pit again, Rude Dude. We're worried, but we're not giving up on the snowball. We will be in a very tough spot, me and you, Rude Dude, if they don't get this third Drake. Soul Point is a requirement because if you go 2-2 in Drakes and stall out a potential Hextech Soul until mid-30 minutes, the double marks in the JDG will be very scary by that point.
Absolutely, and I mean, this could already be too late, to be honest with you. That first
It
dragon
could.
not going their way could be the thing that tips them over the edge. But Xiaosu at this stage, not a hyper carry just yet. Gala, quite strong, but doesn't have that RFC finished. So there's a world where this is winnable for Invictus Gaming. Again, come 5 minutes time, I don't know that that's going to be the case, as that's going to take a headshot from that ace in the hole. But now it's a flip. Breathe trying to work up that mega bar.
Good old-fashioned flip, good call on the Narbar. Breathe wants to throw some of these boomerangs at Junja to stack it up further, but we are just going to 50-50 this thing. Who wins the smite fight? It is Wei. Soul Point for IG. JDG, let's see how much of a problem it's going to be. Temper Fail on the backline is perfectly timed as Wei gets sectioned up by Junja. Pop Blossom back for Mako. Doesn't get a lot of value. Breathe, though, with the Gnar ultimate is throwing haymakers, but the Arcade Storm will find all of IG, and Xiaosu will put a stamp win on an acing fight from Jindong Gaming.
Vampire just destroyed IG in that fight. One Tempered Fate dictates the entire pace of this game. JDG will secure 5 kills, 1 extra Baron to go with it, and that is going to be probably the decider of this match.
What a moment for Vampire, and what a huge fight for Honkyu. With all these marksmen flying around, the Victor might be the biggest benefactor. He's getting ignored, and it's a problem now for IG.
So as soon as Wei goes in here, Vampire sees the angle, 4 people all lined up. Tempered Fate catches 2, Jachi has to back out, and then it's a 4 versus 5, and this whole time Honkyu left untouched. Really good flash from both Gala and Honkyu. Gets out of Breathe's engage, gets out of the engage from Mako as well, and then they are just left to free fire. Jachi gets caught by an Excel's impact, which should not be happening really on this edge. You'll have to be flashing those ahead of time, because the way this composition thrives is with your Ezreal at this late stage. And if Jachi doesn't play literally perfectly, then the game ends. The fight is lost, and JDG, you saw there with a 5,000 damage team fight from Honkyu, is going to run over you.
It started to manifest in those marksman items. I don't know necessarily what happened to Gala's approach. He has a Zeal and a Last Whisper, so he's stuck between RFC and LDR, but 3 items on the Tristana. Honkyu also very powerful. He's testing his limits. He's using the Graviton well to stall up Wei. Arcade Storm does have to come out a bit early, so slowing down the Baron push, and more ultimates coming out for JDG to not find much. Tempered Fate is going to whiff as well.
Breathe goes mega here. It's JDG. Just need to play on the back foot for just a second. Maybe one more wave comes through on that bot side, and then they'll feel confident to try and play up and aggressively. Just waiting out that Mega Gnar, and they'll be good to go.
Yeah, they're dropping top wave completely, and mid wave is not pushed into the same position to threaten the tier 3. So JDG are putting all their eggs of the Baron power play into the bot lane basket.
This is now their time. Obviously get as many structures away from the Baron as possible. There's a really big chunk onto Jati there.
Oh my god, Mako stuck in as a minion. Pop Blossom finds Gala, the True Shot Barrage gets it done. Ya finds the kill. Junja tries to throw Nan to the wall. The Impale does not find anything. And there's the Gnar ult from Breathe, but it's not hit onto Hong Q, who is keeping everyone at bay. Holy moly, that was close margins for a Baron push from JDG.
I mean, IG there, and it's Mako once again. Let's fly the All-Pro ballot. Your potential contender for support, like, saving this fight down on that bot side. Sneaks in, like you say, as a minion. And is able, he doesn't even sneak in. He's just in Zhao. He's just loving life. Goes back to base. Pops in. Fakies, I guess. Throws the clone backwards and puts himself forward. To get on top of Gala. And with no flash this time, he does fall. Look at the buster shot here from Xiaosu. The second Breathe and Jachi step in, they immediately get pushed back. And that means that he can then jump forward. Yes, it ends up costing him his life, but I think that keeps the fight in their favor, despite the fact that obviously they were able to, or that they lost out JDG on the turret that they were looking for.
Good find from Mako. Gonna need a lot more playmaking like that to try and get IG back into this game. There's the reminder, as we've seen some pop-off moments from both of those two, Junja and Mako. And despite the fact that we had that huge gold swing, JDG had the Baron power play, here's the thing, folks. Baron garnered 0 turrets, and the reality is the win con all along for Invictus Gaming was Hextech Soul, and, well, we're 40 seconds away from, in my mind, Rudu deciding the series.
Yeah, and Wei has been so good at securing those smites. You know, has a bit of a reputation of being a bit of a smite king here in the LPL. Definitely a tall order for Junja to try and take this one away, as it's all about that mid lane priority. Who can establish it? Who can get that wave crashed in beforehand? As we see a deep TP from Breathe. He goes all the way down to bot side to try and get some leverage, as it's Xiaosu who's actually looking to go straight in and join up with the team. Breathe working on getting that mega form ready, locked and loaded, as Tiachi stepping very aggressively here.
Tempered Fate, oh, it tags onto Wei, but a hijack Tempered Fate hits Xiaosu right back, but here comes Mako with the Pop Blossom and Dreams onto the back line, but IG, they can't follow up this time at all. Mako goes down, Breathe is not Mega. He can't affect the fight with that big ultimate, and instead, it allows the rage of JDG Gaming to wipe home this fight. Nice try, IG. Xiaosu quadra kill. JDG are going to end their season on a high, taking our series.
It took them 30 minutes, but Xiaosu here, quadra kill in the fight, has finally scaled up the answer to the Gnar that they knew they were playing for. JDG put themselves above the rest of the pack. AL, can you respond in this next series?
JDG are a Nexus explosion away from getting back to second place and putting all the pressure, as you said, Rude, on the Pandas. JDG end the season on a high, taking a 2-1 series.
And that final rep that we talked about, definitely a good one for JDG. They were made to fight for it here. IG staring them down with Soul Point in that final fight, but JDG Gaming coming out on top. Very, very nice performance from them, and a massive team fight in the end, despite Mako's great engages. It was ultimately the triple carries, the late game scaling that we talked about. It was just all too much, and they were more than suited for that fight around the Dragon.
Mad respect, though, goes out to Mako on this, Nico. He did what he needed to do, right? It felt like we were doing those last couple fights. Clutch Pop Blossom after Clutch Pop Blossom. But again, it's IG and their carries, not necessarily meeting the bar required to take down the cream of the crop when it comes to the LPL. My biggest takeaway, though, Rude Dude, that's the most important thing, as we are constantly at battle with that stinky LCK. Hey, listen, guys. Tristana Top can win in this region. It can't win in your silly region.
And we'll take that. We'll take that win all the way. I mean, we currently have the superiority. We won the international, so it doesn't matter.
Best region in the world.
Whatever they say for at least this next until MSI, we're the best region in the world. You know, we won the international, so we've always got that on them as well.
Rude, we don't need to talk about the bigger tournament later on, but all I'm saying is MSI has been well documented as an LPL favored tournament historically. So hey, I'm liking our odds, and I'm liking our odds too. If JDG can be this creative with their draft approaches, and get wins on it. That is an inspiring sign for both the playoffs and the international and MSI that we're hyping up after all of this is done.
And I think that for JDG, obviously, them putting themselves to 9-5 now, as you can see, does mean that they laid the gauntlet down now for anyone's legend, who have got a tricky series up ahead after this, after we wrap up here. But Invictus Gaming showed us some good stuff. They definitely tried, but with that loss, they cement themselves as a 7th seed going into playoffs, which, again, for IG, the name brand 7 out of 8, not really the scoreline that you want. And with a 5-9 record in sets as well, that's maybe a little lower than you'd expect, but we've had such a tight mid-pack really throughout this split that they just have to be the team that ends up 7th more so than anything, and below the likes of an NIP, of a Weibo Gaming that maybe they should see themselves as being better than, but they weren't able to do on the day.
Yeah, and you could say, like, what was it, 2-8 series score for IG in Split 1. So this does feel like a bit of an improvement with series wins, but you do have to factor in, we brought into former group Perseverance teams, and, WE, are a pretty, have been a historical way the split to get 2 series wins, so you can maybe -2 on that factor. NIP, I would say, is also, you could be like, oh, 2 group Perseverance teams, that should be 4 series wins, but nah, NIP, man, are real contenders, so gotta put some respect on their name. I mean, they finished higher than IG by 2 spots at this point, so.
Yeah. And higher than Weibo as well. And yeah, you get to see, well, Gala didn't really do too much scaling here, but Honkyu certainly did. I think, I'm glad that I highlighted that mid lane should be a pretty powerful point of this series.
There you go.
These 2 Game 2 graphs have painted that picture quite strongly.
And I am happy to report to you, Rude Dude. I will take the brunt if I am wrong here for you, my friend, but I think your Honkyu player of the game has finally come. I think he will.
It's on its way.
One. Hopefully he doesn't get robbed by a Xiaosu big damage number, quadra kill at the end of the game, because Honkyu, maybe that's the benefit of double marksman. It scares the hell out of the other team, and like, oh my god, we got to handle both these marksmen. They kind of just forget about the mid laner. Just watch how many fights you see Honkyu pretty untouched. This one, I think he does get screwed, like you called out. The flash is really good, but outside of that, nobody is hitting a Victor, and that is very scary.
I mean, this is again largely a fight where he's pretty much okay, to be honest. He gets a good flash out, so gets hit by Nya here on the re-engage, and then like pixel perfect flash, like Merc Treads level flash, because he had that ready, was able to actually get away from the Silas and then from the Nico as well. But yeah, Honkyu hopefully here going to be the recipient of that MVP. Diachi, excellent performance on the Ezreal, but unfortunately the rest of his team not quite on the level that they needed to be. And again, it feels like we've called these drafts pretty much to a T of what needs to happen in case of how these teams win. IG weren't able to find that early lead, or they weren't able to sustain that early lead, I should say. They found it, they just weren't able to turn it into a victory in the end. As there were some good fights from IG, don't get me wrong, but not quite enough to see them all the way over the line.
Yeah, so I'm curious, speaking on, because the damage dealers have been such a big conversation, and I do want to give a lot more grace over to Nya. This is a very precarious situation to step into. How did you feel about his performance today? Because I felt like there were flashes of smart moves, and I don't necessarily know how much like he would have actually been able to move the needle into such a tough matchup.
You see, that's the problem, isn't it? Is that he had counterpick twice.
Oh, good point.
And this was the result. He picked Silas into Victor, got bodied. He picked Akali into Cassiopeia, got bodied. So
yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Without ragging on him too much, I think this isn't the best series we've seen from Nya.
Yeah, well, still, we could give him the learning curve grace, right? It's a rookie that came in, I wouldn't even say like mid-split. I guess it was kind of mid-split. It was basically halfway through split, and was asked to do a lot of the heavy lifting here in this season for IG. I see, that Gnar
cannot be allowing Xiaosu to get MVP after that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that felt like the solo queue Tristana rocket jumps I have to endure a lot of the time. But hey, listen, it was his first career game on it, so we could also give him a little bit of leeway. I'm curious,
Wild Turtle VODs.
Oh God, wild turtle bots. So do we? I guess I'm gonna put your prediction skills to the test here a bit, Rude Dude. I know we're not gonna be able to because I believe they'll go to a player interview, so we won't get to see the player of the game just yet. But do you feel like JDG are gonna be that 2 seed, like BLG AL? Like, do you think that's gonna be a Billy Gaming win?
I think BLG have looked incredibly solid, and I would slate them to not lose any best of threes. I mean, obviously in best of fives, there's different stakes. The playoff pressures can get to most people, but I mean, BLG have just kind of ran this league for the last few years. Knight in particular has been just a cut above. I'm optimistic for BLG's chances, pessimistic for AL's opportunities to try and get back into that second spot over JDG.
I'm aligned right in touch with you, Rude Dude. And let's get that visual representation. We have updated standings as well that will show that currently now, JDG, right where they finished the Split 1 playoffs. And, you know, obviously playoffs is a whole different animal, but if these standings held today, we'd be sending the same 2 teams up to the next international.
Yeah, so it depends on if AL win and therefore how, the sort of effects on the percentages. I think a win of AL in any sort of sense takes them up
they'll
to
go
second,
1 game score higher. Yeah,
and that's quite nice, which will be good for them. I wonder if it's based on percentages or games won, but I feel like it should be percents anyway. Either way,
it's games won. I fell for this trap. It is games. So yeah, it's games.
So it just doesn't matter.
It'd be plus because what? It'd be 19 and 13 would be the worst they get on a win. That's plus 6. And
I see. Yes.
5.
Okay. Yeah. Fair play.
Yeah.
That game score makes sense. And that's all good. So if AL win, hey, they can take second, but they're gonna have to take games away from a 11-2, 22-8 BLG, which is difficult.
It is difficult indeed.
Yeah.
But
doesn't
that
mean
is
IG lock their series against TT as well.
Oh, great shout. Yeah. So we have also, you can see that in the looking at the group Nirvana versus the play-in teams. So we have all of our play-in tournament matchups now set as well. That will be very fun. But before we can get to postseason conversation, we have one final best of 3 to go through. Billy Gaming taking on anyone's Legends. Myself and Rudy are going to step out. You're going to have Mazel stepping in on the play-by-play, but you know, Mazel, I got to give you a warning. I know you've been a zookeeper of past. You're used to wrangling animals, and I've heard that there's been too much quaxing, maybe from a certain duck going on, these caster desks. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Mazel, and hopefully you can figure out how to tame whatever duck is coming on to cast that final series.
Welcome back, everyone, and thanks, Slayer. But I just want to say they used to call me the Duck Whisperer back in the zoo world. But welcome back to LPL English. I couldn't hold it. I'm sorry. Welcome back to LPL English. I got my co-host here, Sir Quackington Quacks. How are you doing today? Are we ready for some LPL English? Yeah. Okay. Some good stuff there. I think we had a really entertaining first series, Sir Quacks. What was the favorite part for you? Very insightful. All right. Let's be real. Let's get the real man in. Let's get the starter of the show. He's not a duck. He's the real man himself. It's Quacks. We got him coming in for the final series of the regular season, and it should be a banger. On paper, it is the series that everybody wants to watch. It's BLG versus Anyone's Legend, with Anyone's Legend a potential to secure a second in the regular season.
Yup, 2-0 stakes though, and 2-0ing BLG is an achievement that only 2 teams have been able to do over the course of the regular season in the spring split, Mazel. So that is the big story today. There are standings implications for AL. BLG though, regardless of what happens today, these guys are locked in first. They're the kings of the LPL, and who knows, maybe they're feeling generous and want to donate to like a local panda sanctuary.
More games. More games is always good. Let's go ahead and take a look at this BLG team, though. I think all rights reserved. Best team of the split so far. They've been locked first for a while now, it feels like, and it is a team that is just finding their stride here mid-year and looking to continue the success they had already found in the earlier part of the year.
And the big story for BLG just has to be Knight. This guy has been on an absolute tear. I think the best player in the LPL. Discussions about him being the best player in the world, and many people agreeing with that sentiment just by the way he's been playing at all stages of the game. So it's going to be really fun to see him today and kind of what he's able to do for the last best of 3 here in the regular season, because not only is this the last best of 3, but this is also just the last reminder that I think this team can give you that they are the top of the spring split standings, that they are the best team in Ascent. Just to dissuade maybe any doubts about if they could be a little bit vulnerable in the playoffs.
Yeah, and when we're looking at the track record of this org, since finding their winning ways, and obviously some troubles with JDG of old, BLG really came into the spotlight. I mean, obviously having won their first, at least championships just last year, but it's really, really awesome to be able to see this team kind of come together as an org and especially kind of develop this track record with a lot of the same members throughout them. And we've had a couple fluctuations here or there, and obviously the jungle carousel they went through, but it is a team that is now consistently at the forefront of the LPL, and it's impressive to watch.
And they do it in a style that I think really suits their players. They are, by far, Mazel, the bloodiest team in the LPL and the second bloodiest team in the world. I believe these guys average like 19 kills a game or something, only behind Team Secret Whales in that regard globally. But in the LPL domestically, these guys sit on a mountain of corpses every single time they win a game because of just how much they love to fight. And fighting, I think, really opens up pathways for them. A common concern that people had for BLG, just kind of historically, and also in the context of like earlier this year, was the macro game for them. But I think through fighting and through coming through to those early explosive leads that we've seen them do so often, they're able to kind of open more doorways for themselves to play out the mid and late, and that's something I'm going to be looking out for today.
Yeah, Hands Gaming is real, and we're talking about Hands, and we're talking about the golden left hand. We're talking about the man in the mid lane himself. It is Spotlight Central for him as we take a look at his historical accolades and some of the trophies that we do have in his trophy closet. This is a man that is gunning for the best player in League of Legends, and especially right now, I think it's so relevant in the domestic conversation when we're talking about the best player to ever come out of the LPL. Knight is there.
It shouldn't even be a discussion anymore. It shouldn't even be a conversation or an argument. This should just be fact.
Just needs
frankly.
worlds.
I know, literally. And then everyone is going to say that, right? So it is really cool to see Knight, especially this split. Like I said earlier, I think that this has been individually one of, if not his best splits ever. The fact that he can have double-digit kills and that still will drop his KDA average is just so telling of the fact that this guy is a step, several actually, above everybody else in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, the dude literally has 4 out of 5 of the top kills in single games. Like, that is insanely impressive in a league that is so storied and so hyped as the LPL. And you see there he's leading in players of the games, player of the matches. It's so impressive what he's been able to put on. I know all of his stats, we were seeing a bunch of posts about him, all first in a majority of categories, even around the world, which is just so impressive. So got to give him his flowers. Another impeccable regular season from Knight, and I'm excited to see what he's going to be giving us tonight, to see if he expands maybe that champion ocean that he's been picking in the mid lane so far this split. But as we move forward and look at the opponents, the accolades aside, it is still an AL team who has in the past given BLG a run for their money and trying to see if they can have a little bit of that saving grace for themselves to finish out the regular season and end in that second place and get the second seed going into playoffs.
And I feel like a lot of the efforts that have kind of been spearheaded on the side of Anyone's Legend have been done so, particularly by this mid-jungle Mazel. I think that Tarzan obviously has been like the captain, the leader of this squad for the longest time. Anytime you think of a playmaker on AL, his name should be the first one that comes up. But how he has kind of operated with Shanks, I think, has been super fun this split. Shanks has gotten a lot of his comfort picks. He's been allowed to be on side lanes, where Tarzan kind of, you know, does things in the early to mid game to set up for a snowball and get AL to some of these early macro leads potentially. I think Shanks is the byproduct of those early macro decisions because his late games have been the story. And I think that post 20-minute Shanks is usually the guy to keep your eyes on.
And I think it's funny when we were talking about these teams, how similar some of their play styles are, but especially when we're looking at that bot lane, and especially when we're looking at support, because we're ready for some supportal combat in here, baby. Shout outs to Viv who cooked up this graphic. Incredible stuff.
So good.
It is Kyle versus On, Bard versus Bard, the supportal combat mirror match. And I'm really interested if they even get this pick tonight, but specifically it's to highlight their roaming style that helps support the team style that they always bring out.
Yeah, and I think the roaming is going to be something that's really interesting because while we talked about BLG being a very carnivorous team that likes to just immediately hit the ground running with knives out, guns out, and any kind of weaponry they can find, I think that AL are a bit of a quieter team. And so I think that Kyle, oftentimes his roams and his presence on champions like Bard early on, really the idea from him is to just prevent any big skirmishes from happening, right? Allow kind of Shanks that time to scale on up, allow Tarzan to make plays on his terms and back him up on those plays at the same time. I kind of feel like Kyle is more of a policeman where he's like, no fighting, no crime, whereas On is like the instigator. Like this guy is like third partying everybody. So I think that these guys have both really good bards, but the function that they serve relative to their team style is a little bit different.
Yeah, and that's where I really am curious at what the expanding nature of the champ pool and support will be tonight. Now, how much we get emphasis on the rest of the map as well. As it's really fun to watch these guys go at it. Again, they've been fighting for like first and second supports in the league for, I don't know even how long, like multiple years now at this point, which is cool to say for Kyle, who had obviously come into the league as a transplant here, but for On kind of maintaining some of that successful trajectory. And I picked out some clips from On where he's just being annoying, man. These are the types of players you see that just are, you know, they're way higher elo than you. They're hanging out in like a bronze level match and they're just running the map macro style, making you just so annoyed. The amount of times this man got out of little fights, started fights, continuously pressured enemy jungles, it was disgusting. And I just had to highlight it because he is just like this whole play right here, he just consistently stays out of reach. And it's so annoying. I guess that's just the emphasized word here for him.
Yeah, and even plays where like he's not really doing anything, right, necessarily, where he's just hanging around, like he is still serving a function. I feel like there are several moments in a BLG game where you can look at On, who is basically just like looking at the enemy jungler is looking at him. It's direct eye contact, but On is just saying in his head, oh no, you're not going to this mid lane, you're not going to this bot lane, I'm right here, I see you. There are no secrets from me. So I feel like just the presence alone, even if it isn't setting up for a kill or setting up for an objective, if it is literally just zoning off jungle presence of the other team to influence the side lanes or influence the solo lanes, On is on top of that. So I really love the way that he pilots this Bard. It feels a little bit more three-dimensional than Kyle's Bard, but I do think that Kyle's Bard, like we said, is very, very good. Just his general style of making sure that no big action happens on the map unless it is on AL's terms could be something to look out for in this game. I think that if we have like a calm 15 minutes, AL have BLG right where they want them, and that is probably going to be the moment of the game and the moment of the series as a whole that I look out for the most.
Yeah, and I think it also goes back to some of those conversations we've seen that BLG have been having for their own play style, and they've had a pretty darn good split, I would say, so far. But it's still so interesting to hear the background and, you know, that whole conversation of defending when you need to defend, attacking when you need to attack, and they kind of go between that, and trying to see the progression for BLG in that facet. I think they've been a lot cleaner in how they've approached some of those games, but it still feels like sometimes if they aren't in that advantageous position, it can be a little bit troublesome for them. So that's what AL's trying to hold guard at least, and that's where we can talk about some of the other matchups as well. I think obviously we've talked about mid, we've talked about support, but what are those two playing towards usually or playing around? It's got to be jungle, and I think between these two junglers, it's always a personal bias favorite to watch Sun go up against Tarzan, because I love both these guys. I've been following them for so long, and it's always funny to see the differing styles kind of go head to head, but still that map control be so important for both of them.
Yeah, and this is my first time actually casting AL this year, Mazel, and
Nice.
I feel like the anticipation to cast AL has largely come from me just wanting to see how Tarzan plays, right? I mean, like, this guy is so unbelievably exciting. Even before I was a caster, like, this is one of the most legendary junglers. This is a jungler that I, like, personally look up to in, like, my own style and, like, solo queue and stuff like that. So, yeah, I am looking forward to seeing how he kind of matches up against Shun, because I think it's been super fun to watch Tarzan this split, because we've gotten the mechanical execution, we've got spearheading engages, but we've also gotten a little bit of dynamic I feel aspects come through on the champion pool, right? We've got, I mean, his two most played are Skarner and Neferi. Like, it could not be more different, is my point. Slayer kind of pointed this out in their series against WE, where he used a stick shift analogy. He was like, you go from gears 2 to 6. I've never driven a stick, so I'm not, like, fully, you know, sure about what that means or how that feels, but I get the idea, right? Tarzan has kind of the approach and is very unpredictable in the draft, has multiple different styles that he can kind of work toward, and I think that that is going to be totally something to look out for.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think the Pantheon obviously is something that comes to mind first and foremost for Shun, but I think looking for those kind of early tempo, aggressive, kind of skirmish heavy junglers is still going to be a kind of trend tonight. That being said, I think while we're getting ready for the game here, hopefully shortly, there is a big difference. And when we're talking about champ pools, that conversation for me leads top, where you have been playing a ton of his Gnar, playing a ton of these kind of more ranged, maybe a little bit more flexing carries in the top side, where you see, a lot of Vayne for Flandra, but I think some of the big highlights for me have been the kind of tanks, especially the Scion, but as well as like being able to find differences for him in a meta that had seemed like we were leaning towards things that maybe weren't super comfortable for him.
Yeah, and this is something that I think has been one of Flandra's greatest strengths, especially on the tanks. This is something that I heard Psychopathic Poro talk about in one of his videos recently, so shout out to him, where Flandra, one of his best abilities and commodities as a player is his ability to buy time for his team to kind of soak up abilities, and then the rest of AL kind of dogpile around him and make sure that he is able to get out safely. And the other team can't really fight back because they used all their cooldowns onto Flandre, and he ended up getting out alive. So in that regard, I think it is always really fun to see him on things like the Siam, where he's played it, I think the most out of every other champion, has like an 80% win rate on it. So only lost once on that character, really showing through that he is capable of playing the tanks when needed. But similar to what we said about Tarzan, where, you know, we're used to seeing him on carry junglers, we're used to seeing him dictate the tempo of the role. I think that Flandre has also branched out a little bit. You mentioned the Vayne, but there's also the Rumble. So these more resource-heavy top laners have been given to him over the course of split number 2. And I'm kind of curious how that's going to work out against Bin, because Bin is, you know, traditionally called the best top laner in the LPL. I mean, this guy loves to just kind of hammer home a lead through lane, and I do think Flandre has struggled a little bit in lane. He's usually down like 250 gold at 15 minutes or something like that, and that is not really something you want to be saying right after we just talked about him being on these resource-heavy top laners and kind of branching out in that direction.
I'm very curious which version we get here tonight as well. It's going down the champion pool rabbit hole since we have probably maybe a little while. The number is going up for Knight. How much further does it get? There's one series left. He's at 16, I believe, mid lane champions played. Does it go up another 3? Do we see something totally crazy off the deep end? Does he go for one of the most champion oceans of all time splits, or are we just going with some comfort?
I mean, dude, I have no idea how Knight is able to be like this consistent. Like, I'm counting the champions right now, and honestly, it would be the fact that, you know, we've got most played on a bunch of other players in this lobby. We're at the end of the split, right? Like, everyone has played all of their matches, and we've got like Flandre most played 5 games, Tarzan most played 6 games. Knight is the lowest with most played at 4 games, and it's Annie. So this guy has been just going full on like quantity mode and making sure that he can pick every single character. And that's not to say those picks aren't without their own quality gameplay, because every single champion he's been put on, I think, has had a really good showing. I will have a slight caveat to that statement. I do think the Anivia last time we saw BLG was a little iffy.
Yeah, I like the Cassio. I had that kind of spicy build with it where he's just moving super fast. That was super fun. As you see the players taken to the stage, we were opening up the esports festival here. It's a little bit of a different stage, it feels like. A little bit closer to the fans, which is kind of cool there. You got to see a little bit of closeness, but still a matchup that is one that I'm always appreciative of, one that's cool that we get at the very final part, and the fact that we still do have stakes for anyone's legend in terms of being able to finish that second place in the regular season. Unfortunately for them, though, no shot getting first. BLG already have that locked and secured. But as we're getting closer to this matchup, and especially draft number 1, do you have any other standout picks that you've been really wanting to see, at least? Any like last gasp wishes in the final series of the regular season?
I would say really the only other one that we haven't mentioned, Mizel, is we talked about the supportal combat and the Bard similarities between these two players and how they kind of stylistically play it a little bit different. I am interested to see the Ezreal priority in this series. I mean, it is the most played for both Viper and Hope. I don't think we'll have a lot of stuff to say about the AD carry matchup. I do think that Hope has traditionally been seen more in the lens of a facilitator or late game threat, and that hasn't really changed, in my opinion, in Split 2. So I think the Ezreal kind of services that style really good. And then Viper, the reason why they put him on Ezreal is because they want to give him a reliable 1v2 lane, while On just kind of roams around and discovers Planet Summoner's Rift for the entire early game. So there's a different reason why I feel they give them Ezreal, but the fact that it is the most played for both, I think maybe we could see it be a pretty heavy priority pick, or just snagged up immediately in game number 1.
Yeah, and I'm always so interested at like that whole conversation that you were talking about versus like the chaotic early game for BLG versus the calm early game. And I think we can see the machinations of both teams in the earlier part of the draft, especially in the first phase, trying to figure out like exactly what style they want to bring to the table there, and if they're going to kind of lean into those. But I do feel like once this year's, which I'll just outright say it, I expect this to go to all 3. Let's be real. This is the final series. I wonder what those champion pools start looking like going into games 2, games 3, especially because usually we get full comfort drafts for game number 1. And speaking of, we are already getting into it now. BLG are going to be on that blue side. They are going to be banning away the Varus and the Seraphine, while AL on the red side going to take away, rightfully so, the Orianna as well as the J4.
Yeah, and Varus J4 being taken away, these are the 2 most common picks that BLG like to just immediately snag up. So we'll be seeing a little bit of a diversion from kind of their comforts in drafting here, as last pick going to be the Ezreal, so we talk about the priority on that pick. Ryze is still up and is a very strong champion, in my opinion. So I feel like if we just want to give Knight one of the best characters in the game and one of the best characters in mid, we can probably snag that one up immediately, unless we have a bot lane duo that we really want to fish for on one.
True. I do appreciate that sometimes when we can have that first pick and then set it up after you see what the first couple answers are going to be. But we'll see what BLG want to prioritize. As of now, it is going to be the Vi, so still the possibility of seeing Knight's Ahri if that's going to be the case, but a setup tool so far for Shun.
And now I think this is going to force AL to respond with a jungler, at least in the first 3. They don't have to do it right away if they want to give themselves a solid mid-jungle duo. I think that is an option if they wanted to go for something like the Pantheon to establish that global pressure. Along with the Ryze, I wouldn't hate that duo at all. And yeah, I think that this is just setting up for Shanks to be on a comfort pick, right? We said his 2 most played were the Azir and the Ryze, so glad to see that he is getting one of his more comfortable champions right out of the gate. And double magic damage solo laners right away, as Flandre going to pick up his Rumble. Again, this is a champion that requires resources, Mazel, and we need to see Flandre be a little bit more active in the laning phase, not go behind in gold at 15 like he traditionally does.
Champion's very, very good. There's a reason why it's like always pick ban priority, but see if Flandre can get that one going, and we'll see what the answers are going to be, though. Interesting first phase here where we're really relying on second phase to be the fill out for the bot lane. It's looking like the top side trios are going to be what the focuses are. We get the Ambessa as the answer into the Rumble, and we will potentially see the mid lane pick coming through here. Something to set up with the Vi, and it's going to be the TF coming through. We've been seeing some pros around the world starting to play this a little bit more.
This is a lot of lockdown from the side of BLG on the top side. I mean, you've got Vi ult, you've got Ambessa ult, you've got Twisted Fate gold card, and then the Destiny on top of that to follow up with any aggressive plays that Shun might want to make once he gets that R key available to himself. So this is kind of an interesting decision from AL. I feel like post level 6, you should be expected, especially on the top side, to have pretty much your entire jungle just kind of zoned away from you. I mean, with that Twisted Fate Destiny just active, I feel like it puts so much pressure. So Tarzan going for the Nefiri, I think, is a really interesting choice.
It was an insta slam too.
I know. So this kind of feel, I mean, obviously this is a Tarzan comfort pick, but I feel like in the context of BLG's top side might be a little bit difficult to operate if he doesn't jump out to an early lead before Twisted Fate gets that Destiny, and once those invades inevitably start flooding through from BLG. As we do go into the second phase here, I will say for BLG, for all of their snap engage, I do think they want a pretty consistent source of damage. So we are seeing AL take away things like the Caitlyn. I wouldn't be surprised if they took away something like the Yunara as well. I think that is another good champion that can really capitalize off the engages. Corki too could also be something with just his level of burst, being able to, like, you know, bounce off of the gold cards and the lockdown that BLG have provided. So interested to see what Viper has, you know, stored in here for the BLG second phase, as it seems like both teams are just concerned with taking away bot laners. The Ziggs ban is going to be targeted as an APC takeaway.
Yeah, they're just fully focused on that bot lane. No Bard yet, so maybe we do end up getting a Bard game coming through. But I looking at the Nefiri pick, like, you do wonder if hindsight's going to be 2020, and you're going to want something that maybe was more facilitative towards those lanes, but there is the Bard ban in the end. But I do wonder if that proactivity from Tarzan is going to make the difference and how they can kind of utilize that here, especially now that we're going to begin the bot lane picks. We'll still have the counter pick available for anyone's legend, the traditional red side counter pick, and that'll be saved for Kyle.
I mean, you need something with mobility, so I'm kind of glad that AL snag up the Corki. I was getting a little bit worried when I saw the Jhin lock in. I know it's a hope special and a comfort pick, but I mean, you're so susceptible to gold cards and you're so susceptible to just the BLG lockdown. So having something with the Valkyrie in store, I think is going to help Hope out pretty significantly. As we talked about BLG needing a consistent source of damage on that bot side, but they're hovering the Jhin. So it seems like they really just want to capitalize off of that lockdown with the Deadly Flourish, and they're going to pair the Karma up with it on top of that. So BLG seems like they really want to make it so that top jungle are kind of the stars of the show, and then if it gets to late, Viper and Knight will have items enough to really start pushing out that damage. Mazel. Now
yeah, they'll have a lot of lockdown, a lot of follow-up, but I also just really like the Jhin Karma for the lane. The push and the prio that you can get is so detrimental to AL, but we'll see if they can find the answer. It's going to be the Nautilus for Kyle, so we will actually see that one coming through for the first time of the split for him, and it's going to be trying to counteract some of that push prio, some of the poking that BLG is going to have.
All right, so for all of the poking and prodding that you talk about for BLG, AL have very, in my opinion, little ways of actually disengaging a fight. Minus Tarzan, if you get caught by any of the lockdown on this top side, you're probably dead. Hope, again, does have that Valkyrie, so there is a chance to escape, but if the chain CC comes through, you're absolutely going into the gray screen. So I'm a little bit concerned about AL's draft here. I think that if BLG are allowed to play their style, this is exactly what we expect from BLG, right? In your face, fully aggressive, go in comps that they really specialize at. The hands gap that you talked about early in the pregame, Mazel, is really coming through here, and I think that AL, they do have scaling, and I think that they do have a sizable mid to late game power spike, but it's going to be very difficult for them to wade through this early game. Once the level 6s from topside come through, I feel like BLG are going to be putting their foot on the pedal and going 150 miles an hour, aiming at the Pandas.
They've had an impeccable split so far, only a couple losses, and those being to TES and NIP. Both quick bleeds, right? 2 zeros for them, two 0 losses, and it's a great season from BLG, but this is a matchup that has the ability to put AL in a promising position. It's second seed on the line for them. Game number 1 of our last series, the LPL starts now. James getting distracted, you know, the fandom. There's just so much yelling.
I know, but like you said, the last BO3 before the fabled and faded best of 5s start to come through on the playoffs. I am also very much so looking forward to that. Further destroying my sleep schedule. It's always a good time, Mazel. But this is really just kind of the last look that we're gonna get for these guys. Now, I think for AL, who have had a pretty turbulent spring split, they did kind of start out pretty rough, but then had a bit of a bounce back sort of midway through. As we do see Tarzan looking for an invade, but there's a ward here. He's going to be spotted out.
He went Raptors into enemy red side. Pain's going to be coming through now as well. Vision down, so they do know where Shun is, and be able to play this bot side. Love this setup as we are going to get the early flashes coming through. As that was an attempted engage by Kyle, do get the flash, the heal out of On.
Yep, good level 2 spike, understanding that they get it first, and they can immediately look to burn both summoners off of On, so the Karma going to be susceptible, but the Karma also going to spot out the Nefiri here.
I mean, they all knew that he was here. The root's going to come down. Kyle's trying to come over. Tarzan might have just tossed out this early game here. He's getting corralled right now like the dog that he's playing. And it's going to be Tarzan going down first blood to Viper. Oh, Bin? Solo kill by Flandra. Oh, Snake Man still got it. Rumble solo bolo for Flandra.
And that's what I like to see. We talked about Flandre needing to be active in the early game, and that is plenty active for my liking. Second kill of the game going over to the AL top laner, but it doesn't seem like the action is stopping yet. Kael's looking for Knight.
What did we talk about? Those roams from the support role. They get the flash burnt from Knight, who is going to throw back a little bit onto Kael, but you'll take that. The flash being down is huge.
Now Shun
Oh
has
my
made
God,
his
we're
way to
already
the area.
getting
We're
the
all mid lane.
3v3s. He's going to get the flash play. The dredge line, that lollipop is going to sting as we get the flash play from Shun as a return. It's 2-2 already, 3 minutes in, over a kill a minute. It is chaos for our last series, and it's now Tarzan getting a little bit lower. Shun trying to go in for the fight onto him, tries to go for him, but he gets the flash out. Now Shun's in some trouble, tries to get the third strike. We're going to get the TPs coming back in for the mid lane too. On's going to root him up though. Kael's going to be in a little bit of hurt here as Shanks does rejoin the fight, but a crazy, chaotic early trade in mid lane 3v3.
It's mayhem, Mazel. Everything is going absolutely wild here. We're not even 4 minutes into the game, and both teams are pseudo 5-manning toward the mid lane.
But that's just how they play, right? Like, that's what we were talking about so much, as these teams play off of their junglers, play off of these roams, off of these moves, and we're already seeing it.
Yeah, and I love to see it too, as we're actually going to go into the top side play to see how this kind of solo kill panned out for Flandre. So, does get the overheat. Bin is actually the one to get level 3 first, but, you know, Deathfire Touch is a rune in League of Legends, Mazel, and it's working overtime here.
Ruining,
whittles
you
him
say.
down.
The ruiner.
Yeah, literally just whittles him down with the burn. The double burn, I guess I should say. Keystone plus Flamethrower, and yeah, Flandre going to get his first kill of the game. Slightly overshadowed by the fact that Viper was the one to get first blood. But we'll have to wait and see kind of how that ends up paying out for BLG, because like we said, this Jhin is more looked at as a facilitator toward the top side. So if they can kind of move the needle a little bit here for BLG on this bot lane, I'll be interested to kind of see how the adaptation comes through for both of these teams.
We're going to continue seeing some jungle prio going to Tarzan. It's a beautiful
dead.
rune prison, and Sun cannot escape the grips of AL as Tarzan looks for the invade again and finds a kill.
Yup, Tarzan getting his first as well, so we should be able to reset and get that Dirk power spike. This is really when Neferi can start to look online. Flandre ults the wave, but misses the cannon, Lennon.
F. Dude, Shanks is going for another play. He's not level 6 yet, but he is just going to go for it. Okay, Destiny Gate's going to be pumped in the top side. Flandre in some trouble. It's a play on top of a play, and Knight is the one that makes it. It's Bin that gets the kill.
Yup, I mean, Shanks, like you said, didn't have that global ultimate. Knight said, he heard you talking, Lennon. He was like, wait, he doesn't have ult? Oh, wait, I do. Here we go. And then they get a kill onto Flandre. So Rumble ends up going down. Shanks is going to actually be forced to catch this mid wave. So we're going to see a bit of a rearrangement, I think, maybe of the lane assignments. Flandre's actually going back top. So it'll be a bit of a delay on the role quest, actually, for Shanks. On top of that, he might actually miss like half of this wave as he's trying to go back to the lane. This could open up the door to Knight maybe looking to make a play on the side lane, even without ultimate, still trying to apply that pressure.
Ooh, Viper extending a little bit too far there. He's going to play into his traps, should be just okay. There is a move from Tarzan coming over, though. But Viper, no mana, half health bar. Dredge line goes a little bit wide, but Tarzan still wants it. They're going to go for a dive. They know that Viper doesn't have any mana. He's in so much trouble
Knight
here.
is moving.
He's going to try to walk his way away, but the bleeds sink deep. It's going to be a nice proc from Hope that gets the kill. Dredge line goes wide again. Kael misses another one. Knight's going to try to find the kill. On is the one that picks it up. Shanks comes over with the Realm Warp finally enabled. It's going to be try to push this lane out, trying to get these minions dead, but Knight's now going to fight back into it. On's in some trouble now, too. They're going to lock him down, take him out. Hope might pay the ultimate price, but he's fine with the barrier proc. It's going to be the Valkyrie exit, and Knight can do nothing but watch as they exit the base. They took the kill, and they find prosperous early games for AL.
Yeah, AL with a really good dive, and I mean, respect to them for actually understanding that Knight can't really do much to turn that dive around. I mean, he's got a catalyst, so there isn't a lot of AP for the Twisted Fate. He's not packing a ton of damage. Really, all you need to be worried about is that gold card, and you can wait that one out. That's exactly what AL do. So really bloody early game start, but I mean, and we talked about this being like BLG's comfort zone, right? When the games are chaotic, when the games are messy, that's what they love. But funnily enough, most of these skirmishes are going the way of the Pandas. So they're actually perfectly fine with the game state right now.
I think that's where you're seeing the benefit of this Neferi pick. Tarzan's comfort here, but also being able to fight these fights out and have a little bit of an advantage over Sun, as we're going to see level 6 proc. That's going to be Hound's pursuit on who was not expecting the Wolves to come after him. And that will be a kill granted over to Shanks. Meanwhile, Ben misses the solo kill. He will be okay for now. He barely makes out the equalizer. Is the burn. DFT. Oh, it's not enough.
Doesn't go down. Both top laners quite literally limping. Oh, Knight!
We won't talk about it, Knight. We won't. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Viper's dead. He's got no one to back him up.
Just a lonely Jin in a Jin where. Oh my God, they're gonna TP. Knight's coming in. Viper is already dead, but Sunan, On, and Knight have joined the fight. It's going to be a move over the wall. Early flash from Hope. Still gets rooted down. Still gets cease and desisted. You shall not pass, says BLG. And they're going to collapse now onto Kyle. Kyle's in some trouble. Sunan's about to just kill Tarzan here. One more Vault Breaker would make the difference. Kyle getting out with a nice Spider-Man dredge line, but not for long as Knight throws a card into his back. And just like that, it is BLG back with a huge advantage on the bot side.
I don't think they're done yet, Mazel. They do not want to let Tarzan get away from this, but now AL are responding with a TP of their own.
I don't think I've ever seen more TPs used in the first 10 minutes of the game.
I would tend to agree with you, actually. I think that this has been such a high-octane early game. I absolutely love it. By the way, I'm having a great time. Are you having a great time, Mazel?
I'm having a great time. Wow.
I hope the players are too. They're so
like
excited that they need to like take a breath,
16
right? That's why the
kills.
pause came through. They need to like, okay, we're getting too hyped. We're getting too excited. We need to calm down. This is too cool. We need to mellow out a little bit and, you know, give the audience a pause so they can calm down too. How generous of them.
But it's one of those things where when you have two teams that play pretty similarly in a lot of ways and how the map functions, at least, you get these moments where you see just going head to head trying to make their version of that work out better, and it just leads to these bloody messes of kills. But as you had mentioned earlier, maybe this at least leans into the BLG's favor of what we wanted to see from them, but AL is the one that's performing.
They absolutely are. I did, however, say this before that TP play from I gotta think like in his head he was like, all right, that top lane Destiny, I messed that up, so here's a teleport that I won't mess up. Yeah, here I come. So I absolutely love it. I think that the just the movement from both of these teams early on in this game has been so fun to watch. This is the last best of 3 in the spring split. It's absolutely already delivering, and we're saying that 8 minutes into the game, which is great. I can only imagine what happens further in, you know, hours from now. Really, really cool stuff, and gotta give credit over to Tarzan, I think. You know, you were kind of highlighting it a little bit, but the way this Neferi has been playing has been super indicative, I think, of how Tarzan traditionally likes to play his style, right? Tarzan loves to dictate tempo. Tarzan loves to be the guy making plays. Tarzan loves to be the one saying, hey, come over, let's make an invade. Come on, don't be shy. Let's cross that river. Don't be a giver. And they have been, you know, making those plays. We saw that invade onto On. Kyle linked up with him. So super cool to see him on this carry champion and kind of on those comforts that we really associate with him as a player.
Yeah, I mean, you could just see it from the early invade. I mean, even the vision plays early deep into the BLG jungle. I love that kind of stuff, and it's always been a hallmark of Tarzan, it feels like. And I think it's cool to see these two guys go up against each other. It does feel like Sun is starting to get the tools that he needed earlier. It definitely was in favor of Neferi for those earlier trades, but you could see in that last scuffle that he's definitely putting up some damage numbers now as well on the Vi. And I think that's where we can go to like some team comp style discussions, because we are getting to these objectives, or at least a little bit closer to these more established team fights. And we have singular lockdown, a lot of lockdown possibility on the side of BLG.
We do. We talked about it in the draft. That entire top side is tailor-made to chain CC someone to death. And I feel like the way that AL's gold distribution has kind of been shaking out, the one who's, you know, getting the most resources right now, in my opinion, is Tarzan and Flandra. And Tarzan is going to be the target, and you got to believe every single one of these fights. Right, so I think that'll create a really interesting mid to late game, like you said, when these fights get a little bit more organized, when they all start grouping up as 5 around those dragons that you're mentioning. How Tarzan plays these is going to be something I have to keep my eye out on, because he needs to be using an engage tool to go in, but going into that top side seems like a good way to get yourself killed. So yeah. I feel like this is a big question that we have to have in the mid game, where Tarzan is getting all of these resources, he's getting a bunch of kills, he's dictating plays on the map as this Nefiri, but this Nefiri is required to initiate into someone in order to get the resets and in order to get the damage off. How are you going to be able to initiate onto a top side that can easily lock down and kill you because you're squishy for until at least you get that Spear of Shojin / Death Stance?
Do you feel like Knight is at a point where he's just like, can I chill for like a minute? Can I know. But it's like, I mean, hey,
you know what?
I think it's a situation where maybe you're okay with some of the fights.
His pain. I really do. Because when we play Flex together as a group, and I'm jungling, I've got to visit the lanes 24/7. No time for power farming, no time for full clearing. I'm getting level 1 invaded by Belveth on my Raptors.
Do you want me to get like a notebook and we can just have a moment, like you can lay down in the chair and like we could do like some therapy setup, like you can just let it all out and you know, it could just help out. It'd be LPL English therapy time.
LPL English therapy time. That could be a segment on the podcast. That, you know, like based on what some casters that like, maybe we get traumatized by the Knight Destiny up toward the top side and we're like, we need like just to sit down. Right?
Yeah.
Could be ideas. We're
when
making
you're
content
just
here.
Crashing out because On is constantly in your jungle or Kyle is constantly
exactly.
You need to let it off your chest. You gotta find a way. Hopefully we're finding a way back into this game. I don't know what happened. It must be like a peripheral issue or maybe something. I'm not gonna speculate too much, but hopefully it is a quickly resolvable issue.
I don't want to curse us, Mazel. The last time we cast together, it wasn't too long ago, we had like a 20-minute pause.
We did.
And we did a really good job at being able to buy time there.
And
we're back.
We're back. Look at that. Complain meta is the meta. Don't let anybody else tell you differently. As BLG going to be starting up the dragon here. We were talking a little bit about those objectives. It is going to be a pretty late dragon, so it does seem like we're going to be going to a little bit of a later stacking game. On the other side, though, we do have the grubs available. Some push prio for AL from Flandra, though.
Yep, and we see grouping just around this top side from AL. They're going to look for a cross map, but I wonder if they're going to just go for a dive here. They actually see the dragon, and they're like, all right, we know that Shun is on the bot side, but Bin is pretty darn tanky. He has that Hex Drinker, as you can see, so Flandra's burst is not going to be nearly as potent just because of Bin's itemization choices. They're going to give up on that dive, especially because they have no vision on Knight, right? They know he doesn't have that Destiny, but him resetting with the home guards, he could easily get to that top side if there was a dive. As replay
this
on
is that
here.
Play from earlier.
Oh, yeah. I actually thought Bin was totally dead to this tower shot.
Oh my gosh. Dude, that just feels so bad. He doesn't die to the DFT at least.
Well, he does clear the wave, so there you go for Flandra. And then... That's so unlucky. That's so sad. That's so sad. You know, for all of the hyping up that we've done of Knight over this series, it's nice to know that this guy is still a human being and can make mistakes.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's humbling.
It's humbling. Yeah, exactly. We'll see how humble he really is. We're going to get another all-in. This time it's going to work out, though. Flandra isn't under tower. He's not backing. He gets locked down, and side lane play coming to fruition for BLG. They just need a little bit more damage. Flandra barely making it out, but Ben's going to wait for his cooldowns. He's going to get ran out. He's going to not make it. Oh, he finally gets the slam down. Luckily, Ambessa does have distance. They do capitalize on the back end of the play, and Tarzan takes down Knight, and now it's Ben that has to TP out.
And he's TPing to mid to clear the wave. This guy's a gamer, so he's going to get shoved there as well, because he knows that Shanks is going to be able to shove in that topside wave. Now Kyle, though, is in the river, but AL are all around this topside. I don't know if BLG want to be fighting for this crab.
Yeah, I think Kyle really wanted that hook to land there. That would have been an impressive start to what would have been an AL-centered fight. They do end up pushing out that top side as well. We have our first items coming through. The Cyclosword there for Tarzan, so some early power there, as well as having the Tunneler. We're getting a little 1v1 action in the ADC role.
Oh, deadly
it's going
flourish
to be
landed.
a curtain call opened up. The cease and desist coming through, waiting for the fourth shot. It's going to be Shun that takes the kill instead.
Yeah, Shun didn't even want to wait to maybe give Hope a chance to escape. He just immediately said, all right, this is my kill. I want it. Gets the lump sum of gold. And now BLG, with that kill pressure and the wave pushing in bot, maybe want to look to try to get a play into AL's jungle, but they're going to think better of it. And ultimately back on away. So it's just going to be a little bit of missed resources there from Hope. Curiously enough, Viper actually doesn't even pick up a plate. He just got the assist, said my job is done, took a reset. So yeah, good guy Viper.
Good guy Viper. Good guy Jin. They go hand in hand. That's how it goes. Don't let anybody tell you differently. That being said, I think something I've been super impressed of, and I always am for AL, is their deep vision. I think if you've kept track, they've had entire quadrants of BLG's jungle lit up, and if it's not one side, it's the other side. Back and forth. So it's been really impressive, and now they're going to try to use some of that into an engage, in a 3v3, making it a 4v3 now in favor of AL. That does mean BLG are going to start backing away. Viper's coming over. No curtain call available for him, so he's going to just have to do the dirty work as Knight gets engaged on. Kyle goes too far. Knight takes the kill there. A yellow card to the dome. And AL now forced to throw up the white flag, forced to run away, but Knight wants more. He's got the yellow card ready, but he's not going to go forward just yet. Some rockets coming back. Really nice turnaround from AL to keep them safe after Kyle went down.
Yeah, AL only losing one there, I think, is probably the best case scenario, because Kyle is already back on the map. You don't actually give up any vision on this bot side river, because we've got Dragon in about 30 seconds. Had more AL members gone a little bit deeper there and had BLG gotten maybe even one more kill, they would have been able to easily press into that river and kind of forsake all of the, or forsook, I guess is the word, all of the deep vision that you were just talking about, Mazel. So that is going to, at the very least, stick for AL ahead of this objective. And now the big question is just getting push in this mid lane. But you can see Knight is kind of off to the side with that Destiny. I'm keeping my eye on this Twisted Fate.
There's the Destiny gate. At least coming through, dodging out of the engage. Kyle misses another dredge line. TP's coming in, though. Shanks joins the fight, tries to go on to Bin. Viper on the other side, putting in some work. Kyle's going to get ran down here, and Viper sinks a fourth shot in. It's going to be Ben getting soloed by Flandra over here. You got to be careful. The shielding can be very elusive for the Ambessa. This is still a win for BLG as they clear Kyle off the board, and they take control of the top side.
Kyle going down twice in a row, just trying to fish for picks, trying to fish for engages, but AL weren't all synced up there, right? They had Flandra split from the rest of the team, so now the result is going to be AL still being split from the map, but BLG maybe starting up this Herald, going to think better of it, not fully commit onto the objective, because again, the death timers are still short. Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, despite the amount of action in this game, we are still only 15 minutes into it somehow.
Yeah, Killamino will do that. In the break was sneaky. Like made you think we were calming down, and then we instantly got back into it and having 3v3s, 3v4s, and now we're having a Rift Herald being taken by AL as they use that sinking pressure in the top side to go ahead and take that one away. That's going to be a big one if they want to try to take down one of these outer turrets. As Dragon is up and available, does mean there is the distraction card effects play for the Rift Herald for AL.
A Knight with no ultimate either means that BLG can't really look for these creative flank angles unless Bin maybe has a ward to teleport to. But looking on the vision for BLG with this bot side, there isn't a ton to really look at. So AL are, like you said, going to charge that Herald. They're going to get the mid tower, and it will fall. So giving AL further incentive to just keep looking for those deep wards, right? The more turrets you get, the deeper you can push that vision line. And like we've already established in this game as AL are so good at being able to do that. Now they've started up the dragon. It's already at about half.
Although On's going to get engaged on double TPs coming in from both top laners. On's getting low, but On is surviving. Shanks joins with the Realm Warp, opening up the doors is going to be Viper trying to get some damage in. Dragon had already gotten secured by AL, so they should be fine. A lot of resources used, but AL stand the test of time in that fight.
Yup, and really good engage there from Kyle. Manages to connect the dredge line. Last couple of times we've seen him, they really haven't stuck in. He's gone down in those regards. So finally sees one, gets it, and then manages to get out. No kills go over, but they chunk out On low enough to the point where BLG don't feel comfortable really engaging into the Pandas. So that gets them the dragon. They now tie that neutral objective score up. And like you said a little bit earlier, we got those 1 item spikes. Now we're starting to get those 2 item spikes. We can see that the Lich Bane was acquired for Knight. So this is really when the damage starts to come through on the Twisted Fate. He's getting very close to also stacking that Roa completely. So now your eyes got to be glued to that Destiny timer if they weren't before.
And that's something I want to bring up here, because I know we were talking about the chaotic early game for BLG, but we're getting out of this early game here, and we're getting to a point where these items are really going to start coming through, and some of the scaling is going to be a factor. As we take a look at an attempted play in topside, Tarzan just hiding in vision there, out of vision, trying to go for the counter play here, going straight on the Sun. Sun dies. Tarzan gonna get the shield up here too. He's gonna try to dash out under the turret. Ben's trying to chase him down, but Ben will be able to dash away from harm's way. A couple more shots from Viper would do everything against Flandra, but he doesn't find it in the end. It's still going to be the push for BLG in favor in that top side, though. On's overextended here.
Destiny.
On's just going to die. That's a huge pick. The yellow card comes through as well. Ben going to go deep here with Viper and Knight at his side. Deadly Flourish can be flashed out of. Kyle now is fighting this good fight here. Knight's going low. Knight's going down to the ferns, but Viper's finding himself some cleanup kills and just calling the janitor because it's the cleanup crew, baby. Viper finds himself too.
I love this game. Mazel curtain call comes through. Kyle gets out of the range, but there is still a wave there. Viper can just cross over. Oh, it's Ring Around the Rosie.
Oh my god, Kyle's about to die to the minions. Okay, he's fine. Has the shield. Shanks TPs. Everything calm. 12 to 12 in kills. 24 kills in 19 minutes.
I absolutely love this game. It's such a good time, and like you said, we're now starting to kind of coast this mid game, right? Where AL, I feel, are at their strongest. They're within 1K of BLG, so I feel like now is really going to be their moment to take over, because this is when traditionally they're able to kind of, you know, get control of games and make those plays on their tempo, on Tarzan's tempo. The leader of the Pandas, more or less, says, we do get a replay. Good kill onto Shun, and then On. Overextending a little bit. Kyle has been a huge fan of just the flash autos, because autos aren't skill shots, right? So why throw out a dredge line when an auto will do the trick?
I mean, this fight gets so chaotic. We're looking at this fight, but there's more happening on the map.
Oh, my lord.
A 3-man Realm Warp into the top side. Knight, he is out of there. He's fine. The turret knock up, the cease and desist. Shanks down. Oh my god, BLG just somehow turn everything around here. Yellow card's ready to go there for Knight. Here comes Hope to put some damage back in. Shun is feeling oh so tanky now, and now it's Hope that gets locked down. A beautiful vault breaker. Shun is dancing around these fights, man.
And I feel like the turret on the top side is a foregone conclusion, but 3 dead. BLG, interestingly enough, not going to commit fully to the Baron. Instead, they want to look onto Tarzan.
Yeah, look for a little bit more. Oh my god, Destiny Gates back up. Yellow card to the dome, and that is a dead doggy as Knight takes his 6th kill of the game.
Respawns are starting to come through here as Flandra overheats.
Oh, the Deadly Flourish connects, and the Dancing Grenade not enough, but Viper recharging, not able to get the reload in time. The shield came through, and Flandra is fine.
Viper, curse you, reload mechanic! Doesn't manage to get the kill. He lives with 1 HP. But BLG, from what was like a 900-ish gold lead before all of this fighting on the top side happened, has now kind of sprung to a 2.3. So the needle has been moved significantly over the last couple of minutes, Mazel, as we do get a replay here.
Man.
And yeah, Knight is just too tanky. I mean, he's got the Roa. That gives you so much HP. He lives the upfront burst. AL have to run for the hills. BLG's response is equally as expedient as AL's initial engage onto the Twisted Fate. But they get the kills. They make it worth it. And now, back to life, there's a dragon.
Yeah, the biggest difference there is Hope didn't make it into the Realm Warp. If he makes it in the Realm Warp, that fight is 100% AL's, but he did not make it. He tried to Valkyrie, was just short. Now AL on that return play will be going for their second dragon. They secure it, so that'll be continuation of the stacking objective for AL. But all of a sudden, you see this lead has kind of ballooned to about 3,000 gold for BLG, and they are just going to be death squatting it up now. If they can find picks, that is the biggest difference.
They're fully maneuvered into this top side because of the push from Bin. It's also a 4v4, but crucially, Jin has that ultimate, so the long-range curtain call can provide assistance, whereas Flandra not really in the area to do anything, but that play gonna end up fizzling out here. I think really what BLG are looking for now is just to crack down this mid turret, right? This mid tier 1 will allow them to really jockey for vision. I think that On has actually struggled a little bit in this game. We talk about the proactivity from Kael and his roams. I think he's frankly gotten the better of On in the early game, and I do think that the Karma not being able to really move up and get some of those deep wards has really impacted particularly Shun's ability to look aggressive on the Vi. Now it's starting to kind of come through and be made up for, just because I think BLG, like we said, have taken control of this mid game with the gold lead. But once this turret gets taken, I would like to see BLG play a little bit further up, and On in particular needs to be the one placing down that vision.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the vision war has changed hands here, it feels like, and it's definitely in favor of BLG. And being able to have that information is so crucial for a comp like theirs. It was definitely a hands check, and so far they've been able to reach it. 3 items now completed there for Knight. He does have his rapid fire. Also 8 stacks on the Dark Seal. Not too shabby there. 3rd item also completed for Viper. So they are just reaching these item breakpoints a little bit quicker.
Yep, they are. And I don't necessarily think that it will pay massive dividends as long as AL can get to their 3 item breakpoints, within the next 2 or so minutes. They could be able to fight for this dragon. I do think specifically the big gold discrepancy, though, is in that mid lane, partially because of Twisted Fate passive, right? I've talked a little bit about Twisted Fate and
Knight's
his
passive,
gold leads
right?
being. Well, yeah, and Knight's passive, where he just like spits.
He just
strong
has
gold.
a literal golden left hand, like he just prints money.
Yep, and he like sells it for money, and then he like gets a new one. You know, he's like an alchemist on the side.
Yes.
So he's got a ton of gold, and his 3 item is a full item up over Shanks. But crucially, I don't think Shanks is too bothered by that. He's got the fully stacked row. He's got the Seraph. So this is still a good point for you to be at if you are Rise. But it just means that there's so much importance on the Twisted Fate and maneuvering around these side lanes. And that's going to be crucial for setting up around this dragon. If AL try to push these waves, a stray Destiny could just kind of pop up over your head, and there's the 3 item Twisted Fate.
And that's a really tough part to deal with. Not only is it the TF that always just feels so slippery and so ready for engages, but it's also just the fact that it's also Knight. And, that makes a heck of a difference, at least, in terms of the impact that we're going to see from this pick. And you can see that AL is trying to struggle to find their way here. Have about a minute and a half until that next dragon comes up. Would be soul point for them, but might not be a position they feel super comfortable fighting into. They do have the Serpent's Fang now completed for Tarzan, so some of that shielding is going to go away, but I don't know how much of a difference that's going to make if you can't hit that break point on the other carries.
I'm starting to lean toward the latter half of that opinion, Mazel. I think that AL, they're now moving into the river, but it does kind of feel like BLG will be able to aptly respond. Tarzan is actually looking for a scenic route pathway here, as Dark and Dagger is actually going to get spotted out by Bin. So they know that the Neferi is kind of off to the side, and you can see because of that, BLG are a little bit more comfortable to move in and catch this mid-wave high.
I mean, even Shun's taking a lane there up in the top side, trying to siege up the turret a little bit. Kyle wanting to make a play, but the traps are all over. Can't really find an entrance in. See the card starting to throw through. Flandra ready to go. It's going to be a team fight we're setting up for here. 20 seconds out, it seems. AL do not want to give this one up.
Looking at the item inventories, we don't have the 3-item breakpoints, coming through from most of the members on AL, so it feels like BLG will be walking into this fight with a bit of an advantage in that regard.
Ooh, Kyle thought he had it. That's going to be the curtain call opened up now. Shun waiting to go in. They might just want to take Kyle out of the fight. Fort shot goes in. Shun was thinking about it. Destiny's going to be popped. The gate not yet opened. He's going to go for a little bit of a setup on the bot side of the play. Was looking for a yellow card. Has the rapid fire. Is able to get it off on a Flandra. Flandra resetting the lines here as AL used this control ward in the bush really effectively. TP is going to come in to get the shield from Bin so he can get that massive amount of shield, the health to work with. Knight gets engaged on, but they immediately turn it around with the Seekers, at least going gold in there. And it's going to be some resets coming through for AL. Though it's Shanks that gets the kill on the Bin, it's BLG that collapsed on the Flandra. Tarzan's going to go back in on the Knight, trying to get this kill. The golden left hand remains elusive. He's going to get away, but the Realm Warp coming through from Shanks. He might be able to find it now. The lockdown there. Knight is gone. Tarzan gets another one, but the Dragon is in eyes of BLG. They secure it. They're going to walk away towards this mid lane.
All right, so they do manage to get the kill on Knight. It was a very difficult task, but they managed to succeed in that regard. Tarzan, though, now forced to run. Shanks completed his recall, so this dog is all alone. Hope is here to try and provide assistance, but it's 2v3.
Okay, Viper is just feeling speedy right now on 3 items. He hits the Deadly Flourish, and he's going to go ahead and hit the dab on him, too, with the Dancing Grenade there. Might as well. He's going to get the speed up from the Storm Razor proc there off the dog of Tarzan. Tarzan's going to try to bypass, but Shun does end up getting the kill there, having to burn his flash. Now they're going to try to find Shanks, but Shanks is dicey as well. He's pretty speedy. Kyle looking for a return gank now. The Dredge Line hits onto the wall. Not able to hit the Dredge Line onto Viper. And still chaos as we have it, but now a 5,000 gold lead developed by BLG.
Yeah, and frankly, Hope dying for the sins of his jungler. Tarzan sticking around just a little too long. The rest of BLG managed to collapse onto him, so it's 2 additional kills on top of the fight that we are going to get a replay of. BLG played this so well. So Kyle initially looks, then Viper flashes away. Tarzan looks, but Knight goes golden. So all of the initial attempts at an engage from AL fail and fall flat. Then BLG are able to move in, and they pick them off one by one. As we go back to live, Baron is being started.
Yeah, we do see he's already almost dead. AL can't even get over here. Tarzan's not even close, and the Baron actually goes over to On. He was going to secure that one in the end, but that's 5 Baron capes for BLG, and it's a troubling situation for AL.
It definitely is, but gotta mention the not getting the smite, and then it is at like 1 HP, and then the support finishes it. Not only does it raise your blood pressure levels, like, oh my god, they're gonna steal it because I left it vulnerable for half a second, but also the shame that you feel as a jungler for giving the execute over to your support. Just take your walk of atonement, you know?
Or you can use that to buff them up. Say you needed that to get your all-pro votes in. If you saw that little lower third, you can go get some all-pro votes in for either On or Kyle. But On did just take the Baron, so maybe give him some love over there. Close voting will be there at least tomorrow at around midnight. So make sure, at least PT. So make sure you get your votes in. But as we realign into this game, still a very daunting task for AL. 6,000 gold up, map pressure to boot, and Kyle missing another engage. He's going to try to lock down, but Shun now has the GA, so he can kind of play with his life here. Kyle doesn't get to play with his, as he is just dead, and BLG collapse onto the bot side.
Yup, and Shun, half HP, no problem. He's twice as bold with that Guardian Angel. And does get the kill onto Kyle, now his 7th of the game. This Nautilus has been finding really key picks. Hang on, speaking of picks.
Oh my god, he's trying to get the curtain. Oh! The Realm Warp just sold Tarzan, as they are no longer there to block the shots. Tarzan does fall, and that is not something you love to see, as AL are starting to lose control of this game 1.
They are. BLG are pushing on 2 fronts. We can see the mid wave is crashing, but also the bot lane one being controlled by Viper as well. They are closing their grip around the Pandas, unfortunately, and it was a pretty back and forth early game, but one mid-game play kind of goes wrong for AL. That topside dive onto Knight really spun the game out of control for AL, and now BLG have taken firm control of this one.
Ben tries to go for a public execution. The delay is a little bit too long there, and he wasn't able to get it in, as that will be a at least retreat for now from BLG. They have about 30 seconds left on that Baron, but they will just get these backs off before the Dragon comes up in about 50.
Yup, they should be able to claim control of it. You can see that AL are looking to kind of sweep out any vision. Maybe they want to fight for this Dragon, but I mean, frankly, at this point, you're 10,000 gold down. This feels like such a tough situation to be in, Mizel, because you want to fight it to deny the soul point and keep the win condition of soul alive, but at the same time, your odds of actually winning the fight are slim to none as Kael is being engaged on teleport coming through from Bin.
Nice pull from Tarzan. He's going to try to go back on.
They got on!
Dead. They got the reset, but he's dead too. Oh my god!
Holy
the damage coming out
moly.
from Viper with the bouncing grenade there, the dancing grenade rather, the deadly flourish. Dude, these guys are just playing with them. It's Knight, it's Viper, it's all a BLG at this point, making AL's life hell. This is an important series for AL. They want to secure that second seed, but BLG stand tall in their way and tall in game number 1.
AL needed to 2-0 this series in order to lock second, and unfortunately, at best, they get a 2-1. So BLG are going to shut them out of being on their coattails. They're going to shut them out of the silver medal in the regular spring split, and BLG with a dominant late game to get the first win.
A 1-0 lead to our final series, and it is just like BLG. Take this chaotic early game and turn it into a weapon to use against their opponents. And my God, did we have a lot of kills in that game, number 1.
But it was so fun. You know, you should never hear a color caster who values downtime and like analysis to say, I love it when I never get to talk about the analysis and there's
That's
just
the
constant
LPL.
action. But I'm telling you right now, that was a really entertaining game. If you are not entertained, are you not entertained? I feel is a pretty apt movie quote to put onto this game and onto this series. I think that this being the last series of the regular spring split, Mizel, it's absolutely delivering.
Yeah, it is indeed. I think this BLG team is just showing the brawn that they do have. I think yes, they lost 2 series and they were very weird series to lose. They were both 2-0s, but in the end, it's still a matter of fact that this BLG team has been so impressive in how they can just out-hands opponents. Doesn't matter what rank you are, doesn't matter what we've seen from other teams. It just feels like BLG is that next level.
Yeah. Okay. Small correction. AL just need to win this series to get second. So I'm actually wrong. They still have a
Numbers
chance.
bigger, numbers good.
Win good. And I mean, BLG feel like a very momentous team, right? Like we talked about the 2 losses that they have had being 0-2. When they are down, I feel like it is up to them to kind of pick themselves back up. But when they're up, it's up to everyone to knock them down. And very few teams, no teams have been able to do that. There's been no 2-1 losses for BLG. So yeah, I'm actually extremely excited to see what we have in store for the rest of this series. As yeah, we talked about the early game, you know, Knight roams and Shun. Viper.
Dude, there's one number in there, and who is it? It's not a 4. Look at that, most damage in the game. When does that ever happen? Jin's taking over the world?
37.6.
It's the Yumu Stormrazor start.
I really liked the Youmuu's start, if I'm being completely honest with you. I think that movement is super valuable into a comp like this, where, you know, they've got the snap engage of things like the Nautilus, right? Like the Nefiri. So just having the ability to kind of maneuver around fights is really, really important. That's kind of what Viper was doing in the late game. I mean, he was schmoving on him in those like post 20-minute fights. So a lot of credit over to him, but a lot of credit to the top side in the early game. Like Knight and Shun in particular, not without their hiccups and their mistakes, as I'm sure we'll see the very funny Destiny up toward the top side in these replays potentially. But it felt like they kind of carved the way for Viper to take over in the late game, right? All of a sudden, this Jhin is hitting you for like 300, 400 in auto, and it felt like it was a byproduct of just so much pressure being laid down early to mid by the BLG top side.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some of these in-between plays. I got to give it to Kyle. Man was putting his life on the line, as every Nautilus should. But it was just BLG that kept finding residual kills, the kind of little moments that made big changes. This one right here, man, if hope is there, that is a dead night, and this fight goes so differently. At least you would think.
Yeah. It like this is really the game that broke it open in my opinion for BLG, because at this point, like, they had a like an 800 900 gold lead, and then we kind of went back to live after the replay and they were at like 2.3k, and then we went to another fight, another replay, and then they were at 3k, and the game just spiraled out of control from there. So BLG, it's just like how they play League. You give them a finger, they'll take the whole arm. This is a team that is so good at being able to take advantages and just stretch them out as much as humanly possible. These late game fights, credit over to AL. A few of them did look fairly close. And again, like you said, you know, all the love to Kyle for, you know, getting those dredge lines and trying to fish for picks. Bit inconsistent on the results, but it's the thought that counts.
Oh man, Knights. Total denial of what AL wanted to do in that fight was impressive. All he does is press one button, and it's just like that. But I mean, you think about it on paper, and this was what I was so terrified when we were looking at the draft, is like, they have so many fight starters. They have so many good CC combinations. When I see a team specifically named BLG with those tools, that is terrifying, no matter which way you look at it.
I absolutely agree. I mean, this is like BLG. They play to their style, and I feel like we're able to execute on it pretty well in the late game. I do think that mid and early, like, we were getting a little bit, we were kind of perking our eyebrows up a little bit, Mazel, where we were like, okay, BLG are typically like 3 to 2k up over their opponents at like 15 minutes, if not more, especially recently. I feel like they've gotten a lot more dominant in their early game victories. But this was a game where the gold lead was relatively close to contention with one another. So I think AL got what they wanted in regards to an even early game. Going into the mid game, you were more or less on the same ground. But then again, that one play, that one failed play on the top side just spun it out of control. So even though they went down, like, AL played their style. They achieved their goal of slowing down the pace and or just allowing the pace to be somewhat dictated by them. And I do feel like that was our biggest question going into this series, was can they actually wrestle control of the game state from BLG? And are BLG just going to run over and make every single decision, fight every single fight on their terms? That answer is absolutely no. So in that regard, I think AL succeeded. It's just a question of if they can kind of carry that torch past the mid game.
I'm torn here because part of me says Shun deserves it, the player of the game.
Viper.
Part of me says Jhin deserves it, and Viper tangentially. But it's Jhin first. But it will be Viper that gets the MVP for game number 1. Incredible stuff from him, able to lay down some damage, most damage in the game, as well as a Jhin. Doesn't come often, and a nice little side spotlight for a guy who has had some not maybe greatest moments of his hit career, but also losing a lot of the spotlight to some of the other members on BLG. So nice to see him regain it.
How many, did you see how many MVP votes the guy who played Jhin got? Say it with me, Mazel.
4!
4! All right, there we go.
4. Yay. Yay, Jhin. Anyways, that was our game number 1 of our final series of the LPL regular split. BLG lead it 1-0. We'll see if AL can bounce back after this. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by the real Quacks himself at first this time as well. And we've got Ilya/Alk on production behind us. That game one was a doozy. I'm not going to lie, Quacks. That was a lot of kills, a lot of chaotic gameplay, and still BLG coming out 1-0.
Yeah, that first game was absolute mayhem. And, you know, it's funny, too, because before we went to the break and while we were casting game number 1, Mazel, we were saying that this is the style that BLG love, right? Quick, chaotic, high octane is exactly how they love playing League of Legends, and it's kind of the opposite for AL. They like more slow, controlled, tempo-based games where Tarzan can really dictate kind of the pace of the match. And it was more in pace with what BLG like, but strangely enough, AL were keeping up with them for most of the early game and like half of the mid game. Really, it was one play that kind of broke the game open, and I feel like that is really surprising to see from AL. Usually when they are behind or even in the early game, like they tend to get a little bit desperate. You know, Tarzan will look to try and make plays. He'll overreach at times, and the rest of his squad might not have the ability to really join up with him. So that has always been kind of a concern with AL when they leave the laning phase and aren't necessarily ahead of the curve at that point. But this game, it felt more controlled. I, again, feel like this was a marketable improvement from what we've seen ALB post 15 minutes and not really panicking to make a play. It really was just the dive not going wrong, and the dive wasn't even really an objectively bad play. Like you said, Corki wasn't in the Realm Warp. It was just a small little misstep from them, and BLG, that's really all they need.
Yeah, I think the big thing here as well is some of that momentum is now taken away from AL, where maybe they were feeling confident coming into the series. So I do wonder how that affects draft going into game number 2, because there's still a lot of comfort for both teams on the table here. And I do wonder if they change up the style, especially at that jungle position, maybe go for that Skarner that is a little bit more of a setup tool for Tarzan, so that it can allow him to really facilitate the team, facilitate the map, as he was already taking advantage of some of those impressive invades in game number 1 that can continue.
Yeah, I would really be interested to see Tarzan on a more facilitative pick as well, because I think that we saw really good stuff from both Shanks and Flandra in game number 1. We had a bit of a concern about Flandra going into the series, given that he has been playing more resource economy necessary top laners and usually leaves the laning phase with less gold than his counterpart. But to see him get that solo kill on Bin, to see him mind control Knight to teleport to top lane just a millisecond too late was also amazing. So I feel like the reliability of the solo laners has been a little bit more cleared and confident going into game number 2. So that does open up the doorway for Tarzan to, like you said, play things like the Skarner, play things like the Pantheon, if he really wants to go in that direction, as we have finished the bans. And that Pantheon is still open, like we talked about. Wonder if BLG just want to give that one over to Shun.
We'll see some of the same focus as well from that game number 1. Do like the Nocturne ban as well, but we'll see if BLG now this time on the red side will change up their prios, or if it's still looking at some of those solo lanes and jungle in the first phase for them, as getting those tools out early is really nice to have. And Annie will be the first pick in the game number 2 draft.
I'm really interested to see what they actually pair with Annie. Traditionally, her best pairing in jungle has been Nefiri, but that's Fearless away. Another good one is Jarvan, but that's banned away. So my eyes are on what Shun is going to lock in as AL insta-slam the Ezreal Bard, the 2 most comfortable champions for both bot lanes, basically. All 4 of these players love these characters. So AL are going to just immediately snag that one up, and I like that they are going in the comfort direction, Mazel.
I really do. And it gives you some safety to play in the bot side, but also gives you at least that roaming possibility that we were still seeing from Kyle there. We do get a nice 2v2 duo in the Lucian and Melio, which has been a rising answer to the Ezreals.
All right, so now that we have the Bard locked in immediately, BLG look like they want to be very aggressive, like you said, in the early game. So I would imagine they'll try and pair it up with something that can be very proactive early on, just give that over to Shun. And if that's the case, it's going to be really difficult for Kyle to kind of have those movements around, because if you're constantly being shoved in under your turret, if you're constantly threatening a dive of the Ezreal, Bard's movement is going to be significantly more limited compared to what we saw in game number 1 between both of these supports. But your reaction is very appropriate, Mazel, as the Akali is going to be locked in here for Shanks. This is a vintage comfort pick for the man.
This is also just a lot of weight on the shoulders. Got a lot of mechanical execution here. You're going to have a lot of carry potential. A lot of the eyes are going to be on this top trio for AL, and now you have the gauntlet thrown in the mid lane against Knight of all people. But now in the second phase, we already see the Jace banned away by AL.
Yeah, so targeting that top lane pool, I wonder if BLG are going to do the same, or if they're more concerned with, you know, removing some of that global pressure that like a Pantheon would provide, just because that is still open, and neither team seems to be really focusing that down at the current moment. Instead, BLG going to ban away that Vayne. So they might be setting up for Bin to go maybe the Scion potentially, or just another range top. We kind of talked at the beginning of this the series about how much Bin really likes his range tops this split. So I feel like Vayne is kind of a classic counter to that and could maybe lean in that direction. But you're pretty limited on that front. Both Vayne and Jace banned doesn't give you a ton of options. Maybe you go like Varus or something like that.
Still has his Gnar, but we'll see
yes.
if that ends up being the case. I do like the Lee Sin ban towards Sun, as just trying to take away some playmaking ability from the jungle of BLG. See what the final ban is going to be from BLG, what their final focus is going to be, if it's going to still be towards this top lane, or if they want to try to take away some of the jungle pool as well. The Scion is going to be that ban.
All right, so removing a tanky top laner away from both teams that I think desperately kind of need a frontliner, Mazel, I'm really interested on what the top lane bans are, because we're banning away range top laners, right? So we want to play range ourselves, but we also need tankiness. So Gnar kind of fits that bill. If they go for the Pantheon, I feel like, yes, you secure that global pressure, but Bin should absolutely lock in the Gnar, because it fits exactly what both of these team comps want. It's as much of a denial as it is a commodity for you.
Yeah, and you can find a lot of promise in just like some of that comfort, but as well as the versatility that the Gnar brings to the table here. We'll see what these final picks are going to be looking like for BLG to kind of bring the composition together. I do expect something proactive out of the jungle for Sun. Could see, you know, continuation of some of the comfort we have seen from them. But some giggles going through on BLG's side as we do get the Gnar finally locked in for Bin again.
And now it's just a question of what the golden... Or nope, I see the Annie. So now we're going to see the jungle pick come through here for Shun. I do actually quite like the Poppy, right? You've got a fair amount of mobility. I think this is going to significantly limit what Shanks is capable of doing in the mid to late. So that's going to be locked in. AL now, I mean, you could go for the Cassante if you really wanted to. I think that that's probably the best lane counter that's still open to deal with the Gnar, but... And it also does give you that tankiness, but yeah, this is so okay. So this is a Flandre classic with the Yorick playing on that side lane, which I think is an interesting direction for AL to go in. I think that their team fighting is really weak compared to BLG. So 5v5s are going to be going the way of Billy Gaming, but the side lane pressure from AL is pretty strong. I think that this is going to be a draft that significantly highlights kind of the best version of AL, the very macro-oriented team, the one that rotates around and finds these really clever windows to just get and drip feed these resources over to a lot of their lanes. So this feels like an AL draft that can really get that macro started. BLG, though, if it comes to a 5v5, I just feel like are going to steamroll them over. So AL are going to kind of get to a point at around that 15 to 20 minute mark where it's going to be very important. They're going to be at a bit of a crossroads decision-making wise on what they want to do or what they are potentially shoehorned in to do. If BLG lock them into team fighting, they are going to take over this game.
All right, well, we're getting into it now. Remember the stakes. AL still searching for that second pole position going into the playoffs. BLG still in first place, but looking to end on a positive note. They had a crazy, chaotic game number 1, still came out on top, monumentally so, but AL have adjusted their draft style, going with something that's a little bit more of that side lane orientation and looking for that kind of bar of execution that they've been able to reach here in recency as we head into game number 2 of BLG versus anyone's legend. There was a wild Gnar in that crowd, Quacks.
There was. But there's a wild Gnar in Summoner's Rift, too, so holy moly, 2 Gnars.
Oh, it's the Storm Raiders Poppy. Oh my God,
right.
no way. No way. They are cooking too much, I think.
I actually think it's okay in this game because you go Storm Raiders for the stickiness, right? To just like keep yourself on top of a target. AL are fairly mobile and fast moving, so I think that actually has a lot of value to just stick to a lot of the backline AL targets that you're going to be focusing down as this Poppy. Kyle!
Like BLG over-expecting themselves there. Flash is coming through, and that was just a flat-out mistake from BLG's bot lane.
Yeah, going for the 2v2, and immediately we get a pause.
Because that looked weird, man. Like, there was no reason to be walking that far up. It was just awkward.
It felt like as much of a mistake from BLG as I gotta be like, oh my God, Kyle, you're so cool, because he went for a flash Q, got it on the wall, and then landed the stun. So, showing the mechanical execution of the Bard. This is something that we highlighted in the pre-show. Both of these players love the champion, and Kyle is throwing that out in game number 2.
God, what a momentum killer. You just got into lane, you just got into game. Everybody else is focused on trying to farm, trying to get these moments, trying to get these little pushes. You get a pause. Wonder how that's going to do for our kills a minute. I hope as a whole we get 2 minutes or 2 kills a minute across the entire series.
Would be very fun. Would be representative of the classic LPL style, wouldn't it?
For the last series? Absolutely.
Yup.
It's got to be a 6-game day.
Hopefully. Maybe. I think that would be very fun as we're back to the game. Much shorter pause the second time.
We didn't have to complain about it this time. We were getting close to it. I could feel it coming, but we didn't have to. And that's a benefit to all. So we get back into it now. Going back to that conversation from game number 1, the Vision game. Already some information being given over to AL with some of those early wards. Yeah,
both wards on the Raptors, so both teams understanding that the junglers are pathing opposite one another. I wonder if that'll open up any windows. As we go back to this replay, so heals expended by both. On is just being whittled down here. Yeah, I don't really think there is much to break down there. Just BLG kind of miscalculating their odds in that, and Hope being way too healthy as well. They were focusing down Kyle. The Ezreal was just free hitting that entire time.
That is the flash down for both of them, though, so maybe something Shun can revisit later on. We did see the heal gank coming through. Kyle being a good neighbor. He came over and said hi to Shanks, dropped him off some treats. As this matchup early, I'm sure, is very difficult, as we already see Knight putting pressure on Shanks.
Since the introduction of Blackfire Torch, I think there has been a new layer of annoyance given over to range versus melee matchups in the mid lane, because you can just constantly refresh the cycle of that Deathfire Touch burn, and then if you get it for more than 3 seconds, obviously it does the double damage. So Knight is just going to constantly be looking to poke out Shanks in this lane, and it's going to force him to be basically under his tower for a majority of the early game. This opens up for Shun to, look for those deep wards like we saw on the Raptors, and I think this just gives him many more opportunities, as we do see the Poppy moving to the bot side.
Spot out the warding here. Viper going for a trade, this time focusing all of his might onto Hope. Gonna dash forward, gonna look for his own kill. Had that campfire right behind him. Oh, Tarzan coming to be the big brother in the situation. We'll be playing with the Fog of War really nicely here. We'll see if they want to try to use this. He's going to back away. Okay, he's going to go back to the Krugs. The movement will be stopped. We will get the redeploy. Both junglers going on their second clears.
I was thinking maybe Kyle, he wasn't even level 3 when Tarzan initially showed to the lane, but he got the magical journey there. But they just decided that the tempo was not worth it, and yeah, like you said, back off and continue to clear as well. Viper, like you said, having that flash up also does add an extra layer of difficulty to locking down that Lucian. So I think that AL are smarter to just look to continue a rather cordial early game. Like we said, they love it when the pace of the game is slower for the first 15 minutes. And at least relative in comparison to game number 1, this is slower, Mazel.
At least. We are going to kill a minute, and that makes me sad. Oh, Bin's got a big body, and he gets stuck in the wall there. Needs to be a bit careful. And Flandra going for the flash play. Does have the ghoul. The ghoul. No! It got a little bit distracted. Maybe some ADHD there, and Ben will survive.
It's a little bit unfortunate for Flandra as well, because he kind of gave up a wave in order to pursue that kill. As, again, just like game number 1, we see 3 people grouping up in mid lane. That's
just how this game goes, especially now that we do have 2 picks in mid lane that are more centered around their kind of individualistic play as well. Knight is level 6, does have the Tibbers combo, does not have his flash, as it does seem like he had to burn that one here. As we take a look at that play, trying to drag Shanks under the turret there. Tibbers also going to be expended in the mid lane as a little bit of push, but bot lane died potentially? That's a big wave. The wall bang! Shun sets it up and Viper knocks it down, an alley-oop for the ages.
Yeah, and this is what we warned against, right? You pick the Melio Lucian for the 2v2, and now that you've got the Poppy as well, I mean, not really gold dependent, economy dependent, so you don't have to be super concerned about your tempo. Kyle constantly roaming opens up so many opportunities for BLG to make plays like that into the bot lane. Hope goes down, kill goes over to Viper, and the wave crashes, so Hope is going to be denied even more resources on top of that. On being a good support as well. He threw up the shield. It doesn't cancel the back, so
yeah, true.
He gets out there, also gets level 6, so really good play there from BLG, punishing the roams from Kyle.
He still hasn't burned his summoner spells. Viper is chilling this game as he's able to have a little bit of setup for him on the bot side. Tarzan is going to go for an invade. Shun is moving out. Tarzan does have a bit of a level lead right now. Shun's going to get the bad news. He's going to try to fight this one potentially. Realizes he needs to back away. Doesn't have any movement from either one of his lanes as Shanks does dip into fog. It will be BLG losing a little bit of their top jungle to Tarzan.
Yeah, really good move in there from Tarzan. Has push in top lane as well. Shanks was able to move, so a control of the solo lanes is here for AL around a little less than a minute until the grubs spawn. We saw this in game number 1 where, we waited a little bit to take the first objective, so this gave a trade of the neutrals on the opposite side of the map that was available. So I think we're kind of shaking up to have a similar story the second time around. If BLG want to maybe look for an invade here and then transition that into a dragon, that is a possibility. Tarzan, though, you will be giving grubs over to a champion like Yorick. And we talk about the side lane pressure of AL. That is, terrifying.
Do wonder, though, as we get a potential dive in the top side. Been not even close to Meganar. Needs to find a way to get away from this precarious position. The CC is just enough. He's going to hop, skip, and jump his way away from the initial fight, and he's fine. Ben is surviving. He's about to get Meganar. If he gets Meganar back, there's no way they pull off this dive, and it looks like they're going to back away. Unfortunate for AL, as they did give up other side of the map, as well as giving the dragon over to BLG, and now we get the Meganar play. Ben, though, biting off a little bit more than he could chew. Wanted to try to take down the Maiden. And it looks like a little bit of kerfuffle on the top side. Still leads out to AL also getting something.
Well, Shanks is making his way here.
Oh, he has everything. He can find the angle.
Ben has to go for it.
Perfect execution. He's gonna look for the kill. He's too tanky, Ben. Shanks doesn't even use the ulti. Okay, he'll use it just in case. Didn't want to go down. Shanks finds the side lane kill onto Bin.
Shanks absolutely needed that kill goal too, because he's giving up basically a wave in mid lane in order to pursue that. So definitely making it worth it, our AL. On top of that, they get the grub. So teams both just kind of going band for band here. Shun is going to look for an invade. Got the Raptors earlier, but Kyle was kind of there to dissuade him from going further. But now that they've got movement here from On, he's going to be able to steal away that red buff. So, you know, a little bit of recompense and revenge for, you know, having your Raptors and your red stolen away. The best way to do that and get back at them is to steal their red and Raptors, Mazel.
Is that the nice thing to do?
That's
Just make sure everybody's
sage
even.
advice coming from me, you know?
I appreciate that. Now we are getting a little bit closer to our first item, so I want to do a little bit of a check-in on the map state of things here as well, because while we did have the early dragon go over to BLG, there's some serious fighting strength that's going to be coming online for AL, and some of these pick combos can be super potent.
I'm really waiting to see if Tarzan can make a play on the side lanes. He's had access to the Grand Starfall for a little bit now, but just because of the sheer, I guess, proactivity these teams have had to play with around objectives, he hasn't really had time to utilize ultimate to actually impact a side lane. But now we don't have an objective coming up for like 3 minutes, so this is kind of Tarzan's moment to, you know, get that ultimate into some of these side lanes. Bin is trying to push in this wave. That could be an angle for Pantheon to look.
Let's see if they want to find something on the top side. Meanwhile, Viper is just feeling spicy as heck down here in this bot side, just consistently trying to poke and prod onto Hope and find any avenue he can to get more of a lane advantage. That is one of the big advantages that BLG is working with early on into this game. And we have seen Lucians take games by storm here in the LPL.
Yeah, Viper obviously was the big carry for BLG on that Jhin in game number 1. So now being put on an early game pick where, you know, it's always really fun to see Viper on champions like the Kai'Sa, like the Lucian, that can really put forth your mechanical skill and in executions.
Yeah.
I feel like that has always been Viper's greatest strength. As Tarzan is going to get wall slammed.
Oh.
Nope.
But
Shanks.
it's a 3v2. Shun has to run away. Temper Fate's going to be unleashed. It goes straight onto Knight. Shun is trying to protect him. Now Tarzan's in some trouble. Knight is getting engaged on, but the beautiful keepers, as they steadfast presence rather, is going to keep Shanks from getting the kill there. Perfect execution does get Shanks out for now, but Knight's going to chase him down, and that's an ultra mega fire kick to chase it all down, and Knight gets the kill with the Timbers, as all of a sudden BLG up 1,000 gold early on in this game.
You were saying that Shun is trying to protect Knight. He is absolutely succeeding at protecting Knight. And on the Annie, he thrives. A kill going over to both the Poppy and the Annie at the same time. Really good counterpunch there from BLG. And yeah, highlight to Shun on that, making sure that nobody can get onto his mid laner. And then the Melio coming in with the campfires. We're going to get another replay at this. This is setting up Knight to be so strong in the mid game.
Dude, this steadfast presence is disgusting.
I know. Oh, wow. That is, yeah, that's absolutely insane. And the cozy campfires come through. Really well played. This is just, the BLG skirmishing is unparalleled in execution.
Shanks just getting ready to bed. The flash ultra mega fire kick. Oh, on. You just continue to amaze me, man. As BLG, it wasn't just playing around bot side, and now they have first item spikes all across the table here, except for poor Bin. Been a little bit left by his lonesome in the top side, but this is a scary predicament to be in. Another dragon coming up, the momentum fully in favor of BLG. They are trying to take hold of this game and run away with it.
They're trying to look for some type of a dive onto Bin, but he's going to go mega. Shun is also in the area. Knight pushed the wave in mid. He's going to be freed up, so all of AL,
Knight
maybe
gets
they
stopped.
wanted the Annie the whole
Grand
time.
Starfall. They're trying to catch Knight out. He will be CC locked here. Keeper's verdict is going to go wide. Nice sidestep from Tarzan as it's Hope that gets the kill. Shun's going to run his way away. Bin's going to join him here, though. He might get collapsed on. Flash play comes out from Tarzan. Bin jumps his way away, and Shun just outright kills Kyle. The damage done by the Sundered Sky, and Shun 2-0 on his Poppy.
Yeah, Shun gets another kill, but look at the top lane. Bin is zoned away, and Knight actually ended up going down. Really interesting. I don't know if that was their plan the entire time, but they absolutely managed to find a perfectly executed pick onto the golden left hand. As the Annie did go down. Turret as well is going to fall on the top side. So the York making use of those grubs like we said he would, Mazel.
Yeah, I mean, that's so big to have that side lane pressure, and that's something we highlighted from the draft that AL were explicitly drafting for.
Yep.
Now we get back onto the map with BLG, though, and they're going to keep upping the ante here. Another dragon going their way. 35 seconds until the Rift Herald spawns on the other side of the map. They could go for the twofer if they want to, as it does look like they're going to recede into the jungle. Shun's going to go clear his blue side.
Man, he canceled him blind, I'm pretty sure. So that is, yeah, that's on for you. Gets the recall cancel, so Kael going to be slightly behind on, redeploying onto the map. And like you said, the Herald going to be up very, very shortly. So, and this is where I think now that the first turret on top side has been taken, we really have to keep our eyes out on this fabled AL macro game, because the split pushing is extremely important for a comp like this, but with 2 dragons being given over to BLG, AL are maybe going to be forced to start grouping, and that's exactly what we said they kind of wanted to avoid being shoehorned into, just because their 5v5 is significantly inferior compared to BLG.
Oh, they're going to set up for this fight as well. TPing in is Shanks. Already 3,000 health down. Keeper Verdict is going to boot out Tarzan. It's just Shun in here as he smites away the Rift Herald. He's going to go for the eye as well. Bin comes out of the Tempered Fate and needs to find a way to fight off this advance. Shun's going to give his life. He got everything he came for, but a big shutdown does go to Shanks in the end. They got the objective and a beautiful steal from Shun.
Yeah, I mean, is it really a steal? He booted Tarzan away, so...
This is mine now.
Yeah, it feels more of like a possession
look at this sneaky
at that
play.
point.
Look at this sneaky play. Hope was thinking he had an angle here. Oh my god, that damage, man. The Essence Reaver with the extra damage from the Melio, and now they just get pushed prow right back.
Yeah, Wave is going to crash. Hope, though, not too worried about the couple of autos from the Lucian. We'll be able to pick that one up, but Herald crucially denied from AL, so Flandre going to lose a little bit of his luster as this Omega Man split pushing champion, because he doesn't really have that objective in hand. Even if he wasn't the one to directly pick it up, if another AL member puts Herald on like the bot side, that pulls pressure away from the York to do his thing. So it would have helped AL significantly in the side lane endeavors that we said they really need to continue looking for. And now that being denied does kind of mean it's more difficult for Flandre to effectively apply pressure onto his side lane, because the rest of AL can't really keep up with him in that regard, so they aren't immediately required to be responded to.
Yeah, I think the impressive thing here is that we have seen a little bit of that keep your head above the water here from AL. They found a couple little fights here and there, and I think being able to pick apart some of these side lanes, still get some of this standing gold, will do them well in trying to keep this gold lead manageable. But as you said, we're getting closer and closer to those like big 5-on-5s, and so they need to find picks, and this is how they do it. Finding Bin extended in the side lane with the Grand Starfall. He's about to get Mega Gnar. He's going to try to find his way out of this one. I don't think there's going to be an exit strategy available to him, as he does use the Mega Gnar ult to try to get away. He has the TP, but they have CC. He's going to try to use the Battle Herald. Nope, it's not.
That's Herald wasted too, so that's that's a free lump sum of gold.
Was it an attempt at a Battle Herald, or was it a mistake?
I think it was an attempt to ride the Herald and get out of there, but doesn't end up being able to do so. Hope almost gets taken down. BLG should, for the loss of pressure with the Herald and not being able to get a turret with it, they're going to get a turret in the mid lane. So, making up for it. Baby steps. It was all calculated by Bin. He knew his bot lane was going to get the turret. He was like, I don't really need this anymore.
It's a luxurious life,
Yeah.
As Kyle caught in transition. Will be okay for now. Does take a huge chunk of his health, as Viper is looking to bite anybody that comes into range, much like a snake. And he's already on 2 items on this Lucian. Really needs to find some impact as we move forward. He's going to be a major damage potential for BLG.
So he's biting, like you said, but, you know, the Melio there gives him the burn, right? With the, so that's like the venom, right?
Yeah.
For a Viper.
True.
It's perfect. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. So, yeah, BLG, like going into this fight, a lot of the pressure is on Viper to mechanically execute, but he is just set up so nicely to do that.
He really is.
It's going to be very difficult. And AL, besides Shanks, don't really have like a way to immediately get on top of Lucian. So this Poppy pick is extremely valuable for making sure that Viper can just kind of do his thing.
See AL grouped as 5 here. Try to figure out how they want to approach this setup on the Dragon. It is soul point for BLG. And they're going to move in now. Culling unleashed on the Hope. Hope immediately arcane shifts away. The damage coming out from Viper is immense. And that's going to be the Maiden gone too. So BLG chomp right onto the Dragon. It's already almost dead. And that's going to be the TP for the shield from Ben. No hopes of contesting. It's Dragon number 3 for Billy.
You just can't team fight against this BLG comp. AL are set up for the side lanes. They're set up to play the map, and unfortunately, I feel like in the early game, the mid game now that we're kind of, you know, panning toward, we haven't seen enough of that. We've seen the turret taken from Flandra, but other than that top lane play for the Yorick, it just doesn't feel like it's enough for AL at this point.
Oh my God, Shun! That was disgusting! Barely clipped him, and now Knight is taking a 1v3 in the mid lane, and he falls to Shanks. As a nice knockup from Shun, finds another wall bang. That's 2 in a row. Oh, double binding there is enough for a moment, but Viper still chases down Kael. The breath of life comes through to give BLG that edge as they move straight on the Flandra. Flandra gets Meganard back. Tarzan goes on the Viper. Viper's getting a little bit low, but he's dashing, and he's able to survive. It's going to be Shun that tanks up a decent amount of shots from Hope. And here comes Shanks getting soloed on the side. No, it's not a solo, but it's a BLG ace nonetheless. 2 alive, still 3 alive for BLG, and it's looking like a clean 2-0 might be coming out.
And Viper is absolutely loving this game, Mazel. He is dancing around in the fights. The BLG protection of the top side is giving him so many opportunities to just free fire in these plays. We get a replay here, and yeah, Knight. So Knight does get found. This is a pretty creative flank from
He
Shanks
almost gets
as
a
well.
kill back.
He did, but crucial Mikhails kind of gets AL gets Hope kind of out of that bind. So he manages to live for now. The re-engage from Bin, I really want to see this. So Shanks goes back in, looking for more. And then on the turn here, stun provides the window. Yeah, just super
Double
good for Bin.
wallop.
And then Viper gets engaged onto, but at this point it's too late. Like, you're not going to be able to burst him down. You don't have that potential onto this Lucian. Plus having the Melio by his side almost goes down. But yeah, Viper just free hitting in these fights. Bin with a killer re-engage, and BLG, like you said, poised to take a 2-0.
What a performance from Viper, too, in a series where we were talking about bot lane, we were talking about On, more specifically than Viper. We were talking about Knight and all of his accolades. It has been a series about Viper, and I'm just going to say outright, I'm so happy this man came back. I'm so happy he's back in the LPL. And it's been so impressive to watch some of these performances he's just able to pull out of a hat sometimes. And it just reminds you that this guy is a literal world champion, and the reason why he is so feared in the LPL and across LCK as well.
And Viper was, you know, thinking back to early at the beginning of even the year when it was announced that he would be on BLG, a lot of people were excited. I would say the term was cautiously optimistic because of Viper's accolades, like you said, being a world champion and having multiple splits and years of dominance. People had high expectations for this player, but at the same time, you're breaking up the duo of Elk and On, and just kind of how they would synergize was the question. But I feel like Viper has synergized with On super duper nicely. This Lucian Melio lane has really come through for them. And then the most important thing, Viper has been allowed to be himself on this team, right? Where Elk was kind of more of a facilitator for the top side, and Viper is more of a carry. Viper has been allowed to carry. He's been allowed to go on the Lucian. He's been allowed to go forward and play his game. And I love that BLG have been willing to give him those opportunities. It's now Knight.
TP. Oh, he doesn't make it. Oh, he's going to die now. He will die a slow and sure death as he did not make it out with the TP. Gets it burned, gets it stopped, and will fall. As they do lose a little bit of that momentum that BLG was holding. AL3,
they're Baroning.
About threatening the Baron, okay.
All right, they're going on to Baron. Look at Gnar on the side. He is in Mega. He's going to run out eventually. If AL can stall this out, it's a 4v5, and they've got no solid form of engage.
TP's coming in across. Viper wanting to move in and get some damage down. Dashing back out of the wall there. Flandra gets locked up. Viper takes him down. Big Temper Fate coming in. Kyle trying to delay the fight, but that delay might just be in favor of BLG. Tarzan goes down into his death. Finn finds another kill. Shanks is going to falter as well. Hope is the last one there for AL as Kyle falls. It's going to be Ben trying to chase down Hope. Hope's really low here, though, and needs to be very careful. It's BLG that started back up the Baron. True Shot Barrage coming across is going to get flashed out of by On, just wanting to take away the damage, and Baron secured by Billy.
And Dragon up as well. This will be Soul for BLG. They get everything on the map they could want and more. And Shun, did you surely you have like IRL experience like shoving kids into lockers because of how insane these wall slams have been. How does he get a good one every single time?
Every time, man. And it's like multiple in a single fight too. I mean, this entire series has been dictated by Shun and Viper. It feels like these guys are just showing up today. The first one was the Vi really setting up the team, trying to dissuade Tarzan's Nefiri, and this one just continuously finding wall bang after wall bang.
Yep, sees the angle. Flandra gets one shot. Really good Tempered Fate here to kind of reset the fight. BLG are able to get their cooldowns, kind of back up. And then they, again, Shun, just how man. Like 10-10 is probably loving this series right now.
I know I am, and I'm right here in the front seat. Get to have a good time watching Shun do his thing. About a 2.5K advantage over Tarzan individually, an almost 3K advantage for Viper over Hope. And it just seems like the time is nigh for some big pushes into the base. Baron up still for 1:40, so all the siege potential as BLG are taking some of the standing gold on the turrets in the side lane here as they finally take down the outer turret in the top side.
Yeah, BLG is just trying to make the most of this Baron push.
You go, Tarzan. You get those pins.
I mean, kind of looking at this game a little. Oh, hang on. No time.
Nice.
To do that.
The belt does help. He's not able to secure his exit. Shun was thinking about an engage there, but they're just going to keep pushing in the side lane, take another turret in the top side.
All right, so yeah, BLG furthering their control over this game. And I mean, I like the look from Tarzan to use that Grand Starfall to try and get a pick on tonight, but where was this, 15 minutes ago? I feel like we needed to see more action from AL with this Pantheon ult, with the push. Hang on, Knight is potentially found again.
I think they're a little out of sorts now, though, as Shanks was looking for a little bit of an angle there. Okay, we'll see Knight in some trouble. He's got the
he's
the
got
speed
Cloud Soul
with the Cloud Soul, so he's fine for now. I think BLG just wants some kills. They're going to be looking for Shanks now. Oh, God. Shanks. No, he's going to go to the Shroud. Couple more autos for Viper. He's just waiting for the damage to be done. He's going to pop the barrier just to make things worse. And BLG are going to get that reset off.
You said a couple shots. All it took was one. I mean, Viper looked at Shanks and said, "Hasta la vista, baby." Got the kill. And BLG are looking to put a bow on their final series of the regular season. Looking to go 12-2. A dominant split. Every member topping the charts in their role. This is the BLG that we wanted to see going into playoffs. This is the team to beat. And so many are going to have to climb the mountain that they are in order to go forward and try to get to that international spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the best, if they win this series, one of the best finishes in the organization's history, just in terms of win potential, and dating back to the 17-team league, obviously. But it's still an impressive feat nonetheless. BLG have been dominant. They've brought international hopes back to the LPL, and they're continuing their domestic dominance. As we were taking a look at the track record for this team across those last few years, it has been one of utmost brilliance, it feels like. A team that is setting a new era in the LPL, and they continue to do so here against AL in their final series.
You know, Ben, you could have at least cracked a smile there, my man. Like, he is laser focused in. A TP just happened right in front of him. Viper!
Dude, he is just feeling himself. Grand Starfall coming in from the flank here. Flash early. Viper just going to dash away. Misses is coming out from Shanks. He was able to get that sidestep there, and Viper is just dodging everything.
Yeah, Viper playing with that confidence, that killer instinct that we associate with him so often. Absolutely love to see it. I wonder if BLG are just going to push these lanes and then say, you know what, there's Baron in a minute. Why not? But if AL can stall out the Baron take, there is also an Elder coming up about 20 to 30 seconds later. So
I don't think that's good news for AL.
I mean, okay, if they can stall it, they might be able to look for a trade. I don't know, man. All right, like, rose-tinted glasses are on for trying to get ways to have AL win this game.
Rose-tinted something. Gonna need all the hopium and copium we can get for AL, as they do seem to be faltering at the last here. Not looking like they'll be able to take that second place going forward, but it's BLG that have made that so. And this is historically a matchup that I really appreciate seeing, because there's a lot of back and forth. That game one was stuff of legend. This one has been a lot slower, but that first game, you could see that AL came in this series with some hopes in their hand, as now that is being dashed. And what else is being dashed is, unfortunately, Kyle's life. That's going to be a double knockup for the Keeper's Verdict as well. Viper has just been untouched this entire time.
Viper.
He's dashing forward. He's looking for the play over the wall. He's going to find another one. He can find more here, too, if they want to try to go for the kill at a Flandra. It's going to be everyone from BLG moving into the base here. Maiden's going to fall. They haven't even taken the turrets yet. They're under the turrets, and Nexus trying to get the kills. Ben's going to make it away. Ben gets the kill in the end. It's going to be a play on a hope, but no CC is there from Knight. They are just signaling the end of the season, signaling the end of AL's hope for second, and signaling in another reign of dominance for BLG in a regular season. It's the Nexus turrets that only stand between BLG and finishing 12-2 in the Split 2 regular season, as Viper continues to pad the numbers. Can he get 10 kills? He wants one more. He's 9-0, but it's BLG that find the 2-0 in the end. It's a little bit of a struggle to get there. He just needs to auto attack it, and the minions are going to help out. GG's BLG.
And now AL going to be thrown into 4th place, but there is no question. There has never been any question. There should be no doubts and no concerns. Who is first? BLG sit at the summit. They own the finish line, Mazel, and they will be the best team in the LPL going into the playoffs.
They are indeed, and somebody everybody should be scared of. We saw hands diffs tonight. We saw macro diffs. We saw maybe some draft diffs. We saw BLG performing at a high, and it wasn't even Knight or Ben that had the most standout performances. It was Shun and Viper, and I think that's so relieving for BLG, just to continuously see the changing of hands of who can carry on this team.
Everyone has carry potential. I mean, a lot of people, I think at the beginning of the split, like highlighted Ben and Shun, and now during the latter half of the split, I think that Viper, Knight have really come forward. But Mazel, there was one thing on BLG that somewhat died this series, and we got to pour one out for it. Knight's KDA, little bit lessened, you know? He's still on top, but not so much so that we can brag about it. Like, we don't get an obligatory Knight KDA tweet, right? Like, the scheduled Knight has 5 billion kills in a game. Like, we don't get that. That's so unfortunate.
Tis, tis, tis. What a shame. What a shame. What truly a shame. Knight, do better. No. It's hard. It's
Come
hard
on,
when all of a
Knight.
sudden.
Step it up.
Come on, man. What the heck? You already have. Why couldn't you get 5 of the most kills in a game?
I know.
God.
Viper is outshining you. How can you let this happen?
The
You're
Lucian looks
smarter than
scary
this.
though. I love it because we talked about from the draft, like, oh, they have the Ezreal Bard. This is what both bot lanes really like.
Yeah.
And Viper and On said, nah, you take that away from us, we'll show you what's up. And yeah, 2v2s early, they did overextend, they did die. But Viper was unkilled. Almost had 10 kills in the game.
Yeah. And the game plan from BLG was really solid to get Viper ahead. I mean, we kind of talked about how when you have a Bard, the biggest thing that he offers is the roaming power, right? And so they said, okay, we see a Bard, we're going to pick a strong 2v2, and we're going to pick a jungler, the Poppy, that loves to dive. And that dive onto Hope, while Kyle was roaming to the mid lane, opened the floodgates. Viper, yet again, tops the damage charts for the second game in a row. It's not even close this time around.
46,000 damage done on a Lucian. Wow. 44% of his team's damage done. I haven't seen
So
numbers like that
crazy.
since last year, I feel like. What a performance from Viper. Obviously not to be taken down a notch is On right there beside him. Some crucial play from him on the Melio, but we're just going to take a walk down memory lane in what was a BLG controlled game. It felt like from the start.
Yeah, it absolutely did. And I feel like this is just what BLG do, right? This felt like, you know, we were talking about game number 1, how AL were thriving in an environment that was kind of set up to be BLG favored. Well, this was a game where BLG were playing their style and were favored the entire time. They were fighting early, they were fighting actively, they took the ball, they rolled it down a hill, and it just snowballed and ran over AL. All 5 of their members got hit with the big new W generated here by BLG. So, yeah, just this is what happens when you let them play their style and you give them an early lead.
And we saw a lot of these clips, Shun just getting the perfect wall bangs every time, man.
Every time.
Every time.
Shun as a fight starter, as an engage tool, like, was so good. I really love that this guy is thriving. You know, we like to talk about the Shun, the Kindred. We like to talk about the Shun Lee Sin. We like to talk about these big mechanical carries that we know this guy is super good at. But sometimes all it takes is a Poppy. And all it took was a Poppy in that play. I mean, him finding that angle onto Flandre and turning the fight, I actually thought this might have been a moment where AL could have turned the game. If they get that Baron, they could have maybe... We would probably still be going. But it was because of Shun, he shut that down. I know. It's wild.
Teams need to start picking up Poppy situationally a little bit more here. I love LPL Poppy so much. Every one of those flashes were just brutal. And just a little bit of talk for AL. Had some disconnect, but just never really felt like they had a stake in the game, at least in this game number 2. Didn't really feel like they ever had at least stable ground to stand on.
No, it never really did. I feel like we really highlighted the importance of needing to take control of the game early and generate a lot of side lane pressure for your team, because once those team fights started rolling around, BLG just ran them over in 5v5s. Like, AL could never fight them in those team fights. Their comp really just wasn't built for that. So you can say it's draft gap. I think it might be a little bit, because traditionally side lane comps are quite difficult to execute on, but it was also an execution gap. AL just didn't really play to their comp's strengths, and BLG had a much simpler comp, and they played to their strengths a lot better. So they're going to be able to take this series 2-0. Now this means, though, like I said, AL are locked into 4th. BLG are locked into 1st, as they have been for a while now. But this just now sets the stage for playoffs. Mazel, we're done. Last best of 3 of the spring split. And it was an absolute banger, if I do say so myself. So
didn't go to 3, but I'm still happy.
It didn't.
Still happy.
But
I had some fun games.
I am with you on that. So best of 5s. are now beginning. I kind of want to pitch the question over to you. I feel like I haven't asked a lot of questions over to my illustrious play-by-play. How are you feeling about the playoffs going forward?
Oh man, dude, the circle of results is alive and well, and I think it's going to be even more so in the playoffs. I'm really excited for play-ins. I think it's immediate stakes that are really fun to kind of keep an eye on, but I think playoffs is going to be really fun with the double elim, best of fives, especially with the meta that we've been seeing from a lot of our LPL teams. I'm obviously very excited to see JDG, the likes of TES in those playoffs as well as we get further down the line. But I'm really curious to see what the Nirvana versus Group Ascend matchups are going to be having for us. And let's go ahead and take a look at the standings here so we can see how things kind of panned out across the board. Obviously, we'll have those group setups for the play-ins coming through with the bottom 4 of Group Ascend facing off against the top 4 of Group Nirvana. But this is it. This is the final standings of the regular season here in spring. BLG first place, JDG second, Top Esports end up third, as we do see those top 3 there. And then those 4 teams from Group Nirvana that'll be joining those bottom 4 teams from Group Ascend, LNG, TT, LGD, and EDG, facing off against NIP, Weibo, IG, and WE. So go ahead and take a look at what the preview is going to be looking like as we move into playoffs.
Yep, the hype is real. The tension is starting to mount now that we are done with the regular season, and I could not be more excited, Mizel. I am so looking forward to those best of fives. I will say, I think that a lot of people assume that there is I mean, rightfully so, a lot of people usually think that there is a pretty big gap between top 4 and bottom 4, just generally in any sort of regular league. But I mean, IG are taking games off of JDG. Like,
NIP is a crazy story so far this split.
NIP have been 2-0ing. NIP have 2-0'd BLG. Like, these bottom 4 teams, and I'll even throw in WE there. You know what? Let's get everyone involved in the hype train. Even though the series score looks grim for them, I think that it is probably yeah, they got some games, and they definitely look better in the latter half of the split than they did in the first half. The first half, there was no life. It was like a barren wasteland. But the second time around, like the you know, the kind of the repeat series, once those started coming through, WE looked a little bit better. So I am interested to see what kind of happens to them, given that, like you said, they are going to be kind of, you know, fighting for a spot to remain in Ascend for Split 3. But they have shown fight, I think, and especially in their most recent series. Every team, my point being, has shown fight, and that just makes the playoffs super fun, because you never know who's going to come out on top, right? Anything could happen, and best of fives are the ultimate tell.
And that's the beautiful part about it here. Any final thoughts before I start taking us off into the sunset for the regular season here, Quacks?
BLG are on top, and they're gonna be the team to beat. They are the final bosses of the LPL. Have been for so long. I'm just interested to see what teams can take games off of them, or if maybe a team will be lucky enough to take a best of 5 against them.
That's going to be crazy. I cannot wait till best of fives. Please, please, please inject it directly into my veins. Thank you, everyone, for an incredible regular season. It has been incredible to watch all the support continue for a second year in a row for LPL English. Before we start bidding our adieus, though, we got to give a special big shout out to our Elite Coffee supporters here, Aaron Soup and Mung. As if you want to support the LPL, the best way you can is through our coffee, and the best way of the coffee options is to become an Elite Coffee supporter. So please go check that out. Please go see any of the interviews, any of the content that we do have releasing on our channels. You'll be able to get access to that a little bit earlier. But just more importantly, thank you all so much for the continued support for a project that is entirely run off of so many volunteers that make this a daily effort. We are going to be taking a short little break while we get ready for play-ins. It'll be a couple extra days until that will be kicking off, but rest assured we will have tons of action, as we will have double best of 5s per day for the play-ins. It's going to be a lot of League of Legends to be watching, so make sure you tune on in. Thank you all so much for everything you do to help support the LPL English community, and thank you to everyone that's been a part of this project for the regular season, and we'll see you in playoffs.